Okay. Explain this. How is it that they can bring Dexter back for like 400 extra seasons and shows and everything else, but we can't get another run of House? Why? Explain it. Make it make sense to me. Professor Dave giving kudos to Tucker and Candace for their Israel-Palestine rhetoric. Wait, no shot. Don't. Any good shows / movies lately? I watched 28 Days Later because I kind of want to watch that 28 Years Later movie. I thought it was okay. I didn't have like a... Have you watched 28 Weeks Later? Nope. I did watch the porn, though, with you and your mom. It was called 28 Seconds Later.
Kind of stuff. And I will say
kind of the thought
she's absolutely...
Pen. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay, so cut the shit. It's not a vape, all right? It's an anxiety pen, and God.
What's an anxiety pen? Wait, what?
God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is, at this point, getting ridiculous, Cody. So please.
Justified crash out?
For the final and for the billionth time, will you please just respect the fact that...
Yeah, this has to be a meme. It's got to be a meme, right?
That it's not a vape, and that it's an anxiety pin.
It's a goddamn anxiety pen! Get it right.
What flavor is your vape?
Yo, you really
God,
got me.
get the fuck. Just
in for this.
get the fuck out.
Get him out.
I hate women.
Okay, get out. You get out too, you fucking weirdo. What? Dude.
Whoa.
Do you vape? Parker, do you vape?
No, it's a damn fucking anxiety pen.
This is a meme. Stop.
Okay.
What the dude? What? Okay, Joe, you suck. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest.
Absolute... kind of silly stuff. I mean, it's just run-of-the-mill, very silly Christian nationalist kind of stuff. And I will say this, she's absolutely voracious in condemnation of Israel and support of Palestinians, which neutralizes not all, but a good chunk of the utter horseshit she spews. So I'm going to go, I mean, somebody has to go kind of more towards the top. So let's go.
Just to be clear, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, these people don't give a fuck about Palestinians. They're just on the weird Zog train. Like it's some combination of weird anti-Semitic shit and mainly like isolationist shit, but...
Let's go D for harm.
Tucker Carlson more on the isolationist route. Candace Owens more on the weird anti-Semitic route.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know like all the kind of stuff that she says all the time, so maybe I'm missing some really harmful things that she says. But just based on the little bit I've seen, I'm gonna go D. Malice, I don't know. I kind of think she just says whatever. Absolute scumbag. We'll go F- there. I will say this. The thing that he did with the interview with Ted Cruz, I cannot believe that somebody made me like Tucker Carlson for a second, but it was absolutely hilarious. I'm sure many of you guys saw that, but if you haven't, in the past few days or a week or something, he interviewed Ted Cruz and made him look so stupid that for a second I was like, I like Tucker Carlson. I was like, wait, no, that's insane to say that. But it was pretty funny. Toxicity, kind of in the middle. He plays it as like, oh, I'm just like a down home guy, or that's.
I feel like that statement was a bit more acceptable, I guess. But this guy is brain broken on the Israel-Palestine stuff. Although, to be fair, apparently everybody's brain broken on the Israel-Palestine stuff. I don't know if I'll get into it, but somebody linked a Reddit post. Apparently that the article that Kyle Kalinske was citing, that's like way more aggressively and egregiously misquoted than I even realized. Whoop. Oh, cool. I'm pretty sure I saved this, but it didn't actually save. But I can find it. Hold on. Oh my god. Also, if you want to go on a bounty hunt, because I've already begun doing this, if you see anybody in the subreddit typing vote blue no matter who, guys, remember, and you go to their past and they're like a huge, like, anti-Kamala, anti-Biden socialist type, point them out to me and I will permaban them from the sub, okay? We vote blue no matter who. Not really no matter who, but because Trump is fucking insane and that's what we do here. But the socialists are, it's all like, all of politics has just become like Trump emulation. Like that's all Hassan does now. And that's what a lot of these guys do. Don't let other people weaponize your rule set against you when they don't play by that rule set. So fuck all those people. Why not let them fight for us? Because they're not fighting for us. They're hijacking parasitically our rule set to just try to further their interests. Because a lot of the people that are spamming, no, that's not fair to say. The socialist people that are spamming vote blue no matter who since Mandami won are the same people who would have said if Cuomo would have won, they would have sat out or they wouldn't have voted at all and they don't care. So. Or chance to go over comments in this LSF post. Destiny calls out anti-Semitism. What the fuck is that? Wait, hold on.
There's a young person representing us who is actually making it to power. That is fantastic.
And he's hot.
He's hot.
Is he hot? As our resident reporter.
From the streets?
He's hot.
He's hot.
He's hot. So
Yeah.
I energy-wise, awesome. Policy-wise, he is just, super unabashedly socialist in some of his policies. I am concerned about some of these things, though I don't feel like deeply knowledgeable enough. Maybe you can talk more about rent control, Aatrox. There's one piece of his platform that is really concerning to me, and the one that I have seen no good argument for. One of the proposals he has is he's going to start a network of city-owned grocery stores. The pitch being,
I live in New York City, and this will be the first election in a long time, maybe ever, when I'm not voting for the Dem, as opposed to who would you vote for instead?
Going to have grocery stores in the
Did
city
you go over the Jank crash out with Crystal and Kyle? Didn't we watch that like 3 or 4 days ago?
run by the city, that's funded by the city, and their whole goal is going to be just keep prices as low as possible, and that way the grocery stores can't price gouge you. Groceries are too expensive, so we're going to come in and offer an alternative. That sounds great on paper. In practice, this seems unbelievably dumb to me. Grocery stores are legendarily low margin. They do not make much money. The price of food is not coming from grocery stores. They make like a 1.5% margin. The profit, if at all, comes from the inputs and the farmers creating produce and the processing plants. If you think about food as 3 steps to oversimplify, it's the creation of food and farms, livestock, everything. The companies like Tyson who process food, and then the
It depends. Adams or Cuomo would both have to drop out and both have huge egos. Adams won't drop out, right? He's the incumbent. I can understand him running. Cuomo probably shouldn't run, though. That's just probably not great. There was an interesting point you made about how you're more worried about xenophobia than racism. Can you expand on that a bit? I'm generally more worried about masses of people buying into like a really weird... I need a better word than conspiracy theory because it's automatically like a brain-breaking thing. But people buying into a whole story or narrative, I think it's a lot scarier. It has a lot more holding power, and it can drive a lot more behavior, and it's a lot harder to eradicate than somebody who just has like some shitty ideas. Like you'd rather have somebody who's just like level 1 anti-Semitism carries a huge bias. Like I'd rather hear somebody be like, oh, I don't like Jews. They're greedy. And I don't know, what are Jew stereotypes? I don't like Jews because they're greedy fucks and they, fuck them, right? If somebody says some shit like that, that's okay, whatever, Introduce him to some Jews or talk to him for a little bit, or who even knows how much he believes that. But if somebody's like, oh, I don't like Jews because I think they're in control of all of civilization and they're intentionally trying to outbreed the white race by facilitating things like mass immigration and other forms of academic white self-hatred that's causing white people to be depressed all over the world so that they can easily control us, so that they can leverage our country in furtherance of the interests of the country of Israel. They do this through planetary. It's like, oh shit, okay, hold on. One, it sounds like this is probably going to heavily influence a lot of the other policy decisions that you're making. And 2, this is probably going to be a lot harder to move you off of because it's not just like a random, bigoted idea or just a random personal dumb whatever. This is like you got a whole ass, 3-part trilogy in your head about how this works. I just think those things are a lot scarier. So like in general, to be fair, xenophobia can be simple. I don't like foreigners. And racism can be complicated. Phenotypes and genotypes are all, but the way that I was talking about it yesterday, I think that the xenophobic the xenophobic idea that's kind of very pervasive right now on the right is not just a simple I don't like foreigners thing. It seems to be part of this greater story about how America is great because I don't know, because we don't have foreigners or because we kick them all out or because we're mainly from Europe and we need to, curb all immigration because foreigners are destroying this place. And even if that includes like schools, I don't know. It's just, that's scary. I think that type of xenophobia is a lot scarier than just conservatives who are racist against people of color.
Stores that are selling it. The stores that sell food are incredibly low margin because there is so much competition that they cannot sell it for a lot. On top of that, in New York specifically, in the areas he's talking about, you have these bodegas, which are these like corner stores basically, that are small businesses. You don't have Walmart running corner stores in most parts of New York City. If you walk around like I did a couple weeks ago in Brooklyn, like you don't see these giant grocery stores. These are small individual owned businesses. So the premise that the city should come in to lower pricing and that will help grocery stores, I think is such a deep misunderstanding of why the price of food is what it is. Doesn't address the root problem. All it will do at best, if it succeeds in having low prices, is basically push out the people who are like often immigrants running small businesses in local communities who then would have to compete against subsidized government food in some of these businesses. That doesn't make...
I agree with all this. How big is the... I don't think this will even happen, which is, again, one of the reasons why I'm not as worried about like a left candidate getting in versus a right-leaning candidate. I don't think this will even get off the ground. There's just too much shit that would have to happen, in my opinion, and it's a stupid idea. And if it does, and you watch it, you collect some data on it, probably won't work, goes away.
sense. And then on top of that, this idea that the government would come in and efficiently run a grocery store when the government is legendarily bad at running anything efficiently. And that's what the book Abundance largely talks about. It's not what a lot of people think it is. The core point of Abundance is a lot of well-intentioned regulation by government has stopped government from actually getting outcomes.
Just as a quick thing, I don't know why we repeat this truism, but people just accept it, even though they intuitively know it's not true, and even though they intuit the exact same thing about private companies, okay? The idea that government is like this inherently inefficient thing in private corporations, it's just, everybody knows that's not necessarily true. Government sometimes has different goals. There can be roadblocks the government throws up that's really fucking annoying. That is true, and you try to fix that. But just don't let people throw this up over and over and over and over and over again. Remember that, did anybody watch this movie? This is a cute movie. I thought this was a cute movie.
You need one man in charge. Include the...
Give me one reason why I don't fire everyone associated with this abomination, starting with you.
Well, sir, I was thinking about that very question as I sat out there in your lovely waiting room. As I was sitting there, I watched that little red folder right there go through 4 pairs of hands before it got to you. Of course, that doesn't include the 22 or so other Ford employees who probably poked at it before it made its way up to the 19th floor. All due respect.
Like, it's a movie trope. It's a real life trope. Everybody complains about their company doing inefficient, stupid shit. Like, everybody complains about bureaucracy and everything. It's not pretending that government is the only thing that can be inefficient. Now, to be fair, none of these guys are stupid. And there are good responses to what I've just said, right? Well, I'm not just complaining about government being inefficient. It's more the competitive aspect that I brought up before, which is true. And groceries are very competitive. I don't think a government can do well here, but I hear that repeated so often it triggers me. I don't think that these guys believe necessarily in that thing or that they're that naive or dumb, if for no other reason because I'm giving these guys a lot of credit from Atrax aura here, so.
Well-intentioned regulation by government has stopped government from actually getting outcomes that are effective. So likely what would happen is you have a DMV-style inefficiency running a corner store that is basically funded by the government that is as expensive or more expensive than everybody else, or at best pushes out a bunch of small businesses. This is not where the cost of food is coming from. This is the wrong problem to tackle entirely. And it makes me concerned that if this is what he thinks about grocery stores, that his other policies like rent control might be as uninformed as this. To quickly counter and just give him a bit of credit.
If Dan died, I don't know if this matters to anybody. I'm just putting this out here in the ether, and I encourage other wealthy-ish people to make their voices heard. If Dan died today, I think that there's slightly more opportunity, I think, for me in New York City versus LA. Maybe, ideally. I would move back to LA just because of how unfathomably fucking based Newsom has been over the past month. This guy has just been everything that I wish the Democratic Party would have been or would have stood for over the past few years. Newsom has been unfathomably fucking based. Unfathomably fucking based. I would go back to LA just because I would want to be in his presence, okay, in his state.
Right here, what I've seen him talk about is that he really wants to focus on outcomes instead of process for government.
Yeah.
He acknowledges he thinks this could be a quick experiment and he's willing to adjust and change his opinion. I really like his mindset around that. I love the idea that he might come in and make a point to say, we're not going to run this like the DMV. We're going to make something really run well and run efficient. And maybe this could be a test case for him to say, look, we as the government can actually get things done for people in an efficient way. This just feels like one of the worst things to tackle, and to me makes me very concerned for him because it implies a deep misunderstanding of why things.
Did you see he sued Fox News? Yeah, that was the article I just had up. Yeah.
Cost what they do.
Yeah, you rip if you have a response to that. I have 2 points.
Wishing him the best. I know that there's probably some hardcore socialists in chat who don't want to hear anything negative about this guy, but this is.
I still can't believe the DNC let Biden run. We have so many cool young politicians. I mean, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. Again, this is the nitwit, midwit, genius thing. Like, it's this entirely. Like, you have the guy on the left who's saying, like, we have a functional democracy. And then the guy in the middle is like, there's manufactured consent, lobby interests, and the donor class, and the wealthy control everything, and the blah, blah. And no, we, unfortunately, for better or for worse, the people that we vote for are the people that win the elections. And we have to move past this weird conspiratorial world, okay, where the socialist candidate, by the way, the actual socialist Muslim candidate just won the New York City Democratic primary, okay, right? That just happened, okay? We have to get past this weird conspiratorial world. We have to be more honest with ourselves and look at our system. Biden was old. People tell me that I'm wrong on this. I don't know if I fucking hallucinated this or if this was Mandela effect. I know this happened, and I will not be told otherwise. I swear to God that I heard Biden say in 2020, when he was running, that he wouldn't run for a second term. And I feel like I was even on stream and I said something about that. I was like, ooh, that's kind of spooky. Are we really electing a guy who's, I mean, obviously I'm going to support whoever makes it through, but we're really going to elect a guy who's already saying he wouldn't run for a second term? Really? That's kind of crazy. I know for a fact I heard him say that. I know I heard him fucking say this, all right? I know I heard him say this. But, I mean, Biden is the one who we overwhelmingly voted for. And it was a rich field, too. Weren't there like 9 fucking candidates in that primary? 2 billionaires, by the way, that got obliterated. People from the left, people from the center, right? We had Steyer, Bloomberg, your billionaire people. You had Elizabeth Warren, I think Kamala Harris, I think Bernie Sanders ran in that one again, right? Cory Booker was in that one, and Pete Buttigieg. There were so many people, and we voted for, in the 2020 primary, you mean? Yes. These were all in the 2020 primary, right? Was Yang there? I think Yang was in the 2020. You had all these people, and we voted for Biden, so that's what we got. And then same thing with Trump now. We have Trump. It wasn't some crazy power finagling to do it. That's who the Republicans voted for. Oh yeah, Tulsi. Ugh. I don't know if he's pledged a one term. He didn't pledge one term, but I thought there was talk of him saying that, where he was like, oh, I'm not sure if I would run for a second term. I don't know. Like he was expressing doubt. And that was just the thing that was obviously like, wait, what?
I think of all his, there's criticisms of all his policies. And this is the one that to me is like, this is concerning. This implies a lack of fundamental understanding of things.
If he said that he didn't want to run for a second time, why did it take him so long to drop out? Because he didn't believe in the other candidates or change his mind? Because the reality is, and nobody wants to hear this, and nobody is ready for this conversation, the reality is that Biden slowed down significantly when it came to dynamic back and forth, like debate conversation, but that's not evidence that somebody is fucking senile. And there probably was basically no evidence that Biden was senile. So when you watched him operate in the White House from day to day or contemplate or make decisions about running the government, it was probably like, oh, yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he's gotten older, he's gotten slower, whatever. But the live debate skills were absolutely not there. And when people saw that, everybody started to change their mind on the behind the scenes stuff. People who say that Biden's inability to have like an active debate meant that he was senile don't know anybody that's senile, or have never been around people that are senile. Or think that just like getting old and slowing down makes you senile. The easy comparison for me, obviously, is to just look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a far greater level of dysfunction that he's exhibited mentally. He continually gets tons of things wrong, doesn't know anything about anything. A lot of the showcasing of senility, Trump won't even ever get to do, just because he doesn't even know the thing in the first place, right? Sitting next to the South African guy, not even knowing, he doesn't know what the ICJ is. He doesn't know who brought any genocide case against Israel. He doesn't know almost anything about anything. How many times he brought up Serbia, I guess, in his like last piece, like he doesn't know anything. But, and then look at the level of dysfunction in the government, right? Where people are being told essential things. People are being undermined all the time. You've got Trump saying he doesn't trust his own intelligence community about Iran. Like it's crazy. But yeah, I think that that debate was just horrible. Also, just as a reminder, because I will keep reminding you, for all the people that said that it was a giant rigged game and they rigged it for Biden and everybody was in cahoots to hide it, if that was true, nobody would have let him do that debate. There would have been a million different excuses that you could have made up. There would have been a million different things you could have said for why he shouldn't be allowed to go and do, you know, whatever debate, and because Trump is too mean or it's not worth it or whatever. So, wait, what is this? October 5th, 2020.
The comment that I view myself as a transitional president. They meant, is that one term? It's transition to your generation. You're the best educated, you're the most open, you're the least prejudiced generation in American history. The future is yours, and I'm counting on you. The comment that I view myself as a transitional president. They meant, is that one term? It's transition to your generation.
It wasn't this. It was a stronger statement, but I don't know. Trump was incoherent before this election cycle even happened. Kind of, but he was a lot sharper. He was a lot more witty in the back and forths. And I think that's what people judge a lot of senility on, kind of, for better or for worse. Oh, wait, was it this article? Biden signals to aides that he would serve only a single term. Advisors weighed the merits of a one-term pledge by the 77-year-old former vice president. This was in 2019. Maybe this was the article I read. According to 4 people who regularly talk to Biden, all of whom asked for anonymity to discuss internal campaign matters, it is virtually inconceivable that he will run for re-election in 2024 when he would be the first octogenarian president. Good job. Thank you.
Okay, I'll jump in. Here's the thing. I think there's 2 big seismic tectonic plates that are moving in society. One of them is ever increasing wealth inequality, right? It's trickling up. And another one is the rise of social media, which disintermediates the ability of money to control gatekeepers like big news shows. One of them is, okay, I'll jump in. Here's the thing. I think there's 2 big seismic tectonic plates that are moving in society. One of them is ever increasing wealth inequality, right? It's trickling up. And another one is the rise of social media, which disintermediates the ability of money to control gatekeepers like big news shows or newspapers and like get the message out. So those 2 things combined, I think, to create someone like Mamdani, who's preaching an anti-inequality message and can go around traditional gatekeepers to get. And that is and this, by the way, this same.
Why does wealth inequality matter if the bottom keeps on progressing, which they have done for the last 70 years? Why does the disparity matter? Comparison is the thief of joy. Wealth inequality is just a huge predictor for a whole bunch of social ills. It's just not a good. It's just wealth inequality is a very, very, very difficult thing to deal with. If you don't have, basically, if you can see how good somebody else has it, especially if it's in areas that we consider, like, essential, then people will get mad. Like, nobody on the planet would be complaining about pig insulin if the synthetic analogs didn't exist. But since they exist, people will complain about the price of those, say that that's like a human right. And then if, like, there was that story forever ago for the guy that died, it was so ironic. There was a guy that died before his wedding. Man dies, insulin, Walmart. Am I gonna be able to find this? This. Every single article that you see, this guy died, and this was posted on Reddit so much. This guy died, and everybody was saying it's crazy how much insulin costs when the patent was made free, when it's so free and cheap and easy to make. Yeah, this guy was using the free and cheap and easy to make insulin. That's why he died. But when in a society with income disparity, and you start to see how good other people have it, it makes you feel like shit about what you have. Even if what you have is objectively better than what it was before, doesn't matter. You'll feel like shit. It's the monkey experiment with grapes.
So a final experiment that I want to mention to you is our fairness study. And so this became a very famous study, and there's now many more, because after we did this about 10 years ago, it became very well known. And we did that originally with capuchin monkeys, and I'm going to show you the first experiment that we did. It has now been done with dogs and with birds and with chimpanzees. But with Sarah Brosnan, we started out with capuchin monkeys. So what we did is we put 2 capuchin monkeys side by side. Again, these animals, they live in a group. They know each other. We take them out of the group, put them in a test chamber. And there's a very simple task that they need to do. And if you give both of them cucumber for the task, the 2 monkeys side by side, they're perfectly willing to do this 25 times in a row. So cucumber, even though it's really only water in my opinion, but cucumber is perfectly fine for them. Now, if you give the partner grapes, the food preferences of my capuchin monkeys correspond exactly with the prices in the supermarket. And so if you give them grapes, that's a far better food, then you create inequity between them. So that's the experiment we did. Recently, we videotaped it with new monkeys who had never done the task, thinking that maybe they would have a stronger reaction, and that turned out to be right. The one on the left is the monkey who gets cucumber. The one on the right is the one who gets grapes. The one who gets cucumber, note that the first piece of cucumber is perfectly fine. The first piece she eats. Then she sees the other one getting grape, and you will see what happens. So she gives a rock to us, that's the task. And we give her a piece of cucumber, and she eats it. The other one needs to give a rock to us. And that's what she does. And she gets a grape. And she eats it. The other one sees that. She gives a rock to us now, gets again cucumber. She tests the rock now against the wall. She needs to give it to us. And she gets cucumber again.
I don't think that's completely true. If people have a good baseline for their needs that they have access to, I don't think the majority would complain. No, you're absolutely and completely and utterly incorrect. There is a very good baseline in the United States for access to base needs, but people will pretend otherwise. That's...
Basically.
Now, to be fair, there are I mean, you could argue there are rational arguments for why you might feel a certain type of way when you see highly unequal situations. One, it could call into question distribution of things. Well, why is he entitled to so much more than me? And 2, it can show you a capacity for things to be possible that makes you not content with your current situation. So, for instance, if you and your friend were on a long trek hiking in the fucking desert or whatever because your car broke down and you were out of water or you had very little left, you both might be trying to conserve it. But if you were walking a lot and then he took out like some huge bottle of water and started drinking it from his backpack, you would be like, wait a second, I'm not happy with this little bit of water anymore. I need to fucking drink. This is bullshit. The fuck? I didn't know you had all that water the whole time. So, I mean, like, there are reasons, I think, emotionally why this does something in our brains. But the problem is, I think that people become so relative when it comes to evaluating where they feel like their lives are, that they think that they're making these absolute comparisons when in reality they're only making relative comparisons to other people in society. So it leads people to saying things like there's zero access to healthcare in the United States for any poor person. Nobody can afford school. Nobody can afford to live. And it's like, well, come on. Well, it's not. You're exaggerating way too hard.
Pressures, I think, created the Tea Party into Trump, and I think these are creating populist movements all around that allow people like Trump and people like Mamdani to get around the system. And the main reason is the traditional centrist, like, let's figure this thing out, pragmatic system is failing. It's failing because it's been captured by, I guess, moneyed interests. So, like with Mamdani, I just want to say, I think I have a very similar message to you, actually, which is I'm skeptical of things like a citywide rent freeze or state-run grocery stores. Not because...
To be fair, I don't think Mamdani's ever said a citywide rent freeze, right? He was just saying a rent freeze on already rent-frozen properties, I think, or rent-limited properties, rent-controlled properties, sorry.
Because I don't think the intention is great, but because I've looked at other, like, Berlin, for example, got a progressive mayor in 2019, and they did a rent freeze, and it ended up being really disastrous. It ended up causing rents outside of the rent control to spike, supply plummeted, they had to take it back, and in fact, when they took it back...
But Destiny, if one guy had a jug of water and the other guy had 5 jugs, I don't think the one jug guy would complain. Yes, he absolutely would. This is the whole story of America today.
They had to, I don't know if they had to do this, but they ended up doing this, where the landlords could
70, like, again, like, You guys, there's things that you guys complain about, and I express an outward frustration, but in reality, it's just so amazing how far we've come. This guy in chat said, 78K yearly salary to qualify for a studio apartment where Destiny lives. My guess is this is probably literally one of the most expensive zip codes in the entire country. If I had to guess. What are the, top 10 expensive zip codes, USA? It's not actually, it's gonna be like fucking Lake Tahoe and San Francisco and some bullshit or whatever, but wait, Florida, where? Oh shit! Miami Beach. Assuming the AI is correct. So for people who work at places like McDonald's and those zip codes can't live close to their work? No, but I mean, ideally the people would offer more money for people that work in those places to make it worthwhile for them to live there. Otherwise, don't work there, I guess. I mean, the same restaurants will give different wages in different areas based on where you're at. Like if you work at a McDonald's in like fucking downtown San Francisco, you are getting paid more than somebody that works at a McDonald's in bumfuck nowhere, California. Now that being said, is it high enough to live in that area? I don't know, maybe not. But if it's not, then don't fucking work there. Make them pay more for it.
Actively charge for the rent they would have gotten, which led to a huge, I mean, it was disastrous, right? They're going through this whole pain from this. So I can see, you know, what basic economics would tell you is that things like this generally don't work. And by the way, state-run grocery stores have been tried. A Florida city tried it, and it ended up being huge cost overruns for the city. They couldn't run it efficiently. It didn't work that well. So in general, I'm skeptical of those small plans. But if he is a decent human being, which is like the baseline that I'm looking for in a candidate. Like if I would have in this election, I would have voted for him because Cuomo is being accused of sexual misconduct by 12, 16 women. Eric Adams is insane. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
It's the polar opposite of like old shit guard versus like new authentic people.
And the main
something I can never grasp with this new generation is the concept of roommates just don't exist. It's absolutely insane. Wait, is that true? No shot. Is there any evidence of that people have less roommates today than they used to? I wouldn't believe that intuitively. I'm sure people complain about it online, but in terms of the actual numbers, I'm sure a lot of people have roommates.
Real Adams heads no. I'll see you guys.
Real Adams heads.
I'm ready.
Do you huge number of people online live in these places? It feels like everyone online acts like rent is over $2,000 for a one bedroom. I paid less than $600 in my old place, Slim. The problem is like people compare things to like the most expensive cities in the US, and then they also put on like rose tinted glasses, not even rose tinted glasses. People look at the past in a way that the past never existed. Like I think the majority of Gen Z today, well, I say majority, at least from what I see online, it feels like over half of Gen Z thinks that in the 50s, like the average man could work one job, take care of a family of four, have two cars, send both of his kids to school, own a home, and have a white picket fence. And like this just never ever, it's just never been the history of America. If you look at sitcoms, it seems that way, but.
Registering in New York this year.
So of course, like I'm happy for him and excited, and I would have voted for him if I was in New York. So I want to get that across. There's a few things that aren't perfect for me, and I'm skeptical. But like I think in America,
does a wife count as a roommate? Sure, a wife or girlfriend. I would say so.
Step one right now is to get more candidates who are, as you mentioned, this was my main point. So you said it before me. It's just young. Like,
no, it's just that we new gen don't want to live with fucking roommates, but y'all only gonna say sucks to suck. But that's the problem at Destiny. No. That's not the problem. Listen, there are so many statements. This is the issue that I have is that people always just go a little bit too far. Okay, if you were to say, I think having roommates suck. I think having roommates sucks. I want to live on my own. I want to be able to live on my own as soon as fucking possible, okay? And I don't give a fuck what your living situation was like. I want to have a better one. Those are all totally fine statements. And we should push to have a world where that is possible. I think all of those statements are perfectly fine. But the problem is when people start going overboard, where they're like, well, when you were growing up, you guys all were able to live in single family homes and single person apartments with your minimum wage jobs, and you guys were able to. It's like, well, whoa, hold on. Because in one of these scenarios, you're expressing discontent because you want to push for a better world, which is fair. That's how worlds get better. But in another scenario, you're acting like things have gotten so much fucking worse, and like the world is being destroyed around you, you know? I don't know why this guy is, I don't know if you're trying to bait me. Dishonest destiny. You benefit from seeing wealth inequality is okay. How do I benefit from wealth inequality? I feel like if anything, wealth inequality, the wealthier you guys are, the more you can fucking tier 4 sub to me. Testing. There is some data that fewer people have roommates. There were 37.9 million one-person households, 29% of all U.S. households in 2022. In 1960, a single-person household represented only 13% of all households. Well, but I would really want to see is a breakdown of like people aged 18 to 40 that live on their own, because it could be that, because especially as boomers get older, and especially as people stay in school longer, that could influence those numbers a lot, you know? Why do you appeal to movies and media so much? It always makes your point weaker. I super disagree. I think that art and culture, I think, can be highly reflective of certain societal moods at a particular point in time. Fuck me, I wish I could remember this quote I read. I think it was from the, I think it was from an Avi Schleim book. It was something to do with it was like an Egyptian? What am I thinking of? Somebody wrote something about how, like, if you were trying to understand conditions in the Middle East, or if you wanted to understand what the people think or thought, you have to read their poetry or something, or you have to read their stuff in the news, like something that published, some art thing. But like, I think you can tell a lot about what people are feeling at the time, based on the art that they create. We know this historically. We know this, right? When you are in your social studies classes, right? When you look at movies like Fight Club or Office Space, right? Like, what did these movies communicate at the time? What were people like the most discontent with? Were these super mundane lives, right? Where they sit in an office and they work all day and they feel like they have no purpose and no meaning and they just want to break free from it all, right? Fight Club was kind of the same idea. There were a ton of other movies released in the 90s that had like this theme. You know, you're not going to see them talking as much about income inequality or stuff like that. Or if anything like it even remotely comes up, it's going to be through the lens of like hating the man, right? Not to say that these weren't ever problems at all, but I'm just saying that the art that gets created in a particular time, in a particular era, I think it can be reflective of the views that people have in that era as well. The poet does not avert his eyes. This is a particular quote by somebody, by an Arab, I think. I just don't remember who it was, but this is probably the same type of quote.
Very, very few, but I do watch some trash TV, like, let's say, WrestleMania. And there was...
Hell yeah. Someone is like perked up. Enough about madness.
Yes. Let's talk about wrestling.
But it's very interesting because it's a very crude form of drama has emerged, and it's a drama that are not in the fight itself. The fights are interrupted by commercials, meaning they're not that important, but the owner of the franchise shows up in the ring. His wife, alleged wife, in a wheelchair and blind, and he has three sexy women in his arm and rants against his wife in the wheelchair. And all of a sudden you have a form of drama going on, a new form emerging apparently, probably as crude as ancient Greek drama started out in the 5th century before Christ. So I watch it for, number one, I think the poet must not close his eyes, avert his eyes. You have to know in which world you are living. You never know, yes.
Yeah.
And
has this guy talked about movies? Who is Werner Herzog? Have we listened to this guy? Oh, he's a director. Okay. I've heard that exact same quote from him before. Oh, we heard it in a Tony, the Every Frame of Painting. We heard this in a video.
Life out there.
Sorry, I just jumped through like 3 fucking videos.
And yet I think it's crucial to study them. Why?
And Paul, I think you have started to watch WrestleMania on television. Because you must not avert your eyes. This is what is coming at us. This is what television, what a collective anonymous body of majority wants to see on television.
That quote. He's a German filmmaker, actor, opera director, and author. Wait, when you guys say he's a filmmaker, is he a real filmmaker? Or are we talking about movies for the 1980s? Because we know those aren't real, right? Look at this. These aren't 1974, 77? Oh, give me a break. My God, guys. Oh my God. Those weren't even movies back then. They were called filmies. I can try to find more recent source, but there's a shift from 1995 to 2017 showing less willingness with behavior, not just rhetoric online. Staying with parents as adults is also a behavioral aversion to roommates, in my opinion. I mean, it could be a behavioral aversion to roommates, but it could be important to ask why that is, though, too. Like, this is a vibe/feeling that I have. I don't even know how I could prove this. Also, this might also be heavily influenced by my growing up in Omaha, Nebraska. This is a very Midwestern feeling I'm about to give you. But, well, so one Midwestern feeling is you have to escape your hometown. You don't want to stay in the Midwest. I imagine this is probably true of all of the Midwest except for maybe Chicago. Although it wouldn't surprise me if even Chicago dealt with this problem, where the goal is to flee to the coasts, right? If you're in Kansas City, St. Louis, Omaha, maybe even Detroit, I don't know, a place like this, like you want to make it, you got to graduate high school and you got to go to school on the coasts because that's like where the cool people go. I feel like when I was growing up, in addition to that, there is an obsession with leaving your parents. You got to get out. Oh my God, living with your parents in college is like the most humiliating, embarrassing, horrible thing ever. I don't know if that is as much of a feeling that people have anymore. So that might be like a cultural thing. It could be responsive to financial things and everything as well. But I graduated high school in 2007. I think that the idea of like living with your parents in college, you're like the ultimate loser. Like nobody, that was just the worst thing in the world. Or even if it was like to huge financial detriments, people would want to move out. But I don't know if that's as much of a thing anymore. I don't know. Also, and again, that also might be more a geographical thing because I lived in Omaha. Maybe that wasn't as much of the case, like if you were growing up in a coastal place. Okay, sorry.
I think we can all collectively see that almost all the wealth in America has now trickled up into boomers in asset prices, stocks and houses, that everything in society has been built to keep those things propped up. And it's all trickled up into that. And if we don't find a way to get that out of their hands into most other people's hands, these problems, I don't know problems, but this I
know it's anecdotal, but every person I know, I need to find a way to record questions so I don't interrupt the fucking video. Okay, I'm gonna go back to copy paste news and open. Sorry.
The rise of populism will continue. It's unavoidable. People are desperate. They are looking for a different solution, and you can no longer control the media to keep them out. So, I'm overall excited. I like a decent human being who is not captured by corporate interests. Now, that being said, New York has a history of plenty of mayors promising big change. De Blasio in 2017 ran on a tale of two cities, which is like we have one city for the elites and one city for regular people, and we need to have economic equality, and nothing changed, right?
Do you guys remember when Rudy Giuliani said he'd pick a time machine to stop 9/11?
That was our last goat.
He just didn't do it.
Why did he do that? Rudy, why didn't you go back in time and stop 9/11?
I mean, one guy went back in time, and he said it was great. He said 9/11 was great. He didn't do anything to stop it.
Cap? Hi, Sam. So did something go wrong or did something go right?
Well, that's right.
put the stones back, I thought, maybe I'll try some of that life Tony was telling me to get. How'd that work out for you? It was beautiful.
So people jump from the towers. Sorry. Somebody keeps spamming in YouTube chat. Does culture shape art or art shape culture? I mean, they feed back into each other, obviously. I know it's anecdotal, but every person I know who moved out and lived with roommates, it was a nightmare story every time. Yeah, but I mean, it's because you only hear the nightmare stories, number one, and you never hear any of the good things about having the roommates, because there's a normalization thing that happens, or an acclimation thing that happens, that people just don't really consider. So somebody might move in with roommates, have legitimately a bad roommate experience, and then after a year they move out, and they're just like, Jesus, fuck, that was horrible, never again. And all they can tell you is like the bad roommate experience. But what they don't tell you is that they lived in some place and they paid $420 a month. Yeah, oh yeah, 420 for a year, and didn't have to work a second job, or didn't have to pick up a ton of extra shifts at work, or was able to, focus on school more, or was able to do something, right? Because those things are just kind of like, they just happen. You don't really think about those things. So the one bad thing sticks out, and then that's it. So I mean, like, it's kind of like with airlines. Like nobody says like, I love the airlines, I love flying, like nobody says that. Nobody has a favorite fucking airline unless you're a super frequent flyer. But everybody that has like a bad airline story, of course, will have a hated airline. So if you talk to a bunch of people, you're going to feel like, oh, I guess everybody hates airlines because everybody has an airline that they hate, and nobody, right? It's just like some kind of like normalization or acclimation bias or whatever. Why are boomers being wealthy a problem? Won't younger people inherit that wealth anyway? Maybe. The problem with wealth, I think, is that wealth tends to beget more wealth, and it snowballs pretty quickly. And so that can make things feel a little bit shitty or unfair. I could also see it as to why young people feel shittier. They don't feel like anything has changed since high school, living with parents. And also living with parents can be super annoying as an adult versus roommates, your own age that you choose. I mean, I guess. For all the young people that are complaining now, remember this line, okay? Write this down, carve it into your wrist with a pen. Just kidding. Don't do anything about it. For all the people that are complaining now who are young that say that life sucks, in 20 or 30 years, you will look back on this time, oftentimes it's like the funnest, happiest, greatest times in your life, especially depending on what direction your life goes. So for all the complaining that they do now, as soon as they're 30 or 40 or 50, they'll be like, remember when you could just hop in your car and Uber for extra money if you wanted? Or remember when you could buy a sub sandwich and take a loan out for, or whatever retarded shit that kids do? Remember before conservatives banned porn everywhere? Remember when women could travel between states without having to do a mandatory pregnancy test before the conservative cops were trying to see if you were getting an abortion? Hopefully it doesn't get that bad. But like, people always they tend to look back on their past, and they tend to think, even people from the Soviet Union, like older people you poll today will be like, actually, life was way better in the Soviet Union. But what they're really telling you is that like, life was just way better when you were younger. Because when you're young, you've got time and energy. There's no money.
But the Canadians promise a lot. And
dude, what a world if we lived in 2001 and the mayor of New York personally stopped the terrorists.
It was Mark Wahlberg.
My point is that like, I don't even remember what race it was, but I've looked into global mayoral elections before, and generally mayors don't have that much power to change things. It's very limited, and they end up doing a lot of like what I call photo op politics.
Mayor in a city can be highly influential on things. If they're not changing stuff, it's just because there's a lot. Changing stuff is hard. There's a lot of stuff you got to go through. Yeah.
So where they have one little pet project, they do a photo op with it. Most of the city stays the same, and they use it as a platform to run for something greater. Zoran seems like a good guy. If that's the outcome, that's fine. But I'm skeptical that New York is going to dramatically change. So that's my.
Did your parents have the same talk with you in some way? Mine did. Don't know how good the youth have it. No, mine didn't. But also, fuck that. That didn't apply to me. I don't like that. I hate my youth. Fuck being young. Okay. But for you guys will love it. Okay. Most people love it. For me, fuck that. My 30s have been the best time of my life. My late 20s were better. Fuck everything else.
Nuanced opinion. Still excited. He's the guy I wanted to win of this group. Well, I don't know, Aiden, if you want to jump in.
So, I'll start with what you just said there. Okay. I'm similarly skeptical.
Big A recently bashed inheritance step-up basis tax regimen. What?
Step one is fix this. Like, bend this shit back up to a normal, agreed-upon curve, and then enforce it. That's step one.
Oh shit! Tax policy with Atrioc.
The DNC talking about how Mom Donnie's a threat while Trump is so unpopular is just wild to me. Yeah, I talked about this today on the pod. I basically try to make my broader point, which is like, I think I didn't even do a good job of this yesterday because I sort of let perfect be the enemy of good. There's like a few tiny things that Mom Donnie is supporting that I think aren't borne out by evidence. But like in general, I just want to say, having a young person who is a decent person, like a person without corruption or sexual assault charges, who seems like they can speak coherent sentences, is incredible. I just want to be clear, like the core problem is this deep multi-decade vacuum of all assets into boomers' hands, and then every government function being pulled to keep those assets propped up. So having someone who is not part of that system, who is not corrupted by it, who is not beholden to moneyed interests is good. It's a very good thing, and it's a strong signal. The way I put it was this. Think about it like earthquake tectonic plates, things that are bigger than him or any one man. Two massive
Oh, look, he's doing the tectonic plates thing here that he did on the podcast. Wow.
Earthquake plates that are moving to create a gigantic fucking earthquake.
So Trump decided legal citizenship status for 500,000 migrants. What's up with that? We haven't read that yet. I'll read that Supreme Court thing today, though. I mean, I don't want to give a strong opinion on it right now because I haven't read it yet. So maybe it's more nuanced than the headlines make it seem. But if it is as bad as it is, it's probably... even though I'm not at the level of like Brian Tyler Cohen or Luke Beasley or any of the other people who are constantly spamming like bad Trump videos every day with the craziest headlines, even I still feel like even I do the like, this is the most disgusting shit I've ever seen. And I feel like I don't even talk about Trump that much as of recently, but like this would be one of the most disgusting things that Trump has done so far, but we'll see.
All right, to change politics. The two of them are inequality, which is ever widening and becoming more and more of a problem, especially in America. And the other one is social media. Social media is a tectonic plate.
This is your mom's ass trying to come together after I've been railing her for it now. I'm just kidding. Stop.
Because it allows people to skip around the traditional middlemen, social media, podcasts, etc. Okay? These two things are creating not only Mom Donnie's unexpected campaign, but it's also creating Trump. It's also creating populism and like outside the norm systems everywhere because the current system is fracturing. It's not working because it's creating so much inequality. It's like a sign that this stuff can work and that...
I'm 25 and have had clinical depression for 5 years. I am rich, however. Will I still look back at these years as the best of my life in 15 to 20 years? Not necessarily. You could kill yourself soon.
If the current or the remaining
base?
Establishment, if you can even call it, they don't have any power, but doesn't understand that if this isn't solved, this earthquake gets bigger. It just keeps pushing against and more things they think are crazy. Like if you listen to like establishment people in New York City, it's like such a shock to them. You know, so many billionaires donated to Cuomo's campaign and they're shocked. They're shocked about the upset. And like it's not shocking if you...
Wait, hold on.
It's like such a shock to them. You know, so many billionaires donated to Cuomo's campaign and they're
Please don't do it, A-Track. A-Track is the best like political commentator guy who's not like explicitly a political commentator guy. Although he's kind of veered more into that recently, but he has a good general base of knowledge. Please don't fall into the billionaire tribe, okay? I would be curious to see who supported who more in terms of billionaire donations. Although I don't know if that's like tracked. No, it is tracked. No, is it tracked? Actually, I don't know if it's tracked. FEC will track all donations to campaigns for federal offices. I don't know if city offices are tracked in the same way or not. I'm not sure.
Shocked. They're shocked about the upset. And like, it's not shocking if you understand that these tectonic plates are only getting more smashed together. It's only creating more things that we previously would think are unthinkable. People are desperate. Like old methods of like discrediting Mom Donnie being like, oh, he's Muslim, or like trying to like, I think they photoshopped his face to make his beard bigger and more brown. Like that stuff doesn't work anymore because people are desperate. It's the same thing like, I mean, on the opposite side, it happened with Trump. We're like,
I'm 21, and if I look back on this time and think, wow, I missed this, then please someone in chat shoot me. The thing is, even bad things in retrospect are like framed positively, I think. I think everybody does that, right? Like you could be going through the worst, have the worst fucking boss ever, and he's just a piece of shit. And it's like, it's actually like a hellscape, like working there. But like, especially if you got coworkers, if you can look back on it in like 5 years, it's always like, holy shit, dude. Do you remember, you know, the fucking Sean when he would come in and start screaming? I'm like, it's like funny shit, you know? I think once you've made it over something, made it over a hump, I think it's funnier to look back on it too.
Like old methods of like discrediting Mom Donnie being like, oh, he's Muslim, or like trying to like, I think they...
Hello?
Base?
Wait, it's not happening over here.
Bruh. Hey, Photoshop is...
What? Hold on. I knock a cable loose, maybe? What? Oh wait, this, I don't even know how the fuck my shit is hooked up. Oh, this. Would a toss link being loose cause that static?
His face.
What? Why is it doing this? Stop, please. Hold on.
Like that stuff doesn't work.
It's a Chrome thing? It's not. My music on this computer is doing it too. It's something is wrong with my audio. Oh, wait. No.
People are desperate. It's the same thing like, I mean...
Oh, it went off. It went away. What the fuck? Ha! It's my FBI dude. I think he's fucking with me. You got me. You got me. You got me.
The opposite side, it happened with Trump. Where like things they thought would work, like let's call him Hitler, let's call him a fascist. It didn't work because people are, again, so desperate. They're taking more radical. The old methods of button you press didn't work. It just is people are breaking out of those methods because of social media, because of inequality. So listen, yeah, again, the minor things, if I had to bring it up, or is I'm skeptical of things like rent freezes, because they've been tried in other cities. Like Berlin is a great example. They had a progressive governor or mayor in 2019. They tried rent freezes. It ended up being a big disaster. Supply choked off. They had to undo it. There's problems. However, on a larger scale, I think he's a smart guy who will try different things, adjust as they work, as long as he's not corrupt. You know what I'm saying? If you're a good person, not corrupt, and have a brain, you can adapt and solve problems. I'm hopeful. He's also doing a bunch of shit on the rent freeze. I'm aware of all he's done. I researched it for the pod today. I'm aware of every one of his policies. I went through point by point and which ones I support, which ones I don't. Many of them
I will never be on board with calling it the pod. I hate that abbreviation. Do you have a pod? Fuck me, dude.
Sorry. I think free buses. Look, I looked up all of how they've worked in other cities, and free buses is incredible. That has worked in other cities. It does increase ridership. I think state-owned grocery stores has a pretty spotty record, but maybe he does a pilot program, gives it a shot. There's cons to free ridership. I'm aware. I've looked up all of that. I've talked about all of it, dude. The cons to free ridership are that sometimes, not in every case, but sometimes when they've tried free ridership, because the buses now become just a gigantic cost, not gigantic, but a cost center to the city instead of like balancing revenue neutral, the quality of the buses begins to degrade. They become less often refreshed, updated, cleaned, whatever. It becomes quality worse. That's a general con in some places that have tried free ridership. However, it's also worked effectively in other places, and it does seem to decrease congestion and increase ridership overall. Plus, you save the danger and the hassle sometimes of having to collect fees on buses. Plus, overall, you might think free buses in all of New York, that's expensive. It's not that expensive. I don't remember the cost off the top of my head, but it was like not a big percentage of the budget. So I think it would be doable. But also, here's what I want to say, and this is what like people don't want to hear, but it's just like true. It's like if you actually ask people to name mayors that have made significant positive impacts in any city around the world, mayors don't have that much power because they already have like 99% of their budget allocated.
I super disagree with this. I feel like mayors can have a significant influence on things. Nobody gives a fuck about local level things.
Don't get to change much. Everything is already sort of running. They don't have a lot to play with. I've looked into mayoral races a lot before a different mayoral race. And what I found is like mostly what a mayor does is take the small amount of little budget they get and do what I would like to call photo op politics. So they do like a few things that like they can take a photo at and be like, wow, we broke ground on this bridge, or it's like some little thing. And then everyone pogs, but nothing really changes in the city. And I don't think I'm not saying he's going to radically change things forever, but I think the biggest gain from this is the symbolic one. Not like I think it's going to be a drastic change to life in New York. Most people don't even know that de Blasio ran on a very similar program. Like de Blasio ran on, there are a tale of two cities. There's an inequality in New York. There's one city for the rich, one city for the poor. We need to change that. And then de Blasio didn't change much. Like nothing changed.
Destiny, will you answer? Answer what?
For me, the exciting thing is that a young person won, despite money and dirty tactics being used to stop them from winning. That's what I think is cool, because it's a
What are the dirty tactics?
sign that it can happen elsewhere. Not that I think he has enormous power now and will change much. The greatest mayor in New York.
Without looking it up, name your mayor right now. I have no fucking idea. I don't give a fuck about Florida, though. Miami Beach is a different city, so there must be a different mayor of Miami Beach than a mayor of Miami, right? Is there like a city council to Miami Beach? There must be, right? Wait, wouldn't I have... Were they on my ballot? I don't even remember. Miami Beach mayor. There must be. Stephen Minor. Maynor. I'm sure that's Maynor, actually. Decisively elected mayor of Miami Beach. Miami Beach City Council. There must be, right? Holy shit, it's middle guy. Not really. What is the population of Miami Beach? Is North Miami Beach part of Miami? Is that a neighborhood or is that a city? North Miami Beach. This is it's a city. The Miami Beach population must be low. I'm going to guess 100K. Maybe less. Miami Beach city population. Okay. 79.6K. Crazy.
At the power that he has from a mayoral position to dictate a lot of the change that he wants to, right? Because as the mayor of a city, you're overseeing a budget that has to be balanced. You don't have the same tools that the federal government has. Your ability to like spend and raise taxes is very different from your ability to do that at the state level and the federal level. It's not that I don't believe he means what he says or that he has good intentions. I also would have voted for this guy, but I'm skeptically hopeful of his ability to create the changes he's looking for.
What do you think is the biggest cause for inequality in the U.S. if not for billionaires? How do you compelling explain inequality rising consistently? My guess for inequality rising consistently, my guess some of the biggest factors are going to be companies growing larger and larger. Like companies are expanding to cover huge areas now, national, international, multinational, whatever. So as companies get larger, inequality necessarily will rise because if you just have equity in that company, you're necessarily going to have way, way, way more than you're just going to have way more wealth. And then I think capital has gotten more and more efficient. So if you own capital or if you own companies or businesses, you're probably making more money as well, I think. My guess where those two things are coming from.
And I hope in his position, because I'm not very familiar with city level politics, that he's able to affect the change that he's looking for, at least with a lot of these things. But with what Doug said on the food front, I don't know a lot about this specific policy or how he wanted to employ it or how he says it would work. So I'll go off of your explanation of it, right?
Sure, I can even maybe find, he made a little video about it, so maybe I can find that and pull it up. But go ahead.
I do agree that it seems a little silly in a general sense. Margins in the grocery business are low. The way you make your profit in something like selling groceries has a lot to do with volume. So if you're only opening stores across New York City, your ability to price things competitively with those private stores, I think is actually going to be really difficult, even if you're pricing them to not make a profit. Because stores that might be in New York.
In what decade was inequality the lowest? I don't know, probably around the New Deal time. I have been watching your coverage of the New York City mayoral race. Do you agree with the policies of Mandami, like rent freezing, free bus fare, and city-owned grocery stores? Rent freezing is dumb. City-owned grocery stores are dumb. Making public transport more affordable or accessible, I think is probably good. I don't think he'll get a lot of the really dumb stuff through. I just don't think it'll happen, though. So I'm not as worried about that. But also, maybe he'll moderate. Who knows? We'll see. When you check out this video, the teacher predicted the conflict with Iran, Israel, and the U.S. a year ago. No, this guy's...
Where Putin says now...
Maybe we'll watch it, just because it's been getting linked so much. Do you see Charlie Kirk's most recent tweet about third world migration? Yeah, Charlie Kirk has gone super mask off, unhinged, like holy shit recently. The Mandami thing is breaking some conservative brains. Jesus. The Cuomo and his super PACs outspent Zoran Mamdani 4-1 in this race. Damn. Why does Eric Adams has no... Oh, maybe because he's just waiting for the general, I guess? I thought money was supposed to buy election, though, guys.
I'm about to bust.
Why? Why was I like that? Based? Andrew Cuomo is selling out to billionaires and corporations to fund his campaign because he doesn't have the grassroots support to run without their money. Nothing that ever helped NYC started with billionaires cutting PAC checks in exchange for favors. Wow. Campaign contributors by amount. Is this individual number of donors, I guess, based on how much money they donated? I think. Okay. Watch his Gravel Institute video on housing. Ugh, don't do that. Listen, I'm not as worried for far left people because there's no shot they would ever do it. And this is 4 years ago, so maybe his views have changed.
American housing is in crisis. Right now, up to 12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction moratoriums soon to expire, we're facing an unprecedented wave of evictions and foreclosures that will crash straight into millions of struggling families across the country. But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic. In fact, housing has been in crisis for a very long time. Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco, median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500 a month or more. About a third of people... Median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could...
God, I hate everything about housing so much.
Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco.
Like, I understand it's... Fuck. No, this is just going to be 10 minutes of me shitting on this guy. I don't know. I feel like it sounds weird to say live in New York. Well, what are we talking about? The shittiest parts of the Bronx? Or are we talking about living in... Like is it the East Village? What are the expensive zip codes in Manhattan? Like, I feel like there's going to be a significant difference in rent prices, but depending on where you're living out of the city. Same thing with San Francisco as well, and LA for sure. The LA city is huge, but
median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500 a month or more. About a third of people in Los Angeles spend a majority of...
I saw something from the Gravel Institute. They support Russia. They were doing all the pro-Russia... Yeah, the Gravel Institute, it's literally the opposite of the... it's countering the conservative propaganda think tank. Fuck, what was it called? Prager University, that's it, yeah. So it's like just as dumb, but for socialists instead of conservatives.
Their income on housing. In New York City, about 20% of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord. And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent. Of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord. And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent. And the crisis isn't just in big cities. In 95% of all U.S. counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center for Housing Studies, all U.S. counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough.
Like 95% of all U.S. counties can't afford one-bedroom rental on minimum wage. First of all, like nobody in the U.S. is paid minimum wage, like 3% of workers, number one. Number two, I'm pretty sure the definition for afford here is it means that your rent would be less than, is it 40% or 30% of all your income? That's what they count as like afford.
Enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center for Housing Studies warns of a new normal for housing in the United States, in which nearly half of all renter households spend almost a third of their income on rent. That's why even before the fallout from the coronavirus started to hit, more than 500,000 Americans nationwide were already homeless, millions more on the brink of losing their housing, and countless families struggling every month to make Americans nationwide were already homeless, millions more on the brink of losing their housing, and countless families struggling every month to make ends meet. At the root of all of this suffering is the fact that in this country, housing is treated as a commodity, not a right. It's a consumer product, just like clothes or cars, that private businesses can sell on the market to make a profit. And if someone isn't able to pay, either because their landlord raised their rent or because they can't work for one reason or another, they're not able to stay in their homes. If they're lucky, they can live with friends or family, or maybe in transitional housing for a bit. But for a lot of people, they have nowhere else to go, and they end up sleeping on the streets. In December 2019, the number of people sleeping in homeless shelters in New York reached 19,000 people, an all-time high. 100,000 New York City students are homeless. That's more than 10% of the entire student population. Why do so many people end up homeless? It's not because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No, it's because housing...
I'm curious what their definition of homeless is there. People have a lot of different definitions for a lot of different things, but...
People is not the primary goal of developers or landlords. Their goal, simply put, is to make a profit. And it's much more profitable to build luxury apartments for the rich than decent homes for the poor. This gives us a big shortage of homes for ordinary working people. For every 100 households that are extremely low income...
If that's true, then why does anybody build any ordinary housing anywhere ever? wouldn't all the housing all over the entire country just all be luxury housing? Like,
There are only 36 affordable and available homes. As a result, we have plenty of housing for the rich, but poor and working class people don't have nearly available homes. Ordinary working people. For every 100 households that are extremely low income, there are only 36 affordable and available homes. As a result, we have plenty of housing for the rich, but poor and working class people don't have nearly enough on the market. So we have people scrounging to make ends meet or sleeping on the streets right below luxury condos and uninhabited apartments. This is a terrible way to organize a housing market. It might be
like there are not that many uninhabited places in LA, San Francisco, and New York City, but
profitable for landlords and developers, but it's not efficient or beneficial for the rest of society. In fact, housing doesn't have to be seen as a market at all. In other countries, housing is considered a fundamental right, like education or healthcare. That means the government goes to significant lengths to guarantee everyone has a home, and the market plays a much smaller role in the construction and distribution of housing. So let's hop across the pond and about 100 years back in time to take a look at just one example of how an alternative housing model got started in beautiful red Vienna. At the end of the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, leaving behind a number of successor states, including modern-day Austria, home to the former imperial capital of Vienna, the 5th largest city in the world. Despite being the seat of an empire, the chaos of the war and decades of neglect had left the working class of Vienna in desperate circumstances. Inflation was rampant, jobs were scarce, social services were non-existent, and hundreds of thousands of people were crammed into decaying tenements where overcrowding, disease, and violence were rampant. So it's no surprise that in 1919, at the first elections ever held in Austria where all adult citizens could vote, the Social Democratic Party swept into power at the municipal level on the promise of dramatic social and economic reform. And they delivered. The new government of Vienna implemented a huge range of services, including public health care and public child care. They built high-quality hospitals, schools, and recreational facilities. But their crowning achievement was an ambitious program of social housing, what Americans call public housing.
so sourcing stuff that was going on between like 1917 and 1930, like post-World War I collapsed Germany. I mean, like that's a take, but I mean, like the conditions in that country were so fucking insane after World War I. But that's what a time period to cite. Jeez. There were times when it was so hard to afford any property and there were so few places available. But let me tell you, there were ambitious housing policies in 1942 and 1943 in Warsaw in Poland, where they were able to make so much space for extra housing units and move people in that had never, lived in. Like, it's like, geez, okay.
That began in 1923 and saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the rich. But these weren't the kinds of apartments you might picture when you think of public housing in the United States. Drab high-rises plagued by chronic neglect and underinvestment. Residents could enjoy leafy courtyards, wide open spaces, and plenty of natural light. They had shared laundries, state-of-the-art kitchens, food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, schools, and swimming pools. These apartments were designed to be both beautiful to look at and beautiful to live in, fostering a sense of shared community among the people who lived there. And the best part was that because the city didn't have to worry about making a profit, just about paying off their maintenance costs, these homes were both much nicer and much cheaper than what workers had previously known. In 1926, the average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage. The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage. The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered urban blight into 4% of a monthly wage. The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered these changes. And even though Red Vienna fell in 1934 when the country was seized by fascists, who did what they could to roll back social housing, that commitment to good, cheap housing remained after the Second World War.
I don't know. Okay, that's just...
Today, an astonishing 62% of all city residents live in social housing, with the average monthly rent falling somewhere between $400 and $600 a month, with subsidies for lower-income tenants. That is a fraction of what people in America pay. Unlike in the United States, where public housing is treated as a worst-case way to house the very poor, Vienna's social...
It is still going strong. The Seestadt in Vienna is the current big push for new buildings. Sure, but like, let's say I want to go move to Vienna. How long would it take me to find an apartment to move into?
Housing residents are extremely diverse. Everyone except the top fifth of the population is eligible to live in social housing. This means there's broad appeal across many segments of society, which creates the foundation for its political popularity. That is how the majority of people in Vienna enjoy something that's considered almost utopian here in New York. Affordable housing that isn't just cheap, but desirable. Housing that isn't just four walls and a roof, but a real home, with a sense of stability, safety, and community built in. Now, of course, this is only one example of an alternative framework for housing, and Vienna has not fully removed housing from the domain of the market. Residents still pay part of their earnings and rent to cover operational costs, and a sizable chunk of the population lives in private housing. But it's an actually existing alternative that shows...
Can you explain the issue, bro? I don't understand. There is... The issue is that there are problems that exist in society, and I don't know if it's because the people that talk about the problems aren't the people who are experiencing them, or if it's just other things going on, social media or whatever, there are problems in society. There are some very easy and obvious ways to counter those problems, but nobody really wants to explore those because they're not very ideologically sexy. So instead, people are taking and because of that, like nobody actually works on the problems, and then people just want to sidestep into all of these like very ideologically sexy ways to talk about the problems, even though these ways are retarded and they will never fix any of these problems at all. And that's, I don't know, I feel like we're kind of circling the drain on that right now, but
shows us what a step toward a better
I mean, we've been doing that for like the past like 5 or 10 years.
world could look like. If we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo, in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market, and toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. So how can we do it? We can start by making sure people who access housing on the private market have ironclad protections against abuse.
Okay, so you're stumbling into the joke that I just made, I stand fleet. You said, this literally doesn't make sense. If someone is only spending 4% of their income for an apartment a block away from downtown, why can't I just spend 10% of mine to outbid them and move downtown so I don't have to commute to work? Do they literally not allow bidding? That was the joke I was going to say. Well, how long would it take me to find an apartment here? One of the biggest problems with rent-controlled units and stuff is that it causes a low amount of, would it be low friction? No, it would be very high friction for a lot of these markets, and you literally can never move in. But people not being able to move into an area are not seen as like it's a, I don't know how to explain this. It's not a problem that anybody can see because what are you talking about? You're talking about a person that doesn't exist. They didn't even move there. But for the people that are there and they can inherit the benefits of having like rent stabilization and rent control and everything, those people obviously are having a huge surplus to their existence. So those people are happy with it. So when it comes to things like rent stabilization and rent control, the winners of that policy are incredibly obvious. And the losers are either people that nobody likes, like building owners, landlords, or whatever, or people that aren't there, like people who could otherwise move into the city and live there.
And exploitation. But to go further, toward the Vienna model, we'll have to go beyond the market. We can establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords when buildings go up for sale. And we can fully commit to a new era of social housing, ending subsidies for luxury housing development and using our wealth to build beautiful, high-quality social housing projects that offer good homes and strong communities to everyone. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us. And we know how we'll get there, through a movement of the multiracial working class organizing for the better world we know is possible. And we've already begun. I'm Zohran Mamdani, Assemblyman for New York's 36th Assembly District in Astoria, Queens, for the Gravel Institute.
Wow. Okay. What? We have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to trade with, including the fact that they have charged our farmers as much as 400% tariffs for years on dairy products, has just announced that they are putting a digital service tax on our American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. They're obviously copying the European Union, which has done the same thing and is currently under discussion with us also. Based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Why is he ending his tweets with this? Who the fuck gave him this stupid tag? But don't we want people staying in homes and building communities over long periods of time? I lean towards no on that. The idea that I just don't think it's a workable or realistic policy. I guess I would have to look to history and other places to see if that's ever worked. Where like if you live in some place, then like your entire future progeny like needs to be there forever and ever. Amen. It just seems like an unworkable way to build economically prosperous places. What even is this?
Opens fire and murders them.
Oh, the weird. If rent controls are so stupid, why are they implemented widely across Europe? Are all these governments stupid? No, the governments are democratic, and the people that live in an area tend to vote for rent controls. But I mean, there's been a ton of studies published on rent control impacts in a lot of European cities. The last big ones I think were Berlin, and I mean it kind of fucks shit up. And all the problems that I'm talking about exist in those cities. Like, it's very, 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 very hard to find new apartments in highly rent stabilized or highly rent controlled areas. Donor talking about he donated to Cuomo. But consistency in cities is key for economic growth. No? No? What do you mean by consistency? Having the same person living from birth to death? No. I think the important thing is to have people sorting themselves out in the most appropriate places for them to live is probably the most important thing. What is your idea to deal with homelessness then? You don't believe in housing them through the government? Homelessness is that's a whole separate conversation than affordable housing. These are two totally different things. Why was I even linked to this? Okay. As donors try to assess their next moves in the mayoral race, one of the biggest donors to Andrew Cuomo's super PAC, the investor Mark Gordon, said he is likely to back Mamdani. That is because of the support that Mamdani had gotten from Brad Lander, who Gordon said he ranked first. I feel like people misunderstood my $250,000 for Cuomo for real enthusiasm. Gordon said in an interview, it was basically, oh, looks like Cuomo is coming back. We don't want to be shut out. Let's try and get on his good side. That's kind of how things work with Cuomo. It's sad political pragmatism. I wish we lived in a world where those sorts of things were not useful things to do. Wait, so is he not donating anything to Mamdani, or who's this guy? That's fine. Could you answer the question? Do you believe in using the state to solve homelessness? I'm walking you somewhere. Why don't you just, like, whatever like boring point you're about to make, I've probably heard a million times. Why not just get to the point? It's not two totally different things. You spoke about the winners/losers in social housing. Who are the winners and losers of our current housing? Dude, shut the fuck up. You're so fucking retarded. Go actually talk to or see or meet homeless people, like, ever in your entire fucking life. Like, there are tons of, the stratification of different types of homeless people is a way different thing than, I can't afford to live in the most expensive cities in the fucking world and now I'm fucking homeless. Like, if you want to solve homelessness, that's a whole political project that you have to commit to that it needs like a top-down approach to actually house these people. It requires a lot of money. It requires not just money, but it requires like a commitment from people with different skill sets. It requires a lot of political will to do something, and it requires a much different approach than just giving somebody a house, right? If you give a fucking crack-addicted, like, schizophrenic dude an apartment to live in, he's gonna trash it, strip the copper out of the walls, and then sell it and go kill himself on the street, right? It's a totally different type of problem to solve, like the like crazy homelessness stuff versus making sure that people have affordable places to live, or that people can afford to live in places without having to spend 90% of their fucking paycheck on their apartments. These are totally different problems. Having affordable housing, having affordable place for people to live versus solving homelessness. You're so rich. You're the type of person who's like, oh, being poor in America means that you have to skip every other meal. You can't afford to eat dinner. It's so, there's no food for, like, whoa. I love you. I love all of you so much. Okay. Peter Thiel just did an interview.
Is Silicon Valley
Very good study to cite for rent control. If nobody that advocates for rent control gives a fuck about any of the research on rent control. It's literally a waste of fucking time. It's a waste of time to talk about the research on it.
Recklessly ambitious. What should we fear more, Armageddon or stagnation? Why is one of the world's most successful investors worrying about the Antichrist? My guest today is the co-founder of PayPal and Palantir, and an early investor in the political careers of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Peter Thiel is the original tech-right power player, well known for funding a range of conservative and simply contrarian ideas. But we're going to talk about his own ideas, because despite the slight handicap of being a billionaire, there's a good case that he's the most influential right-wing intellectual of the last 20 years. Peter Thiel, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for being here. So I want to start by taking you back in time about 13 or 14 years. You wrote an essay for National Review, the conservative magazine.
New York City spent like $1 million on an apartment next to me. They put a guy that uses crack there. He was finally moved. The apartment was completely trashed. It's just not possible to pay probably $20K in damages a year. It's not so much, I'm not saying they shouldn't have homes. I'm just saying that like if you want to solve issues with people with drug addiction or mental health, it has to be like a top-down approach to their lives. And it's a whole project. And anybody that's had somebody with a severe drug addiction or mental illness in their life knows this. You can't just give them money or give them a place to live and everything's going to fix itself. They won't even be on the track to fixing themselves. It's a whole ass project. The real difficult problem, the real issue, and you know what? If somebody wants to do something in a city, I would be in favor of just the experiment, is making it easier to remove the rights from people that have severe mental illness issues. Because honestly, one of the saddest and biggest issues, this is a thing that you either get or you've never experienced anybody in your life like this before, and so it sounds crazy. But one of the hardest and saddest things to deal with is that adults can't be forced to get help. And they will spiral and they will destroy their lives. There's nothing at all that anybody can do about it. If there was some like instrument to compel people, maybe that would be different. But obviously this would be like a huge overstep of like people who, I'm talking about people who are like psychotic or people who have like severe drug addiction issues. Like these people, their lives are fucked and they will never get better unless somebody literally, it requires them to either crash out so hard that they try to hurt themselves, so they get forcibly committed to someplace for 72 hours, or they get arrested and go to jail and maybe clean up there, maybe, but it's not like jail is rehabilitating these people at all. You just have to hope that they basically age out of their drug addiction and then go back to the streets or clean their life up out. But yeah, it's a hard knock life.
You're very welcome. Thanks for being here.
Also, somebody linked me the court ruling.
So I want to start by taking you back in time about 13 or 14 years. You wrote an essay for National Review, the conservative magazine, called The End of the Future. And basically the argument in that essay was that the dynamic, fast-paced, ever-changing...
Destiny, I kind of agree, but I feel like top-down should be more cultural incentives instead of government interjection. Maybe government can do cultural empowerment, as cringe as that sounds. It has to be professionals. Normal, ordinary families and people aren't equipped to deal with people who are like that. And then they feel increasingly like shit because they're not equipped to deal with people like that. There is fundamentally a different thing, especially when we get into like psychotic mental illnesses, where it's like, I think I've complained about this before, like the episodes of House where it's like, if you just talk to the person in the right way, you can crack the code and figure out what's really going on. It's just not true. Dealing with people like that it's a whole thing that an ordinary person is just not qualified to deal with. They just can't. It's beyond the scope of most people to deal with these types of issues. And then same thing with drug addiction. Drug addiction is a really, really, really hard thing to deal with as well. And oftentimes the families will end up being, I say oftentimes, I don't have the date on that, it's just anecdotally, families will be enablers until basically like the last possible minute where the person either dies because they OD, they get into some other trouble, or their lives are basically completely and utterly destroyed and the family has to cut them off because they've started to steal from them or something.
And basically the argument in that essay was that the dynamic, fast-paced, ever-changing modern world was just not nearly as dynamic as people thought.
Good thread on homelessness. TLDR, mental illness/drugs is not the main cause of homelessness. I agree, it is not the main cause of homelessness. I think mental illness is overrepresented in homeless people by like it's 2 or 3 or 4x higher than society. I've seen different numbers on it. However, this is the one thing that I would say you have to be very, very, very careful of. I won't go dig through this guy's shit right now because I don't even care that much. Somebody else can if they want to. One thing you have to be very, very careful though is people have a lot of definitions for homelessness, and not all homelessness is the same. Some types of homelessness are so different, and sometimes people use very broad definitions. So like for instance, I would say I was more on the bad side of it, but even I wouldn't want to be included in like a homeless stat. When I was when I broke up with my ex-wife in college, was I out of college? There was about a month where I didn't have a place to live because me and my new girlfriend didn't have enough money for a down payment on the apartment we wanted to move into. So I lived out of my car for a month. But me living out of my car was me having a full-time job. I'm pretty sure I was still going to school. I could go crash at Kyle's dorm if I needed to shower, or I could use a truck stop. I just slept in my car. So like I was homeless, but like that homeless experience is way different than like I'm on the street, I'm 45 years old, I have no future, I have no job, right? The worst thing that I see, the most annoying thing I've seen, I feel, when I've looked up homelessness stuff in the past is people will consider you homeless if you don't have a stable place to live, but if you consistently have like a family member's home to stay at. So for instance, if you're somebody who doesn't have their own house, but you're able to stay with like an uncle, or you're able to stay with a cousin for an extended period of time, sometimes those people get counted in homelessness stats. And I feel like that's, like, it's not a good thing, and we can talk about it, but it is meaningfully different. It is meaningfully different than the people who are setting people on fire in subways in New York City. These are meaningfully different types of people. And to group them all the same and talk about them like it's all the same is wild to me. That's a wild, wild, wild way to talk about it, I think. Destiny, the worry, I guess, is that taking their autonomy away makes them super unlikely to seek help again in the future. I mean, I guess, but I mean, are they going to seek help anyway? I don't know. Who knows? Stop looking at this Dean Withers crash out. He's not crashing out. It's obviously a meme. You're fucking retarded. Oh, never mind. You're a schizo. Okay. I'm gonna kill myself watching this.
And that actually we entered a period of technological stagnation, that sort of digital life was a breakthrough, but not as big a breakthrough as people had hoped, and that sort of the world was kind of stuck, basically. Yes. And you weren't the only person to make arguments like this, but it had a special potency coming from you because you were a Silicon Valley insider who had gotten rich in the digital revolution. So I'm curious, in 2025, right? Do you think that diagnosis still holds?
Yes, I still broadly believe in the stagnation thesis. It was never an absolute thesis. So the claim was not that we were absolutely completely stuck. It was in some ways a claim about that the velocity had slowed. It wasn't zero, but that we were, I don't know, from 1750 to 1970, 200 plus years were periods of accelerating change where we're relentlessly, we're moving faster. The ships were faster, the railroads were faster, the cars were faster, the planes were faster. It culminates in the Concorde and the Apollo missions, and then that in all sorts of dimensions, things had slowed. There was, I always made an exception for the world of bits. So we had, computers and software and internet and mobile internet, and then, the last 10, 15 years, you had crypto and the AI revolution, which I think is
the world of bits. Why don't I just say technology? Okay,
is in some sense pretty big, but the question is, is it enough to really get out of this generalized sense of stagnation? And there's an epistemological question you can start with on the Back to the Future essays. How do we even know whether we're in stagnation or acceleration? Because one of the features of latent modernity is that people are hyper specialized, and so can you say that we're not making progress in physics unless you've devoted half your life to studying string theory? Or what about quantum computers? Or what about cancer research and biotech, and sort of all these verticals? And then how much does progress in cancer count versus string theory? And so you have to give weightings to all these things. So it's in theory, it's an extremely difficult question to get a handle of, because the fact that it's so hard to answer that we have ever narrower groups of guardians guarding themselves is itself cause for skepticism. And so yes, I think broadly we're in this world that's still pretty stuck. It's not absolutely stuck.
Yeah.
Peter, I've never listened to this guy speak in my entire life. This is the guy that spawned off all the retards, the Mark Andreessens or whatever. This guy sounds like he's not retarded though. I don't know if I would agree with anything he says, but it sounds like he's at least thought. I'm not going to say thought just a little bit. It sounds like he's thought a bit about the things that he's talking about at least. He's not retarded. Okay. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard this guy speak in my entire life. I've actually never even seen a picture of this guy in my entire life. But
you mentioned Back to the Future, and we just showed our kids the original Back to the Future, the first one with Michael J. Fox. And of course,
it was like 1955 to 1985,
right.
30 years back. And then the Back to the Future 2 was, I think, 1985 to 2015, which is now a decade in the past. And that's where you had flying cars and the 2015 future.
Did he misspeak? 2015? A decade in the past?
Sure. Is wildly divergent from
the 2015 future did have.
Do you know Yarvin? Yes, I watched Yarvin talk to some reporter. I was not impressed. He did not seem very intelligent. This guy seems like he is decently intelligent at least, but I don't know.
Past, and that's where you had flying cars, and the 2015 future is wildly divergent from
the 2015 future did have Biff Tannen as a Donald Trump-like figure in some kind of power, so it had some kind of prescience. But yeah, the big noticeable thing is just how different the built environment looks. And so one of the strongest cases for stagnation that I've heard is that, yeah, if you put someone in a time machine from various points, they would recognize themselves to be in a completely different world if they left 1860
or 1890 to 1970. If you those are the 80 years of your lifetime,
right.
Something like that.
But the world, just to my kids, even as children of 2025, looking at 1985, it's like the cars were a little different and no one has phones, but the world seems fairly similar. So that's a kind of non-statistical, but
did that jive with what he said? The world is comparable today than it was to 1985? I don't know if I would. I feel like the world has changed incredibly significantly since I was a kid, but
that's a common sense.
That's a common sense understanding. But are there, like, what would convince you that we were living through a period of takeoff? Is it just economic growth? Is it productivity growth? Like, are there numbers for stagnation versus dynamism that you look at?
Sure, it would be. Well, the economic number would just be how, what are your living standards compared to your parents? If you're a 30-year-old millennial, or how are you doing versus when your parent.
It's actually so hard to get into a good rehab, even if you meet all the requirements for it. It can take months to get a bed, even if you're accepted. It leaves a lot of time for disaster. That and good rehab places can be fucking insanely expensive. The reality is that people that are like fucked in terms of addiction or whatever, and like are truly fucked, if you don't have a good support system or it feels to me like a catch-22. Like if you have a really good support system or family group or a network that can take care of you, then you don't end up in the really precarious situations. And then if you end up in the really precarious situations, you're going to get completely fucked. But then you don't even have the resources to get out. All of it becomes kind of self-reinforcing, unfortunately.
30-year-old millennial, or how are you doing versus when your boomer parents were 30 years old? How did they do at the time? There are intellectual questions. How much, how many breakthroughs are we having? How do we quantify these things? Like, what are the returns of going into research? There certainly are diminishing returns to going into science or going into academia generally. And then maybe this is why so much of it feels like this sociopathic Malthusian kind of an institution, because you have to throw more and more and more at something to get the same returns. And at some point, people give up and the thing collapses.
Well, right. So let's pick up on that. Why should we want growth and dynamism? Because as you've pointed out in some of your arguments on the subject, right, there is a kind of cultural change that happens in the Western world in the 1970s, around the time you think things slow down, start to stagnate, where people become very anxious about the costs of growth, the environmental costs above all.
Yes.
And the idea being, you end up with a widely shared perspective that we're sort of rich enough, and if we try too hard to get that much richer, the planet won't be able to support us. We'll have, degradation of various kinds, and we should be content with where we are. So what's wrong with that argument?
Well, I think there are deep reasons the stagnation happens. So, there are always three questions you ask about history. What actually happened? And there's a question you get to what should be done about it. But there's also this intermediate question, why did it happen? People ran out of ideas. I think to some extent the institutions degraded and became risk averse, and sort of these cultural transformations we can describe. But then I think to some extent also people had some very legitimate worries about the future, where if we continue to have accelerating progress, were you accelerating towards environmental apocalypse?
Can any of you here, can you explain what is going on with the resurgence of anti-Muslim rhetoric in the States? In Canada, most Muslim MPs are conservatives. Trump feeds into it a lot, but the big issue with Mamdani is actually just the fact that he is, it's the fact that he's socialist. They're attacking him based on the fact that he's Muslim because it's like the easiest virtue signal, especially for New York City that got terrorist attacked by Muslims. But it's just because he's socialist. If Mamdani would have been a Republican candidate and would have won a primary in New York, I mean, that would be impossible. But all of the conservatives would instead be saying, look at how diverse we are. Look at how many different people are drawn to conservative values. Look at how many people want to contribute to the country. Even for, like, they would be saying that instead. It's the thing they don't like is the fact that he's a left-leaning candidate. And he's a left, he's like a socialist.
Transformations we can describe. But then I think to some extent also people had some very legitimate worries about the future, where if we continue to have accelerating progress, were you accelerating towards environmental apocalypse or nuclear apocalypse or things like that. But I think, if we don't find a way back to the future, I do think the society, I don't know, it unravels. It doesn't work. The way the middle class, I would define the middle class as the people who expect their kids to do better than themselves. And when that expectation collapses, we no longer have a middle class society. And maybe there's some way you can have a feudal society in which things are always static and stuck, or maybe there's some way you can shift to some radically different society. But it's not the way the Western world, it's not the way the United States has functioned for the first 200 years of its existence.
So you think that ordinary people won't accept stagnation in the end?
It's
that they will rebel and sort of pull things down around them in the course of that rebellion.
They may rebel, or our institutions don't work. All of our institutions are predicated on growth.
Right. Our budgets are certainly predicated on growth.
Yeah, yes. If you say, I don't know, Reagan and Obama. Reagan was sort of consumer capitalism, which is oxymoronic. It was, you borrow, you don't save money as a capitalist, you borrow money. And Obama was low-tax socialism, just as oxymoronic as the consumerist capitalism of Reagan. And I like low-tax socialism way better than high-tax socialism. But I worry that it's not sustainable. At some point, either the taxes go up or the socialism ends. So it's deeply, deeply unstable, and that's why people they're not optimistic. They don't think we've hit some stable. The Greta future maybe can work.
This is the Greta Thunberg. Just to be clear, that's a reference to Greta Thunberg, the activist best known for...
It feels like these guys completely dismiss how much tech is advancing. Yes, the world changed between 1890 and 1980, but between 1980 and now, AI was literally science fiction plus many other examples. Yeah, I think one issue is, I feel like an issue we run into today is, I've said this before, the cell phone and our ability to instantly gratify ourselves with everything, I think has really ruined our ability to stop and appreciate anything. Like every single thing that you do in life today has to compete with everything in the world, right? Even showing somebody a movie in a theater, you have to compete with the world at your fingertips. It's a lot going on. It's fascinating to have a conversation about how it feels like we haven't improved much, but like a thing happened. Who can guess what's in my brain right now? There's a thing that happened in like the past year or two that people have kind of joked and memed about forever. And it actually happened, and it's probably will be the craziest thing in the past 100 years. And we've stopped talking about it. And I don't want to say we've moved on, but we've stopped talking about it now. Blooper chip. Yeah, Ozempic, right? How long have we had the fitness industry, the weight loss industry, the nutrition, all this bullshit? And it was like, we could just find a drug to make people skinnier. We just need to find the skinnier. And the Ozempic and the semaglutide and all the drugs that are being manufactured over there now, that's like insane. But okay, well, we've got that, and then we just move on to the next thing. And it's like, damn, it feels like we didn't even have that long to appreciate that,
For anti-climate change protests, who to you I would say represents a kind of symbol of a anti-growth, effectively authoritarian, environmentalist-dominated future.
Sure, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It'd be like a very, very different society if you
really actually lived in a kind of degrowth, small Scandinavian villages.
I'm not sure it'd be North Korea, but it would be super oppressive.
One thing that's always struck me is that when you have this sense of stagnation, a sense of decadence, right, to use a word that I like to use for it in a society, you then also have people who end up being kind of eager for a crisis, right? Eager for a moment to come along where they can radically redirect society from the path it's on.
Is there an example of a thing that was adequately appreciated in its time when it came out? I feel like when stuff is new and before you were getting inundated with all sorts of shit, yeah. So like as somebody from the console era, damn, dude, when new consoles came out, that was a big fucking deal. That was a big fucking deal. You had to wait a long time for a new console. You had to wait a long time for a new game in a series. And when that shit came out, it was hype, and there was like a lot of appreciation for it for months or years after sometimes. Coax internet, DSL and coax modems were That was appreciated for a long time. Moving off of 56K. Holy shit. Huge game changer. The first iPod that came out, like MP3 players. First iPhone that came out, smartphones. Yeah, I think this stuff was kind of hyped for a while. But now it feels like stuff comes and goes. Or there's stuff that like, GPS, holy fuck, not having to print out the map quest. That was amazing. Yeah, now it feels like everything comes and goes like instantly. Like we looked up that thing we looked up, it's like unbelievable to me. But you just, you never hear stuff about this. ALL is acute lymphoblastic leukemia, which is the most common type of leukemia. In 1960, the 5-year survival rate for children was like 5%, right? Today, it's like, I think it's at 90% today. This graph stops tracking at 1990. But like, and then even in the worst one, which is acute myeloid leukemia, the 5-year survival rate for that is 65 to 70%, right? So if you're a child and you have leukemia, in my mind, that's still like coded as a death sentence. Like, oh shit, you're gonna die. That's really sad. But the fact that that's like a 90% 5-year survival rate, I was like, gee, but like you never, I don't know. And I'm sure there's like a million other examples of stuff in medicine and technology that is advanced like that. You just never really think about it. You never hear about it. So, yeah.
Because I tend to think that in rich societies, you hit a certain level of wealth, people become very comfortable, they become risk averse, and it's just hard. It's hard to get out of decadence into something new without.
Yeah, HIV has been for a while now basically a non-issue as long as you have medication for it. Your survival rates are on par with people that are just ordinary people. Supposedly there was that vaccine that I just heard about recently. I don't know what the status is on that, but yeah.
Very comfortable, they become risk averse, and it's just hard. It's hard to get out of decadence into something new without a crisis. So the original example for me was after September 11th. There was this whole mentality among foreign policy conservatives that we had been decadent. And
if you want to do the Hassan stuff, the hair stuff has gotten crazy as well, right? If you were balding as a dude, you're just kind of like fucked. And now between the two most common drugs I hear, the finasteride and the minoxidil, basically, as long as you catch your balding stuff early, you can basically stave off balding like forever. I don't know if this is true for everybody, but for a lot of people, like that stuff has come a really long ways as well. And then the hair replacement stuff, I guess that people fly to Turkey for.
And it's just hard. It's hard to get out of decadence into something new without a crisis. So the original example for me was after September 11th. There was this whole mentality among foreign policy conservatives that we had been decadent and stagnant, and now is our time to, wake up and launch a new crusade and remake the world. And obviously that ended very badly. But something similar.
But it was Bush 43 just told people to go shopping right away.
So it wasn't anti-decadent
for the most part. So there was some neocon foreign policy enclave in which people were LARPing as a way to get out of decadence. But the dominant thing was Bush 43 people telling people just to go shopping.
So what risks should you be willing to take to escape decadence? It does seem like there's a danger here where the people who want to be anti-decadent have to take on a lot of risk. They have to say, look, you've got this nice, stable, comfortable society, but guess what? We'd like to have a war or a crisis or a total reorganization of government and so on. They have to lean into danger, right?
Well, I don't know if I have to answer, I don't know if I have to give you a precise answer, but my directional answer is a lot more. Yeah. We should take a lot more risk. We should be doing a lot more. And I don't know, I can go through all these different verticals. It's, if we look at biotech, something like dementia, Alzheimer's, we've made zero progress in 40 to 50 years. People are...
like I said, like we're finally getting to the point where we're having drugs that are being made for Alzheimer's disease for the first time in all of history. Saying that we've made zero progress there is so empirically incorrect. I don't know about other... I can't speak to other neurodegenerative diseases or whatever, but
something like dementia, Alzheimer's, we've made zero progress in 40 to 50 years. People are completely stuck on beta amyloids. It's obviously not working. It's just some kind of a stupid racket where the people are just...
Oh, he read that one big critique, which was a critique. It was a good critique and it was bad, but to say that we made no progress is just absolutely
reinforcing themselves. And so, yes,
why does hair fall out for men at a certain age? Which chemical process is occurring? I don't know. It has something to do with DHT and something. But go to there's tons of men's hair loss, like the most common thing that I think men talk about online.
Just some kind of a stupid racket where the people are just reinforcing themselves. And so yes, we need to take way more risk in that department.
Well, I want to ask, to keep us in the concrete, I want to stay with that example for a minute and ask, okay, what does that mean, saying we need to take more risks in anti-aging research? Does it mean that the FDA has to step back and say anyone who has a new treatment for Alzheimer's can, go ahead and sell it on the open market? Like, what is risk in the medical space look like?
Yeah, you would take a lot more risk. If you have some fatal disease, there probably are a lot more risks you can take. There are a lot more risks the researchers can take. Culturally,
Fuck. Okay, never mind. Okay, so he has like a decent mind, but it sounds like he hasn't done any actual like empirical work. To say that like researchers don't take risks, the problem is that this stuff is expensive. It requires a lot of research to do this. It's not just like, let's just do random shit with random people and see what works. Like I feel like there are companies that are willing to take risks, but it's expensive. You have to fund it. Like you can do trials and studies and all this shit, but it's a lot of work.
I imagine it looks like is early modernity, where people, they thought we would cure diseases. They thought we would have radical life extension. Immortality that was part of the project of early modernity. It was Francis Bacon, Condorcet. It was, and maybe it was anti-Christian. Maybe it was downstream of Christianity. It was competitive. If Christianity promised you a physical resurrection, science was not going to succeed unless it promised you the exact same thing. But I remember 1999, 2000, when we were running PayPal. One of my co-founders, Luke Nozek, he was into Alcor and cryonics, and people should freeze themselves. And we had one day where we took the whole company to a freezing party. A Tupperware party. People sell Tupperware policies at a freezing party.
Was it just your heads? What was going to be frozen?
You could get a full body or just a head.
But just the head was cheaper.
It was disturbing when the dot matrix printer didn't quite work, and so the freezing policies couldn't be printed out. But in retrospect, this was still
technological stagnation once again, right?
But it's also a symptom of the decline, because in 1999, this was not a mainstream view, but there was still a fringe boomer view where they still believed they could live forever. And that was the last generation. So I'm always anti-boomer, but maybe there's something we've lost even in this fringe boomer narcissism, where there were at least a few boomers who still, believed science would cure all their diseases. No one who's a millennial believes that anymore.
I think there are some people who believe in a different kind of immortality, though, right now. I think part of the fascination with AI is connected to a specific vision of transcending limits. And I'm going to ask you about that after I ask you about politics. Because one of the striking things I thought about your original argument on stagnation, which was mostly about technology and the economy, was that it could be applied to a pretty wide range of things. And at the time you were writing that essay, you were interested in seasteading this ideas of essentially building new polities independent of the sclerotic Western world.
This guy doesn't follow breaking science. CRISPR and AI and stuff like AlphaFold are some of the most promising breakthrough science in decades. Yeah, but we're making improvements at margins where I think it's hard to see it as well. Another really cool thing, but obviously you can't talk about it because of political reasons, but the mRNA vaccine breakthroughs. This is really cool. The ability to create a vaccine in like basically a fucking day from nothing. And the idea that you can get mRNA and actually get this into a person's body and get this into a person's cell when this is like one of the most unstable molecules of all time. Like the processing, the machines required to manufacture those lipid nanoparticles is like insane. Like all of the engineering and science behind that is super fascinating. But obviously now people are like, what?
But then you made a pivot in the 2010s. So you were, one of the few prominent, maybe the only prominent Silicon Valley supporter of Donald Trump. In 2016, you supported a few sort of carefully selected Republican Senate candidates. One of them is now the Vice President of the United States. And my view as an observer of what you were doing was that you were basically being a kind of venture capitalist for politics, right? You were saying, here are some disruptive agents who might change the political status quo, and it's worth a certain kind of risk here. Is that how you thought about
Sure,
that?
there were all sorts of levels. I mean, one level was these hopes that we could redirect the Titanic from the iceberg it was heading to, or whatever the metaphor is, really change course of society.
Through political change.
Maybe a much narrower aspiration was that we could maybe at least have a conversation about this. When someone like Trump said, "Make America Great Again," okay, is that a positive, optimistic, ambitious agenda, or is it merely, a very pessimistic assessment of where we are, that we are no longer a great country? And I didn't have great expectations about what Trump would do in a positive way, but I thought at least for the first time in 100 years, we had a Republican who was not giving us this syrupy Bush nonsense. And that was not the same as progress, but we could at least have a conversation. In retrospect, this was a preposterous fantasy. I had these two thoughts in 2016, and you often have these ideas that are just below the level of your sort of consciousness. But the two thoughts I had that I wasn't able to combine was, number one, nobody would be mad at me for supporting Trump if he lost. And number two, I thought he had a 50-50 chance of winning. And then I had this implicit.
Why would nobody be mad at you if he lost?
It would just be such a weird thing, and it wouldn't really matter.
Okay.
But then I thought, he had more. I thought he had a 50-50 chance because the problems were deep and the stagnation was frustrating. And then the fantasy I had was, if he won, we could have this conversation. And the reality was, people weren't ready for it. And then maybe we've progressed to the point where we can have this conversation at this point in 2025, a decade after Trump. And of course, you're not sort of a zombie left-wing person, Ross. But I'll take whatever progress I can get.
So from your perspective so let's say there's two layers, right? There's sort of a basic sense of, this society needs disruption, it needs risk. Trump is disruption, Trump is risk. And Trump is, and the second level is...
What is Peter Thiel's background? Well, I feel like we're in this world where CEOs of tech companies are somehow able to misrepresent themselves as these highly qualified, incredibly intelligent engineers, and they're not at all. They might know a little bit about engineering. They might even be might even have a bachelor's and have worked a job in it for a few years. But I feel like somehow they come off, or they're trying to come off as I am. If you were to make a super company of the best engineers in the world, you would hire these tech CEOs. It's no.
Trump is actually willing to say things that are...
But maybe he was, and I'm just not aware of it.
True about American decline, right? So do you feel like you, as an investor, as a venture capitalist, got anything out of the first Trump term? What did Trump do in his first term that you felt was anti-decadent or anti-stagnation? If anything, maybe the answer is nothing.
Well, I think we...
Wait, has this guy said if he supports Trump right now in Trump 2? Did he say that? Oh no, not the specific questions.
Capitalist got anything out of the first Trump term? What did Trump do in his first term that you felt was anti-decadent or anti-stagnation? If anything, maybe the answer is nothing.
Well, I think it took longer and it was slower than I would have liked, but we have gotten to the place where a lot of people think something's gone wrong, and that was...
Wow. Look at the expectations.
That was not the conversation I was having in 2012, 2013, 2014. I had a debate with Eric Schmidt in 2012 and Mark Andreessen in 2013 and Bezos in 2014. I was on there's a stagnation problem, and all three of them were versions of, everything's going great. And I think at least those three people have, to varying degrees, updated and adjusted. Silicon Valley's adjusted.
Silicon Valley, though, has more than adjusted. A big part of Silicon Valley...
On the stagnation
question. But then a big part of Silicon Valley ended up going in for Trump in 2024, including, obviously, most famously, Elon Musk.
Yeah, this is deeply linked to the stagnation issue. And my telling, I mean, these things are always super complicated, but my telling is, I'm so hesitant to speak for all these people, but someone like Mark Zuckerberg or Facebook Meta, and in some ways, I don't think he's very ideological. He didn't think the stuff necessarily through that much. It was the default was to be liberal, and it was always if the liberalism isn't working, what do you do? And for year after year after year, it was you do more. If something doesn't work, you just need to do more of it, and you up the dose and you up the dose, and you spend hundreds of millions of dollars, and you go completely woke, and everybody hates you, and at some point, it's okay, maybe this isn't working.
So they pivot.
Yeah,
right?
so it's not a pro-Trump thing.
It's not a pro-Trump thing, but it is, just both in public and private conversations, it is a kind of sense that Trumpism and populism in 2024, maybe not in 2016, when, Peter was out there as the lone supporter, but now in 2024, they can be a vehicle for technological innovation.
The problem is these tech billionaires are attempting to diagnose a problem and solve a problem that enriches them. No, I don't even care about that. That's fine. Go for it. The issue that I have is that these guys get good at owning a business or something. And it feels like people who got rich in crypto trying to talk about the stock market or finance or macro econ. And it's bro, put the fries in the shareholder bag. Okay. You're fucking retarded. Why do you think that you are suddenly magically granted the authority over all? So few of these people seem to bother doing any type. Bill Gates did, but maybe that's just because he was so into the philanthropy over the vaccine stuff. When he talks about stuff or all the medical stuff he does across Africa, creating African super soldiers. These guys just don't ever. I guess they don't feel like they ever need to do any kind of reading or research or deep diving into any of the domains that they now, opine on and present themselves as having expert level deep knowledge on. And it's fuck, dude. Because they've listened to Joe Rogan, they think they're informed.
Economic dynamism.
You're framing it really, really optimistically here. So I
know you're pessimistic.
When you frame this optimistically, you're just saying these people are going to be disappointed and they're just set up for failure and things like this.
People expressed a lot of optimism. That's all I'm saying. Elon Musk expressed a lot of, he expressed some apocalyptic anxieties about how budget deficits were going to kill us all. But he came into government and people around him came into government basically saying, we have a partnership with the Trump administration and we're pursuing technological greatness. I think they were optimistic. Yes. And so you're coming from a place of greater pessimism or realism. So what I'm asking for is your assessment of where we are, not their assessment, but do you think, does populism in Trump 2.0 look like a vehicle for technological dynamism to you?
It's still by far the best option we have. I don't know, is Harvard going to cure dementia by just puttering along, doing the same thing that hasn't worked for 50 years?
Who are you citing, bro? What do you know about dementia? Who is working on it better than Harvard? or I don't even know what Harvard medical research looks like compared to other, like what is the model that you are saying that we should be more similar to? Like, do you even know what the state, like, can you name 3 journals that publish research about, dementia? Can you name a single article, like groundbreaking article in the past year or two? Do you know any of the lead researchers in this field? Do you know anything about the current state of the science and of the research in this field at all? Like, it's such an, and I know he doesn't, because if he did, he would be naming it all. He would be talking about it more. But it's all these like vague bullshit statements. Like, bro, what do you do with all your fucking time? And then to come out here and then to support, as Richard Hanania calls it, the low human capital point of view. Like, oh, true, we're not doing enough dementia research in the United States. But you know what's really going to push that along? Our last best hope, Donald Trump, who is cutting us off from international students and defunding research all across the country. Wow, that's going to definitely move us closer there. What the fuck?
Is Harvard going to cure dementia by just puttering along, doing the same thing that hasn't worked for 50 years? So
that's just a case for it can't get worse. Let's do disruption, right? But the critique of populism right now would be Silicon Valley made an alliance with the populists, but in the end, the populists don't care about science. They don't want to spend money on science. They want to kill funding to Harvard just because they don't like Harvard, right? And in the end, you're not going to get the kind of investments in the future that Silicon Valley wanted. Is that wrong?
Yeah, but we have to go back to this question of, how well is the science working in the background? This is where, the New Dealers, whatever was wrong with them, they pushed science hard, and you funded it, you gave money to people, and you scaled it, and whereas today, if there was an equivalent of Einstein and he wrote a letter to the White House, it would get lost in the mailroom, and the Manhattan Project is unthinkable. If we call something a moonshot, this is the way Biden talked about, let's say, cancer research, a moonshot in the 60s still meant that you went to the moon. A moonshot now means something completely fictional that's never going to happen. Oh, you need a moonshot for that. It's not like we need an Apollo program. It means it's never, ever going to happen. And so,
but it seems like then you're still in the mode of, for you,
like, again, we're not allowed to talk about it. But like the last great example of this was the mRNA vaccine. Bro, we made a vaccine through international fucking capitalism, right? Sponsored partly by the US government with Warp Speed, right? That kicked every other country in the world's vaccine on this. Even the Jews all ate our mRNA shit too, didn't they? In Israel, weren't they injecting with that? And then what? China made their own vaccine. It sucked. Russia made their own vaccine. It sucked. Like, it was such a huge project that like interwoven like so many incredibly sophisticated and complicated technologies that was like the end road of decades of research and workers around the world. But we can't talk about that, I guess. So, fuck, it's so fucking annoying. Whatever.
As opposed to maybe...
I can't think of anything else in the past few decades. The other stuff that would be similar to it, although I guess it's not the US that manufactures it, is it Taiwan? Who makes the machines? I know that the machines are usually in Taiwan for like microchip processing, the actual fabricators. ASML. I think some of this is manufactured in the US though, right? These machines are... These machines are crazy. I just read an article about this recently. Where like when they're putting together these parts, like they have to be accurate to within like microns of attachment to be able to manufacture these parts. This shit is fucking crazy. But it's like so ubiquitous and so ever-present everywhere in society that we just take it for granted. It's like, oh, whatever, a microchip, a microprocessor, I guess, whatever, who cares? And it's like, bro.
Program, it means it's never, ever going to happen. And so
why can't we talk about the vaccine? Well, I mean, we can, but they can't. But they won't, because the vaccine has like all these retarded fucking conspiracies around it, and their audience is all fully bought into it, so they can't cite that as a positive example of some type of like huge project that we came together, worked on, and successfully did.
Something completely fictional that's never going to happen. Oh, you need a moonshot for that. It's not like we need an Apollo program. It means it's never, ever going to happen. And so,
but it seems like then you're still in the mode of, for you, as opposed to maybe for some other people in Silicon Valley, the value of populism is...
Look up Teal talking about mRNA vaccines. He agrees with you on this entirely and goes much further. Oh.
In tearing away the veils and illusions. And we're not necessarily in the stage where you're looking to the Trump administration to do the Manhattan Project, to do the moonshot. It's more like populism helps us see that it was all fake.
You need to try to do both. And they're very entangled with each other. And I don't know, there's a deregulation of nuclear power. And at some point we'll get back to building, new nuclear power plants or better designed ones, or maybe even fusion reactors. And so yes, there's a deregulatory, deconstructive part, and then at some point you actually get to construction, and it's all things like that. So yeah, in some ways you're clearing the field, and then
how is Donald Trump helping you there though? Donald Trump is obsessed with lowering the cost of fossil fuels. How is he pushing us towards nuclear energy? Like the problems that we have with nuclear energy aren't technology based. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like they're more political opinion based and population based.
But you've personally
like imagine you're supporting the guy who screams clean coal over and over again. You're like, we need nuclear energy. Like, okay,
and
dude.
It's all things like that. So yeah, in some ways you're clearing the field, and then
but you've personally stopped funding politicians.
I'm schizophrenic on this stuff. I think it's incredibly important, and it's incredibly toxic. And so I go back and forth on
incredibly toxic for you personally,
for everybody who gets involved. It's zero sum. It's crazy. And then in some ways,
because everyone hates you and associates you with Trump. Like how is it toxic for you personally?
It's toxic because it's in a zero sum world. The stakes in it feel really really high, and
you end up having enemies you didn't have before.
It's toxic for all the people who get involved in different ways. There's a political dimension of getting back to the future. You can't, I don't know. This is a conversation I had with Elon back in 2024, and we had all these conversations. I had the seasteading version with Elon where I said, Trump doesn't win, I want to just leave the country. And then Elon said, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. This is the only and then you always think of the right arguments to make later. And it was about 2 hours after we had dinner and I was home that I thought of, wow, Elon, you don't believe in going to Mars anymore. 2024 is the year where Elon stopped believing in Mars, not as a silly science tech project, but as a political project. Mars was supposed to be a political project. It was building an alternative. And in 2024, Elon came to believe that if you went to Mars, the socialist U.S. government, the woke AI, it would follow you to Mars. It was the Demis meeting with Elon that we sort of brokered. He was doing DeepMind.
This is an AI company.
Yeah, this was the rough conversation. Was Demis tells Elon, I'm working on the most important project in the world. I'm building a superhuman AI. And Elon responds to Demis, well, I'm working on the most important project in the world. I am turning us into interplanetary species. And then Demis said, well, my AI will be able to follow you to Mars. And then Elon sort of went quiet. But in my telling of the history, it took years for that to really hit Elon. It took him until 2024 to process it.
But that doesn't mean he doesn't believe in Mars. It just means that he decided he had to win some kind of battle over budget deficits or wokeness to get to Mars.
What does Mars mean? Is it and again, it's
what does Mars mean?
Well, is it just a scientific project, or is it is it like a Heinlein,
a vision of a new society?
Yeah, Heinlein,
populated
the moon
by
as a
many
libertarian
people
paradise
descended
or
from
something like
Elon Musk.
Well,
right,
I don't know if it was concretized that specifically, but if you concretize things, then maybe you realize that Mars is supposed to be more than a science project. It's supposed to be a political project. And then when you concretize it, you have to start thinking through, well, the woke AI will follow you, the socialist government will follow you, and then maybe you have to do something other than just going to Mars.
Okay, so the woke AI. Artificial intelligence seems like...
Why does it feel like Elon every single day is crying about Grok, and then Grok never gets anti-woke enough for him?
One, if we're still stagnant, it's the biggest exception to stagnation. It's the place where there's been remarkable progress, surprising to many people progress. It's also the place we were just talking about politics. It's the place where the Trump administration is, I think, to a large degree, giving AI investors a lot of what they wanted in terms of both stepping back and doing public-private partnerships. So it's a zone of progress and governmental engagement. And you are an investor in AI. What do you think you're investing in?
Well, I don't know. There's sort of a lot of layers to this. So I do think I don't know. There's one question we can frame is just how big a thing do I think AI is? And it's my stupid answer is it's more than a nothing burger, and it's less than the total transformation of our society. So my placeholder is that it's roughly on the scale of the internet in the late 90s, which is I'm not sure it's enough to really end the stagnation. It might be enough to create some great companies. And
holy shit, is this a Supreme Court thing for today? 119 pages. Woo!
The internet added maybe a few percentage points to the GDP, maybe 1% to GDP growth every year for 10, 15 years. It added some to productivity. And so that's sort of roughly my placeholder for AI. It's the only thing we have. It's a little bit unhealthy that it's so unbalanced. This is the only thing we have. I'd like to have more multidimensional progress. I'd like us to be going to Mars. I'd like us to be having cures for dementia. If all we have is AI, I will take it. There are risks with it. There are, there are dangers with this technology.
So you're a skeptic. But then you are a skeptic of what you might call the sort of superintelligence cascade theory, which basically says that if AI succeeds, it gets so smart that it gives us the progress in the world of atoms. That it's like, all right, we can't cure dementia. We can't, figure out how to build the perfect factory that builds the rockets that go to Mars, but the AI can. And at a certain point, you pass a certain threshold, and it gives us not just more digital progress, but 64 other forms of progress. It sounds like you don't believe that, or you think that's less likely.
Yeah, I somehow don't know if that's been really the gating factor.
What does that mean, the gating factor?
It's probably a Silicon Valley ideology. And maybe in a weird way, it's more liberal than a conservative thing, but people are really fixated on IQ in Silicon Valley, and that it's all about smart people.
Right.
And if you have more smart people, they will they'll do great things. And then the economics anti-IQ argument is that people actually do worse. The smarter they are, the worse they do. And they, it's just they don't know how to apply it, or our society doesn't know what to do with them, and they don't fit in. And so that suggests that the gating factor isn't IQ, but something that's deeply wrong with our society. So
is that a limit on intelligence, or a problem of the sort of personality types that human superintelligence creates? I mean, I'm very sympathetic to the idea, and I made this case when I did an episode of this podcast with a sort of AI accelerationist, that that certain problems can just be solved if you ramp up intelligence. It's like we ramp up intelligence and boom, Alzheimer's is solved. We ramp up intelligence and the AI can, figure out the automation process that builds you a billion robots overnight. I'm an intelligence skeptic in the sense I don't think, I think you probably have limits.
It's hard to prove one way. It's always hard to prove these things, but
until we have
I share your intuition, because I think we've had a lot of smart people and things have been stuck for other reasons. And so maybe the problems are unsolvable, which is the pessimistic view. Maybe there's no cure for dementia at all, and it's a deeply unsolvable problem. There's no cure for mortality. Maybe it's an unsolvable problem. Or maybe it's these cultural things. So it's not, it's not the individually smart person, but it's how this fits into our society. Do we tolerate heterodox smart people? Maybe you need heterodox smart people to do crazy experiments. And if the AI is just conventionally smart, if we define wokeness again, wokeness is too ideological, but if you just define it as conformist, maybe that's not the kind of smartness that's going to make a difference.
So do you fear then a plausible future where AI in a way becomes itself stagnationist? That it's like highly intelligent, creative in a conformist way. It's like, the Netflix algorithm. It makes infinite okay movies that people watch. It generates infinite okay ideas. It puts a bunch of people out of work and makes them obsolete, but it doesn't, it like deepens stagnation in some way. Is that a fear?
It's
like people just outsource.
It's quite possible. That's certainly a risk, but I guess where I end up is I still think we should be trying AI, and that the alternative is just total stagnation. So yeah, there's sort of all sorts of interesting things that can happen with maybe drones in a military context are combined with AI, and okay, this is kind of scary or dangerous or dystopian, or it's going to change things. But if you don't have AI, wow, there's just nothing going on. And I don't know, there's like a version of this discussion on the internet where did the internet lead to more conformity and more wokeness? And yeah, there are all sorts of ways where it didn't lead to quite the cornucopian, diverse explosion of ideas that libertarians fantasized about in 1999. But counterfactually, I would argue that it was still better than the alternative. That if we hadn't had the internet, maybe it would have been worse. AI is better. It's better than the alternative, and the alternative is nothing at all. Because here's one place where the stagnationist arguments are still reinforced. The fact that we're only talking about AI, I feel, is always an implicit acknowledgement that, but for AI, we are like in almost total stagnation.
But the world of AI is clearly filled with people who, at the very least, seem to have a more utopian, transformative, whatever word you want to call it, view of the technology than you're expressing here, right? And you were mentioned earlier the idea that the modern world used to promise radical life extension and doesn't anymore. It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And
the cyborgs. Okay, I don't care about this. Okay, I'm gonna start setting up to get ready to. We're gonna read through this whole thing because I think this is probably very important. Somebody donated $10 earlier and said, any advice for dealing with everything? I'm watching my country be destroyed, and my friends who were never political before a year or so ago are cheering for it. Shit keeps getting worse. I don't know. Political stuff is like stuff that you engage with once your own personal stuff is a little bit more settled and stable. If you feel a bunch of discomfort in your personal life, or if following this stuff provides for a lot of discomfort or is making you feel bad, then you shouldn't be engaging with it. It's not good for you. It's not healthy.
So we don't need to talk about where I saw this because, I don't know, we don't need to like dump attention on people with bad takes. But I recently saw a person talking about how environmentalists were hypocritical because pipelines, oil and gas pipelines, are actually good for the environment. And if you look at this through a very narrow lens, there's like a truth here, which is that moving oil through a pipeline is far more efficient than moving it on a train, which is how you would typically otherwise be moving that oil around. But there is a thing where right now oil is pumped out of the ground, put into trains, and then the trains drive to the refineries. And on the way to the refinery, that produces a ton of carbon emissions. So it would be way more efficient per unit of oil delivered if we just put it in a pipeline. So why are these environmentalist hypocrites?
Are we going to use the term induced demand? Cheaper oil increases demand for it, so overall pollution goes up, even if it's better to transport it that way because it's cheaper and now people are using more of it? What are we thinking?
Blocking pipelines. About 20% of the total like CO2 that fuel, that like gasoline is responsible for, is emitted before it gets burned. So in the process of distributing it to like from the refineries to the gas stations, in the process of refining it, which produces carbon dioxide, in the process of producing it, getting it out of the ground, and in the process of getting it to the refineries. So getting it to the refinery more efficiently would be better for the environment, right? So why don't we like pipelines if they're better for the environment, if they lower the carbon footprint of gasoline? And the answer is pretty clear. That infrastructure pays for itself on the scale of decades. And so if you are building new pipelines, what you are saying is we're going to be using this pipeline for decades. And we can't be doing that. We cannot be using a pipeline that we build today, 20 years from now, because 20 years from now, we cannot be burning gasoline anymore. We can't be doing it for our lungs. We can't be doing it for our climate. We can't be doing it for our wallets. I think that there is some legitimacy to separating the sort of climate movement, whatever that is, from the problem of climate change and how we are going to solve it. I think there is a certain amount of the climate movement that encourages hopelessness, that is very doomer, that kind of pitches things in binaries that I think ultimately end up harming our progress. So if you're constantly telling people that like this is the tipping point and after this tipping point then there's nothing we can do, then that's like you're breaking the process, because of course when we hit the tipping point and the world still exists and you're still telling people that we still have to fight, should I be hopeless? Should I not believe you anymore? What's the truth here? And there is some tension between like portraying the complex reality of energy transition and motivating people to climate action or to just care about this topic. And I'm not entirely sure how to balance those things. And I don't think that like anybody decides how to balance them. I think that this is largely out of people's control. It's a bunch of individuals acting in their own ways, how like in the ways that they feel best to act in and that they like the most. There are many, many times when building a pipeline means now you can drill for oil that you previously couldn't drill for. So it has become, because of the pipeline, not just economically available oil, it has become economically imperative oil. We have to drill it to pay for the loan that we took out to build the pipeline. And part of me like, okay, if I think that people can be swayed by like a little stupid argument like that to be like, I guess climate change isn't real, then, but I kind of think that we have to do everything we can to reach everyone we can. And so if there is this little meme going around that's like, oh, I don't believe it. It turns out that the climate activists actually made it worse. No, they made it better. They made it better because that oil that previously would have got pumped out of the ground because it suddenly would have been more economically efficient and helped pay for this pipeline, that stayed in the ground. That stayed in the ground. It didn't get shipped more inefficiently. It never got taken out of the ground in the first place. That's why we can't build new pipelines. That's why pipelines are over. And every time anyone wants to build a new pipeline, I am opposed to it. Because if you can't make money putting it on a train or a truck or whatever, then that oil is going to stay in the ground. And that percentage of its carbon impact that would be negated by putting it in a pipeline rather than a train is peanuts compared to just leaving it in the ground. We have alternatives now. And 20 years from now, there are going to be a lot of other options. And I'm confident that all of them are going to be cheaper than gasoline, which is not getting easier to get. So we need to make this transition, and anything that smooths our path in making it.
Okay, I don't care about this. Okay, there you go. Set up. Wait, real quick. What is this? The 100 best movies of the 21st century. Super bad. Yes. Should be higher up, but we take that. Memoirs of Murder? Don't care. Grizzly Man? Pff, this guy, we just learned about him. Don't care. Gravity? Eh. I didn't watch it. I heard it was meh. Black Panther. Yes! Cape shit in my top 100 list! The Worst Person in the World. Didn't watch. No opinion. Minority Report? That was 2002? Hell the fuck yeah. Michael Clayton. George Clooney is always cool. So sure. Haven't watched it. Gladiator. Okay. Fish Tank. Didn't watch. Francis Ha. Don't know. Don't care. Interstellar. Okay. Yeah. Okay, what is number 1? That's all I care about. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That's 7. Wow, this guy must have been feeling a certain type of way when he made this list. No Country for Old Men. It's a good movie. 6, though? Okay. Moonlight. Didn't watch it. In the Mood for Love. I haven't seen it. There Will Be Blood. This is a very good movie. Mulholland Drive. Haven't seen it. Looks cringe. Looks old. 2001. And oh my god, get me the fuck out of here. Oh my god. Get me out. Get me out! Get me out of here! Okay. Trying to remember how we did this. We opened this program. Get out of here. Go to this. Nope. Bro, file navigation on Apple anything is just, it's actually a fucking nightmare. I don't even know half the time if I'm actually editing or looking at the actual file, or if it's like the 5th copy that's been made for some other program folder or whatever the fuck else. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. What is this? No clue. I don't know how to... I don't even know how to add connection. What am I adding a connection to? Cloud storage, network connection. What if I just want to look at the folder where my Obsidian stores files at? Is that impossible? Am I not allowed to do that? Is it impossible I can't do that? Is that just not a thing you can do? Oh, hold on. If we click Files, Recents, don't know where that information is pulled from at all. What about Shared? Nope. Recently Used, Chrome? Nope. Oh, what about this thing? On my iPad. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. Jesus. Oh my god, PDF Expert has AI now? Oh, AI-powered PDF Copilot? Oh my god! I've been waiting for this for so long. Thank God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, God. Finally. Finally. Okay. What fucking program did I use to put... Oh, it was OBS, right? And then iPad? The fuck is this? Oh, it's NDI, I bet. That's what it is. Okay. Do you think if I just turn it on here, it's just going to work instantly, right? Oh my god, it did work. Wait. Wait. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna do my final TikTok stream reading this stuff. Okay, boom, boom. Alright, the fuck is this? People keep linking this. Hold on.
I don't know. NMP kind of gives me kind of like weirdo vibes. He kind of gives off the vibes of like Yeah, well, he gives off. But like no shade or no like, you know, gives off the hey, I have followers kind of vibe, and then I'm gonna, you know, yeah, we can stream together, but also I'm gonna try to like hit on you afterwards, and then try to make you sleep with me kind of vibe, and then like if you say no, I'm gonna like force myself on you kind of vibe. That's just what I get.
Jesus.
I don't know. NMP kind of gives me kind of
Rape vibes. Okay. No shade, though. Seems like a rapist, but no shade. This. Okay. And then we do TikTok. Do you think they'll be able to hear me if I just like speak and I don't have my AirPods in? Probably. Dude, I can't do phones. I'm a fucking boomer. Okay. Live? Okay. Reading. Trump v. Casa. Supreme Court decision. Oh, can't have that many characters. Okay. Add topic. What is the topic? Can I do politics? Is that even a thing? Music, beauty and fashion, fitness and sports, learn, live match, food, gaming, pop culture, fandom, chat and interview, animals and pets, outdoors, daily life, do-it-yourself, art, dance, relations. I guess learn? We're learning, right? It's kind of like learning. Scaled live rewards. Collect diamonds from... Okay, add a live goal. Do I need a live goal? They gamify the fuck out of this. Holy shit. I don't need any of this shit. I don't care. Stop! Quit editing. Quit. What is the ruling about? I don't actually really know that much. So we're just gonna fuck it. But it's a long-ass read, so I'm sure all of that will be made apparent No. Where's the little... Okay. Do this. No? Hello? Wait. Push. Wait. This? No? This? No? This. Wait. No. There we go. No. Why is it not? Why are we not doing it? Oh, no. Oh, wait, I bet. There we go. What about now? There we go. Cool. Good job. I'm so proud of you. King. Okay, hopefully after this TikTok thing, I can go live on my own. Go live. Please don't kill my stream for no reason. Why does this feel like it's tilted? Oh, don't know, don't care. All right. I don't know if you can hear me on TikTok. Don't care. I need to stream for some amount of time, and I'm reading Supreme Court case. Good luck. Wait. No? Fuck. Stop. I mean, shoot. This. Okay. You can see this? All right. Supreme Court of the United States. That's our top level federal court for the US government. This is the syllabus. No, and my TikTok stream ends for no reason. Okay, we'll just start talking. Never mind. Good luck. Where it is feasible, a syllabus or head note will be released, as is being done in connection with this case at the time the opinion is issued. The syllabus constitutes no part of the opinion of the court, but has been prepared by the reporter of decisions for the convenience of the reader. So if you're not used to reading Supreme Court rulings, anything that's written under the syllabus is going to be like a summary of the ruling, but the syllabus is not written by any of the Supreme Court justices. It's just written by the court reporter that kind of summarizes what the ruling is. We'll read the syllabus and then we'll read the decision. This is kind of a longer one. This is like 111 pages or something, so good luck. Trump, President of the United States, et al. That means there might be other people that are parties on that side. Verse Casa Inc. et al. There are other parties on that side. On an application for a partial stay. So I believe that a stay is where you are asking. Okay, never mind. I'm just never streaming on TikTok, I guess. Fuck this account and fuck me. The TikTok dream is dead. Okay. Trump on application partial stay. So generally, I believe that a stay is usually where you are. A stay is where you are asking the court to stop doing something. Like a stay is like belay that order. Stop. You want the court to stop doing so. It looks like Trump has applied for a partial stay, meaning to stop an order that a lower court has issued, I think. Plaintiffs, the respondents here, meaning that the court, the original case, it looks like was filed against Trump, but this is a separate case, an application for a partial stay. So the plaintiffs are, this is not referring to Trump here, it's referring to the other side, the defendants in the stay application, but the original filers of the underlying case. Plaintiffs, respondents here, individuals, organizations, and states filed 3 separate suits to enjoin or to legally stop the implementation and enforcement of President Trump's executive order number 14160. C, protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. 90 Fed Regulation 8449. The executive order identifies circumstances in which a person born in the United States is not subject to the jurisdiction thereof and is thus not recognized as an American citizen. The plaintiffs allege that the executive order violates the 14th Amendment's Citizenship Clause, Section 1, and Section 201 of the Nationality Act of 1940. In each case, the district court entered a universal injunction, an injunction barring executive officials from applying the executive order to anyone, not just the plaintiffs. Has this term, I'm curious, before 2025, has this term been used before? Universal injunction. Before 2023, Supreme Court. There's been some chat about it. Okay, there's an article, at least from Harvard, about it. Although it's recent, in 2020, but okay. In each case, the district court meaning the federal court, the first federal court where these cases were heard individually, entered a universal injunction, an injunction barring executive officials from applying the executive order to anyone, not just the plaintiffs. And in each case, the Court of Appeals denied the government's request to stay the sweeping relief. The government argues that the district courts lacked equitable authority to impose universal relief and has filed 3 nearly identical emergency applications seeking partial stays to limit the preliminary injunctions to the plaintiffs in each case. The applications do not raise, and thus the court does not address, the question of whether the executive order violates the Citizenship Clause or Nationality Act. Instead, the issue the court decides is whether, under the Judiciary Act of 1789, federal courts have equitable authority to issue universal injunctions. Okay. One thing I'm curious about, were each of these underlying cases in different circuits, or do they all come from the same circuit? Trump v. Casa. SCOTUS blog, Wikipedia. Okay, 18 states and 2 cities filed a lawsuit in the District Court for the District of Massachusetts. And then 4 other states filed a second lawsuit in the District Court for the Western District of Washington. And a third lawsuit was filed in the District Court for the District of Maryland. Circuits, Wikipedia, USA, legal. Just show me the map. Okay, Maryland. Washington is obviously way the fuck over there. And then what was the other one? I'm just checking. Massachusetts. Gotcha. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So these are 3 completely separate circuits that all ruled against Trump on this. All of them issued injunctions against this. So all right. Held. Universal injunctions. Wait. Oh no, it's telling you the holding, not that it's holding from a lower court. Sorry. Okay. Held. Universal injunctions likely exceed the equitable authority that Congress has given to federal courts. The court grants the government's applications for a partial stay of the injunctions entered below, but only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary to provide complete relief to each plaintiff with standing to sue. The issue raised by these applications, whether Congress has granted federal courts authority to universally enjoin the enforcement of an executive order, plainly warrants this court's review. On multiple occasions and across administrations, the Solicitor General has asked the court to consider the propriety of this expansive remedy. The Solicitor General is like your main attorney that argues on behalf of the government in front of the Supreme Court, basically. I don't know if he does other stuff or if his job is mainly just arguing government cases to the Supreme Court. As the number of universal injunctions has increased over the years, so too has the importance of the issue. The government is likely to succeed on the merits of its claim that the district courts lacked authority to issue universal injunctions. See this, holding that for a stay application to be granted, the applicants must make a strong showing of likelihood to access the merits. The issuance of a universal injunction can be justified only as an exercise of equitable authority, yet Congress has granted federal courts no such power. The Judiciary Act of 1789 endowed federal courts with jurisdiction over all suits in equity, and still today, this statute is what authorizes the federal courts to issue equitable remedies. This court has held that the statutory grant encompasses only those sorts of equitable remedies traditionally accorded by courts of equity at our country's inception. I haven't heard this term before. Let me look up equitable authority. Also, I'm going to try something. Listen, if you have questions or comments related specifically to this, I'm mainly looking at Kick Chat and then YouTube chat for this. All right. Equitable authority. Westlaw? Fuck. I don't know how this is like defined like legally or historically or whatever. Fuck. Fuck, I feel like I want to know what this means. Equitable authority. Origin of court's equitable authority. Article 3, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution provides, in relevant part, that the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, treaties, at the time the United States Constitution was adopted and continuing to, for a considerable period thereafter, various states had separate equity courts, and federal courts recognized separate causes of action for equity that were distinguished from suits at common law. See generally, blah, blah, blah. However, commencing in 1845, states began to abandon their separate equity courts. In 1938, federal courts adopted new federal rules of civil procedures for all civil matters, wherein a single form of civil action is provided for all civil suits. See equity jurisprudence. Classification of a cause of action as to whether it seeks a remedy at law or in equity remains important for several reasons of general significance. One, equitable remedies are generally enforceable by contempt, while legal remedies are not. And two, generally litigants do not have a right to a jury trial to obtain equitable relief, whereas in many cases a right to a jury trial attaches to the suit at law. And three, equitable relief is discretionary. Determining whether a particular cause of action seeks remedies at law or in equity is not an easy task. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know any of this at all. Fuck, I feel like I should understand this. Oh, good luck. Hopefully we can ascertain it as we read. Destiny, I understand why a universal injunction may not be allowed, but why wouldn't a district court have the ability to enjoin all those actions within their district? I don't know the answer to that, but I imagine that's going to be what this court case is about. Basically, the issue is that what the Trump government is mad about is the Trump government made the argument, if you listen to the oral arguments, that a district court, a federal court, shouldn't be able to issue an injunction against the government, preventing it from doing some behavior to anybody beyond the actual plaintiffs in a lawsuit. And in my opinion, this sounds very wacky because typically if you're going to enjoin the government from doing something relating to some law it has, it's probably because it's not a good law. But the idea is that the government is arguing is that, so like, let's say for instance, let's say that the government was, what the fuck? Let's say that the government was engaging in some behavior where they were dumping raw sewage. The federal government was dumping raw sewage in some guy's backyard, and then somebody sues the government. They're like, we don't like the sewage dump policy that you have. And then the federal court, they win, and they issue an injunction against the government. Well, the government's saying, well, hold on. If they don't want us dumping sewage in the backyard, every single person whose backyard we're dumping sewage into, they all have to sue us. One guy can't sue us, and then you provide relief to people who aren't even parties to the lawsuit. That's ridiculous. On my mind, that argument is ridiculous, but that's where we're at, I guess. But we'll read the, we'll see what the, we'll see how they argue it, I guess. Okay. This court has held that the statutory grant encompasses only those sorts of equitable remedies traditionally accorded by courts of equity at our country's inception. Okay. Universal injunctions are not sufficiently analogous to any relief available in the court of equity in England at the time of the founding. Equity offered a mechanism for the Crown to secure justice where it would not be secured by the ordinary and existing processes of law. The origin of English equity, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this is a quote from that. This judicial prerogative of the king thus extended to those causes which the ordinary judges were incapable of determining. Eventually, the Crown instituted the practice of delegating the cases that came before the judicial prerogative to the Chancellor for his sole discretion or decision. The general rule in equity was that all persons materially interested in the suit were to be made parties to it. Injunctions were no exception. There were sometimes suits to restrain the actions of particular officers against particular plaintiffs. Of importance here, suits in equity were brought by and against individual parties, and the chancellor's remedies were generally party-specific. You cannot have an injunction except against a party to the suit. In sum, under long-standing equity practice in England, there was no remedy remotely like a national injunction. I really need to know what the inequities thing is. It sounds like basically what they're arguing about is that like a court couldn't... So like, for instance, here's the thing that I know is true. Let's say that I sue a company because they made medication that made me sick. If I sue that company, an outcome of that court case can never be that the company has been forced to, pay out all the medical bills to every single person who was negatively impacted by that medication. The only way for that to happen is to file a class action lawsuit. The class action lawsuit can denote a classification of people that the court has to approve, and then all of those people are now listed as the plaintiff, meaning they are a party. Parties to a case are either the plaintiff or the defendant. They are now a plaintiff, and now they are entitled to equitable relief. Well, I guess that means equitable relief. Some kind of like payout or something from that court. Are they arguing with examples of how a king behaves? Well, careful. So this is a syllabus. So they're not arguing it all right now. What they're doing is when the... There's three things here. I wish I could remember. When a court is trying to decide how a law should be, when the Supreme Court is, the first thing they look at is it really depends on how they personally feel about it. But the first thing they're supposed to look at is the plain text of a law. So if a law comes out and it says, all men, if they don't have 2-inch dicks, shall be afforded a 10-inch cock sleeve, that's a plain reading English. It doesn't matter how you feel about cock sleeves or dicks. Like, that's it. It's a plain reading of the law. That's all men with 2-inch or less dicks get 10-inch cock sleeves. That's it. But let's say that it says that like all men with 2-inch dicks are now afforded cyborg cocks. Well, let's say that this law was passed in 1740 or whatever, right? Well, cyborg back then might have meant something way different. So now instead of the plain reading of the English, now you might go to like in the history when they passed this, like what was the congressional intention? And then what was the historical analogs to this at the time? How can we ascertain what the meaning was originally when they passed this? What were they trying to do? When the plain reading fails, you might have to go back in time to figure out what's going on. So when they're bringing up like, well, this is what the courts did back in the King of England, a lot of the U.S. legal system is based on the common law system. We were all British, remember, from the not from the United Kingdom, right? It was just from England. And so they're going to be looking at, well, what were laws in England like at the time, because that's where the early U.S. system was based off of. And that's probably what the people that were framing laws and the Constitution and amendments, that's probably what was in their minds as well. Nor did founding-era courts of equity in the United States chart a different course. If anything, the approach traditionally taken by federal courts cuts against the existence of such a sweeping remedy. Consider Scott v. Donald, where the plaintiff successfully challenged the constitutionality of a law on which state officials had relied to confiscate alcohol that the plaintiff kept for personal use. Although the plaintiff sought an injunction barring enforcement of the law against both himself and anyone whose rights were infringed and threatened by it, the court permitted only relief benefiting the named plaintiff. In the ensuing decades, the court consistently rebuffed requests for relief that extended beyond the parties. I'd be interested in reading these underlying cases, but I don't have enough time in the day and all that bullshit. The court's early refusals to grant relief to non-parties are consistent with the party-specific principles that permeate the court's understanding of equity. Oh, another example of neither declaratory nor injunctive relief, the court has said, can directly interfere with enforcement of contested statutes or ordinances except with respect to the particular federal plaintiffs. In fact, universal injunctions were conspicuously non-existent for most of the nation's history. Their absence from 18th and 19th century equity practice settles the question of judicial authority. While equity is flexible, now remember, they're asking this question of judicial authority because it's granted via the Constitution and then the Judiciary Act of, was it 1790? So they're trying to figure out what do they think that meant at the time in the history of the, when this act was passed. What did they mean, right? While equity is flexible, The court's precedent emphasizes that its flexibility is confined within the broad boundaries of traditional equitable relief. Because the universal injunction lacks a historical pedigree, it falls outside the bounds of a federal court's equitable authority under the Judiciary Act. Respondents' counterarguments are unavailing. 1. In an effort to satisfy Grupo Mexicano's historical test, respondents claim that universal injunctions are the modern equivalent of the decree resulting from a bill of peace, a form of group litigation in the Court of Chancery. Respondents contend that the existence of this historic equitable device means that federal courts have the equitable authority to issue universal injunctions under the Judiciary Act. The analogy, however, does not work. True, bills of peace allowed courts of equity to adjudicate the rights of members of dispersed groups without formally joining them to a lawsuit through the usual procedures. Arizona v. Biden. Unlike universal injunctions, however, which reach anyone affected by executive or legislative action, bills of peace involved a group that was small and cohesive. I'm too lazy to read that underlying case. Was this about like healthcare stuff, Arizona v. Biden, or student loan stuff? I wonder how arbitrary this distinction is, but. And unlike universal injunctions, which bind only the parties to the suit, decrees resulting from a bill of peace would bind all members of the group, whether they were present in the action or not. The Bill of Peace lives in modern form, but not as the universal injunction. It is instead analogous to the modern class action, which, in federal court, is governed by Rule 23 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Rule 23 requires numerosity, such that joinder is impracticable, common questions of law or fact, typicality, and representative parties who adequately protect the interests of the class. The requirement, okay, I'm guessing that Rule 23 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure is probably governing how to do a class action lawsuit. Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 23 is for class actions. Okay, and this is telling you how to create a class for a class action, yeah, okay. The requirements for a bill of peace were virtually identical. By forging a shortcut to relief that benefits parties and non-parties alike, universal injunctions impermissibly circumvent Rule 23's procedural protections. 2. Respondents contend that universal injunctions, or at least these universal injunctions, are simply an application of the principle that a court of equity may fashion a remedy that awards complete relief. But complete relief is not synonymous with universal relief. It is a narrower concept, long embraced in the equitable tradition, that allows courts to administer complete relief between the parties. To be sure, party-specific injunctions sometimes advantage non-parties, but they do so only incidentally. Here, prohibiting enforcement of the executive order against the child of an individual pregnant plaintiff will give that plaintiff complete relief. Her child will not be denied citizenship, and extending the injunction to cover everyone similarly situated would not render her relief any more complete. Here, prohibiting enforcement of the executive order against the child of an individual pregnant plaintiff will give the plaintiff complete relief. Her child will not be denied citizenship, and extending the injunction to cover everyone similarly situated would not render her any more complete. What does that mean by that? What if they have like other family members that might have birthright citizenship or something? No? That aren't parties to the case? No, I don't know. Again, that's just a syllabus, but. So the individual and associational respondents are wrong to characterize the universal injunction as simply an application of the complete relief principle. The inquiry is more complicated for the state respondents because the relevant injunction does not purport to directly benefit non-parties. Instead, the District Court for the District of Massachusetts decided that a universal injunction was necessary to provide the states themselves complete relief. As the states see it, their harms, financial injuries, and the administrative burdens flowing from citizen-dependent benefits programs cannot be remedied without a blanket ban on the enforcement of the executive order. Children often move across state lines or are born outside their parents' states of residence. Given the cross-border flow, the states say a patchwork injunction would prove unworkable for the provision of certain federally funded benefits. The government retorts that even if the injunction is designed to benefit only the states, it is more burdensome than necessary to redress their asserted harms, and that narrower relief is appropriate. The court declines to take up these arguments in the first instance. The lower courts should determine whether a narrower injunction is appropriate, so we leave it to them to consider these and any related arguments. Okay, so it sounds like one of the arguments from the states is that you can't just you can't selectively enforce this citizenship argument over naturalized citizens, because if a child is born in one state and moves to another state, do we even know who, the patchwork injunction wouldn't work. It would have to be basically all or nothing, I think. At Destiny, why is the Supreme Court so willing to relinquish power from the judiciary to the executive? Do you think it will get to the point where executive orders are akin to construction arguments, or to the construction amendments? I don't know. We'll keep reading, but. Respondents defend. Oh, so that part is remanded to the lower courts, I'm guessing. Respondents defend universal injunctions as a matter of policy. The government advances policy arguments running the other way. As with most questions of law, the policy pros and cons are beside the point. Under the court's well-established precedent, because universal injunctions, like a founding era, forbear, federal courts lack authority to issue them. Part D. To obtain interim relief, the government must show that it is likely to suffer irreparable harm absent a stay. This means that for the government to do an application to stay to prevent the lower court orders, the government has to show that there's going to be irreparable harm suffered if they don't get a stay basically against what the lower federal courts have ordered. When a federal court enters a universal injunction against the government, it improperly intrudes on a coordinated branch of the government and prevents the government from enforcing its policies against non-parties. Quoting from another case, any time a state is enjoined by a court from effectuating statutes enacted by representatives of its people, it suffers a form of irreparable injury. The court's practice also demonstrates that an applicant need not show it will prevail on the underlying merits when it seeks a stay on a threshold issue. The government here is likely to suffer irreparable harm from the district court's entry of injunctions that likely exceed the authority conferred by the Judiciary Act, and the balance of equities does not counsel against awarding the government interim relief. A partial stay will cause no harm to respondents because they will remain protected by the preliminary injunctions to the extent necessary and appropriate to afford them complete relief. When a court concludes that the executive branch has acted unlawfully at Destiny, suffered by the government or all parties to the case. Wait, suffered by the government or all parties to the case in regards to what? Here, the court is arguing it's looking at a balance of equities. When you're providing this type of pre-trial relief, before a trial, before the actual court case is taken place and been ruled on, it's a bunch of balancing games. So one of the questions the court will ask here is, okay, well, the lower courts issued a stay saying the government couldn't enforce its order, and now we're looking at that stay. Well, if the lower courts issue the stay, and the government is likely to suffer irreparable injury because it can't enforce its policy, so that's one way. One balance to weigh against. But let's say that their injunction, sorry. Let's say that the Supreme Court issues a stay against those injunctions. Then the government won't be harmed. Well, will the parties to the case be harmed? No, the parties to the case won't be harmed because the preliminary injunction still narrowly covers the parties to the case. So the only people that could be harmed here are non-parties to the case that would be impacted by this law. So the balance of equities here, they would argue, is in favor of granting the government a stay against the lower court's injunction, basically. Where were we? When a court concludes that the executive branch has acted unlawfully, the answer is not for the court to exceed its power to. The government's applications for partial stays of the preliminary injunctions are granted, but only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary to provide complete relief to each plaintiff withstanding to sue. Applications for partial stays granted. Amy Comey Barrett, Comey, not Coney, right? It's Comey. I always fuck her name out, the middle name. It's Coney. Amy Coney Barrett delivered the opinion of the court, so she's going to be writing the opinion, in which Roberts, Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh all join. Thomas will file a concurring opinion that will probably be schizophrenic, although Gorsuch joins that, so maybe it won't be as schizophrenic. Alito is kind of schizo, and Thomas joined that one. That one may be super schizo. Kavanaugh writes his own opinion. Jesus, oof, we're all writing on this. And then Sotomayor, our liberal in the court, is joined by the other two liberals, filed a dissenting opinion which Kagan and Jackson join, and then Jackson writes her own opinion. Whew! Everybody's writing on this shit. Okay. Okay. Here are the three cases, the three underlying cases that all issued an injunction, preliminary injunction. So before the court case, these all issued preliminary injunctions against the government on their executive order about birthright citizenship. These were in three separate circuits, so three entirely separate circuit courts. And then Trump and the government all filed for a stay, and the Supreme Court is now ruling on that stay and has granted the application for partial stay, meaning that the Supreme Court has said the injunctions, the preliminary injunctions only apply to the parties in the case. They cannot be broader than the parties in the case right now, which is where we're at. Okay. Okay. Jen says, I don't think we should read it. I think we should watch lawyers explain the effects. I read like 6 pages or so. I love you, but at this point in my life, I don't trust anybody's summary on anything. And I feel like when the Supreme Court is writing, I feel like the writing is generally pretty accessible. So I feel like it's worth reading. We have the time for it. And I feel like this is like kind of important stuff. So I'd rather just read it. I don't think any of this is beyond our ability to grasp, as I don't even know what equitable relief is in the opening. Yeah. Okay. Justice Barrett delivered the opinion of the court. The United States has filed 3 emergency applications. Why is President Trump like a named party on this case? I'm curious. Maybe because he wrote the executive order? Maybe? I don't know. The United States has filed 3 emergency applications challenging the scope of a federal court's authority to enjoin government officials from enforcing an executive order. Traditionally, courts issued injunctions prohibiting executive officials from enforcing a challenged law or policy only against the plaintiffs in the lawsuit. The injunctions before us today reflect a more recent development, district courts asserting the power to prohibit enforcement of a law or policy against anyone. These injunctions, known as universal injunctions, likely exceed the equitable authority that Congress has granted to federal courts. We therefore grant the government's applications to partially stay the injunctions entered below. Our footnote here is, such injunctions are sometimes called nationwide injunctions, reflecting their use by a single district court to bar the enforcement of a law anywhere in the nation. But the term universal better captures how these injunctions work. Even a traditional parties-only injunction can apply beyond the jurisdiction of the issuing court. And then quoting from Steele v. Bulova Watch Company, when exercising its equity powers, a district court may command persons properly before it to cease or perform acts outside its territorial jurisdiction. The difference between a traditional injunction and a universal injunction is not so much where it applies, but whom it protects. A universal injunction prohibits the government from enforcing the law against anyone, anywhere. The government doesn't... Oh, okay, that was the first footnote. Okay. We therefore grant... Okay. The applications before us concern 3 overlapping universal preliminary injunctions entered by 3 different district courts. The plaintiffs individuals, organizations, and states sought to enjoin the implementation and enforcement of President Trump's Executive Order number 14160. The footnote here is, the government does not dispute, nor could it, that the individual plaintiffs have standing to sue, but it argues that the states lack third-party standing because their claims rest exclusively on the rights of individuals. It also challenges the district court's authority to grant relief to the organization's members who are not identified in the complaints. We do not address these arguments. Okay. See, protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. Okay. The executive order identifies circumstances in which a person born in the United States is not subject to the jurisdiction thereof and is thus not recognized as an American citizen. Specifically, it sets forth the policy of the United States to no longer issue or accept documentation of citizenship in two scenarios. One, when a person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the person's father was not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Or two, when a person's mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary, and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. The executive order also provides for a 30-day ramp-up period. During that time, the order directs executive agencies to develop and issue public guidance regarding the order's implementation. Guy Dinnitz. I don't know what the fuck that was about. Okay. Oh, hour and 20 minutes fine. Good job. The plaintiffs filed suit alleging that the executive order violates the 14th Amendment's Citizenship Clause, Section 1, as well as Section 1 as well as Section 201 of the Nationality Act of 1940. In each case, the district court concluded that the executive order is likely unlawful and entered a universal preliminary injunction barring various executive officials from applying the policy to anyone in the country. And in each case, the Court of Appeals denied the government's request to stay the sweeping relief. The government has now filed 3 nearly identical applications seeking to partially stay the universal preliminary injunctions and limit them to the parties. And then it's the 3 applications for partial stay of injunction. The applications do not raise, and thus we do not address, the question of whether the executive order violates the Citizenship Clause or Nationality Act. The issue before us is one of remedy, whether under the Judiciary Act of 1789, federal courts have equitable authority to issue universal injunctions. Because the applications are materially identical, we cite only the application in number 24A884 throughout the rest of the opinion. Okay. Does it protect if Destiny is a lawful permanent resident of Chat's mother? Yes. Because I'm a citizen. The question whether Congress has granted federal courts the authority to universally enjoin the enforcement of an executive or legislative policy plainly warrants our review, as members of this court have repeatedly emphasized. This is citing Gorsuch in an earlier case. I would take this case now to resolve definitively the question of whether a district court may issue universal injunctive relief. Gorsuch, another quote from Gorsuch. The propriety of universal injunctive relief is a question of great significance that has been in need of the court's attention for some time. And then this is from Kavanaugh. Universal injunctions present an important question that could warrant our review in the future. This is just quoting other. And then Thomas saying, if universal injunctions popularity continues, this court must address their legality. On multiple occasions and across administrations, the Solicitor General has asked us to consider the propriety of this expansive remedy. Here's another. Okay. I'm so curious. Where my legal people? How was the court case done when Biden was trying to do the student loan relief? Was that via basically a universal injunction against the government for forgiving that from forgiving the student loan debt, or what was the structure of that? feel like I would have to go read that case. How do they work out the whole stateless thing? I would have to go and look at what the government is specifically saying, but I'm not sure if stateless people necessarily would pop up for what they're looking for here. Maybe they would, but I'm not sure. Wait, did I miss a question? Hold on. Oh, no, okay. On multiple occasions and across administrations, the Solicitor General has asked us to consider the propriety of this expansive remedy. Okay. It is easy to see why. By the end of the Biden administration, we had reached a state of affairs where almost every major presidential act was immediately frozen by a federal district court. The trend has continued. During the first 100 days of the second Trump administration, district courts issued approximately 25 universal injunctions. As the number of universal injunctions has increased, so too has the importance of the issue. How do you stop I'm trying to think of how you stop a government from doing a bad thing. Do you just have to rule the law unconstitutional? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be addressed in here, but. The government is likely to succeed on the merits of its argument regarding the scope of relief. See Nken v. Holder, holding that for a stay application to be granted, the applicant must make a strong showing that it is likely to succeed on the merits. A universal injunction can be justified only as an exercise of equitable authority, yet Congress has granted federal courts no such power. Our decision rests solely on the statutory authority that federal courts possess under the Judiciary Act of 1789. We express no view on the government's argument that Article 3 forecloses universal relief. The Judiciary Act of 1789 endowed federal courts with jurisdiction over all suits in equity. Section 11, 1 statute, and still today, this statute is what authorizes the federal courts to issue equitable remedies. Though flexible, this equitable authority is not freewheeling. We have held that the statutory grant encompasses only those sorts of equitable remedies traditionally accorded by courts of equity at our country's inception. Can we get a fucking color? Okay. Weird and possibly dumb question. If states were to put in their constitution that they allow birthright citizenship as a right, would it then be a state versus government issue? So I believe that questions of citizenship are delegated to the United States government. I don't believe that states are allowed to make determinations of or make statements towards whether or not an individual is granted citizenship to the United States of America, because citizenship is a federal government question. You don't have citizenship to like a state or anything like that. Also quoting Payne v. Hook, the equity jurisdiction conferred on the federal courts is the same that the High Court of Chancery in England possesses. Footnote 5, see also Guaranteed Trust Co. v. York. The federal courts have no power that they would not have had in any event when courts were given cognizance by the first Judiciary Act of suits in equity. The settled doctrine of this court is that the remedies in equity are to be administered not according to the state practice, but according to the practice of courts of equity in the parent country. Okay, Jesus. We must therefore ask whether universal injunctions are sufficiently analogous to the relief issued by the High Court of Chancery in England at the time of the adoption of the Constitution and the enactment of the original Judiciary Act. The answer is no. Neither the universal injunction nor any analogous form of relief was available in the High Court of Chancery in England at the time of the founding. Equity offered a mechanism for the Crown to secure justice where it would not be secured by the ordinary and existing processes of law. This judicial prerogative of the king thus extended to those causes which the ordinary judges were incapable of determining. Eventually, the Crown instituted the practice of delegating the cases that came before the judicial prerogative to the Chancellor for his sole decision. This became the common mode of dealing with such controversies. Then why do they allow states to determine citizenship status for voting? Why do they allow states to determine citizenship status for voting? Because the time and manner, I should have these memorized for what part in the Constitution is, but the time and manner of how you do your elections, or the place and manner, I think, sorry. The time, I think, can be delegated, or is dictated by the federal government, but the place and manner, I think, is left to the states explicitly in the Constitution. That could be interesting, though, because states are the ones that provide the proof of citizenship, your birth certificate. Yeah, but I don't know if a birth certificate matters as much as like a social security number. I don't know the interplay between how that works, though. This judicial prerogative of the king, okay. Of importance here, suits in equity were brought by and against individual parties. Okay. Is a suit in equity, when you talk about this, you're talking about stuff that isn't criminal in nature. Suits in equity are basically just things where you're looking for equitable relief, which is not criminal punishment, basically, right? So that's what suits in equity means, right? It's like basically all like civil cases or cases where you're looking for some kind of payout or relief to be provided, I think, for some injury, I think. Okay. Could a state just refuse to enforce immigration law? Kind of. States don't have to enforce immigration law. Immigration law is enforced by the federal government. So the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, stuff like that. States can cooperate with the federal government if they wish. They can turn people over in their states to the federal government for deportation, for instance, if they want. Or states could not cooperate, or cities could not cooperate. Those people are called sanctuary states or sanctuary cities. That's what a sanctuary city is. Oh, wait. Equity is anything that's not monetary damages, like injunctions. Oh, okay. But it's not criminal, I guess, right? Okay. Wow, Beanpod, thanks for the gifts, buddy. Of importance here, suits in equity were brought by and against individual parties. Indeed, the general rule in equity was that all persons materially interested in the suit were to be made parties to it. Injunctions were no exception. There were sometimes suits to restrain the actions of particular officers against particular plaintiffs. I'm quoting from another case. And in certain cases, the Attorney General could be a defendant. The Chancellor's remedies were also typically party-specific. As a general rule, an injunction could not bind one who was not a party to the case, to the cause. I'm quoting from Iveson v. Harris. You cannot have an injunction except against a party to the suit. Suffice it to say, then, under longstanding equity practices in England, there was no remedy remotely like a national injunction, nor did founding-era courts of equity in the United States chart a different course. If anything, the approach traditionally taken by federal courts cuts against the existence of such a sweeping remedy. Consider Scott v. Donald, where the plaintiff successfully challenged the constitutionality of a law on which state officials had relied to confiscate alcohol that the plaintiff kept for personal use. Although the plaintiff sought an injunction barring enforcement of the law against both himself and anyone else whose rights were infringed and threatened by it, this court permitted only a narrower decree between the parties named as plaintiff and defendants in the bill. Footnote number 6, though the principal dissent claims otherwise, we do not treat Scott as dispositive. The lack of historical analog is dispositive. Scott simply illustrates that as late as 1897, the court adhered to a party-specific view of relief, and while the principal dissent relies on Smith v. Ames in 1898, which was next year, as a counterexample, Scott see post. It is unclear why. Even supporters of the universal injunction recognize that the decree that Smith affirmed did not reach beyond the parties, according circuit court order that enjoined state officials from enforcing the statute against said railroad companies. Okay. She's fighting with the dissent in her footnote here. Okay. In the ensuing decades, we consistently rebuffed requests for relief that extended beyond the parties. Quoting from Perkins v. Lucan Steele, the benefits of the court's injunction improperly extended to bidders throughout the nation who were not parties to any proceeding, who were not before the court, and who had sought no relief. Frothingham v. Mellon decided with Massachusetts v. Mellon, concluding that the court lacked authority to issue preventative relief. That would apply to people who suffer in some indefinite way in common with people generally. Bertle explaining that the Frotham analysis intertwines concepts of equity, remedies, and judicial power. As Justice Nelson put it, while writing Circuit, there is scarcely a suit at law or in equity in which a general statute is interpreted that does not involve a question in which other parties are interested. But to allow all persons subject to the statute to be treated as parties to a lawsuit would confound the established order of judicial proceedings. Our early refusals to grant relief to non-parties are consistent with the party-specific principles that permeate our understanding of equity. Neither declaratory nor injunctive relief, we have said, can directly interfere with enforcement of contested statutes or ordinances except with respect to particular federal plaintiffs. It is an elementary principle, quoting from, I'm guessing Gregory v. Stetson, it is an elementary principle that a court cannot adjudicate directly upon a person's right without having him either actually or constructively before it. This principle is fundamental. And then quoting from something from Baud, is this from a journal? Noting the party-specific understandings of what equitable remedies do. Is that a law professor? I think we read, that was the guy who wrote the paper on the whatever bullshit we read before. Okay. Wait, okay. I don't think I've been more mad with SCOTUS since Roe was overturned. I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe the court could be right here. I will read the dissent, I guess, to see how they argue. But I guess I would just have procedural questions for how, when the government is doing, like, bad stuff that gets overturned by a federal court, how are those issues ordinarily addressed? Because I don't think every single person in the United States sues the government. I don't know. I guess I'm just not sure what that process even looks like. But we'll see what the dissent says, I guess. And there's like everybody decided to write their own blog post on this as well. So we'll see what all the other Supreme Court justices wrote on this too. In fact, universal injunctions were not a feature of federal court litigation until sometime in the 20th century. See Bray, multiple chancellors discussing various rationales for the birth of the universal injunction. See also application in number 24, which is this. The D.C. Circuit issued what some regard as the first universal injunction in 1963. See Wirtz v. Balder Electric Company, enjoining the Secretary of Labor with respect to the entire electric motors and generators industry, not just the named plaintiffs to the lawsuit. Yet, such injunctions remained rare until the turn of the 21st century, when their use gradually accelerated. See Bray, multiple chancellors, in Harlem, Valley Transport. One study identified approximately 127 universal injunctions issued between 1963 and 2023. That's probably worth noting this, if this is true. Even if they can make a coherent argument, it spits in the face of what they did under Biden. At this point, it's bluntly political. Yeah, I'm very curious about the. underlying, or I'm sorry, I don't know how that case went. I wasn't reading Supreme Court cases back then. I'm curious. Maybe I'll go through it afterwards. How many pages is that Supreme Court ruling? "96 of them, over 3/4, were issued during the administrations of President George W. Bush, President Obama, President Trump, and President Biden. Did Supreme Court justices ever have communication with the sitting president, or is that considered improper? I'm trying to figure out why everything seems so blatantly partisan. I mean, that's probably not okay. But careful, you should know the rationale before you just call it partisan, okay? I don't know if maybe this argument will end up being good. Maybe not. We'll see. I'm curious how this, does this apply retroactively to other federal injunctions, or I don't know. We'll see. The bottom line, the universal injunction was conspicuously non-existent for most of our nation's history. Its absence from 18th and 19th century equity practice settles the question of judicial authority. Footnote 8, the principal dissent faults us for failing to identify a single founding era case in which this court held that universal injunctions exceed a federal court's equitable authority. But this absence only bolsters our case that this court had no occasion to reject the universal injunction as inconsistent with traditional equity practice, merely demonstrates that no party even bothered to ask for such a sweeping remedy because no court would have entertained the request. Equitable powers conferred by the judiciary do not include the power to... Okay. That the absence continued into the 20th century renders any claim of historical pedigree still more implausible, even during the deluge of constitutional litigation that occurred in the wake of ex parte Young throughout the Lochner era and at the dawn of the New Deal. Universal injunctions were nowhere to be found. Had federal courts believed themselves to possess the tool, surely they would not have let it lay idle. Faced with this timeline, the principal dissent accuses us of misunderstanding the nature of equity as being frozen in amber at the time of the Judiciary Act. Quoting from Sotomayor's dissent in this case. Not so. We said it before, and say it again. Equity is flexible. At the same time, its flexibility is confined within the broad boundaries of traditional equitable relief. A modern device need not have an exact historical match, but under Grupo Mexicano, it must have a founding era antecedent, and neither the universal injunction nor a sufficiently comparable predecessor was available from a court of equity at the time of our country's inception. Because the universal injunction lacks a historical pedigree, it falls outside the bounds of a federal court's equitable authority under the Judiciary Act. Footnote 9 is, notwithstanding Grupo Mexicano, the principal dissent invokes ex parte Young as support for the proposition that equity can encompass remedies that have no analog in the relief exercised in the English Court of Chancery, because ex parte Young permits plaintiffs to obtain plaintiff protection injunctions against government officials, and the English Court of Chancery could not enjoin the Crown or English officers. But contrary to the principal dissent's suggestion, ex parte Young does not say, either explicitly or implicitly, that courts may devise novel remedies that have no background in traditional equitable practice. Historically, a court of equity could issue an anti-suit injunction to prevent an officer from engaging in torturous conduct. Ex parte Young justifies its holding by reference to a long line of cases authorizing suits against state officials in certain circumstances. Support for the principal dissent's approach is found not in ex parte Young, but in Justice Ginsburg's partial dissent in Grupo Mexicano, which eschews, right? Eschews. It's CH, right? The governing historical approach in favor of a dynamic equity jurisprudence. Okay, wait. It's eschews? Eschews. Okay. Okay. And then footnote 10 was, nothing we say today resolves the distinct question of whether the Administrative Procedures Act authorizes federal courts to vacate federal agency action Authorizing courts to hold unlawful and set aside agency action. Okay. Okay. Respondents raise several counter-arguments, which the principal dissent echoes. First, they insist that the universal injunction has a sufficient historical analog, a decree resulting from a bill of peace. Second, they maintain that universal injunctions are consistent with the principles that a court of equity may fashion complete relief for the parties. Third, they argue that universal injunctions serve important policy objectives. 1. In an effort to satisfy Grupo Mexicano's historical test, respondents claim that universal injunctive relief does have a founding era forebear, the decree obtained on a bill of peace, which was a form of group litigation permitted in English courts. This bill allowed the chancellor to consolidate multiple suits that involved a common claim the plaintiff could have against multiple defendants, or some kind of common claim that multiple plaintiffs could have against a single defendant. Universal injunctions are analogous to this traditional equitable device, respondents say, so federal courts have authority under the Judiciary Act to issue them. The analogy does not work. True, bills of peace allowed courts of equity to adjudicate the rights of members of dispersed groups without formally joining them to a lawsuit through the usual procedures. This is where they're going to make the class action argument, huh? Even so, their use was confined to limited circumstances. Unlike universal injunctions, which reach anyone affected by legislative or executive action, no matter how large the group or how tangential the effect, a bill of peace involved a group that was small and cohesive, and the suit did not resolve a question of legal interpretation for the entire realm. And unlike universal injunctions, that's probably good. That's our argument here. And unlike universal injunctions, which bind only the parties to the suit, decrees obtained on a bill of peace would bind all members of the group, whether they were present in the action or not. Quoting from Smith v. Swarmstedt, when a court of equity permits a portion of the parties in interest to represent the entire body, the decree binds all of them the same as if they were all before the court. See also Story, section 120. In most, if not in all cases of this sort, the decree obtained upon such a bill will ordinarily be held binding upon all other persons standing in the same predicament. As Chief Judge Sutton aptly put it, Sutton, right? The domesticated animal, known as a bill of peace, looks nothing like the dragon of nationwide injunctions. The bill of peace lives in modern form, but not as the universal injunction. It evolved into the modern class action, which is governed in federal court by Rule 23, the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. The class action suit was an invention of equity, and while Rule 23 is in some ways more restrictive of representative suits than the original bills of peace, it would still be recognizable to an English chancellor. Rule 23 requires a numerosity such that joinder is impracticable, common questions of law or fact, typicality, and representative parties who adequately protect the interests of the class. The requirements for a bill of peace were virtually identical. None of these requirements is a prerequisite for a universal injunction. Okay. Rule 23's limits on class actions underscore a significant problem with universal injunctions. A properly conducted class action, we have said, can come about in federal courts in just one way, through the procedure set out in Rule 23. Quoting from Smith v. Bayer Corporation, one or more members of a class may sue or be sued as representative parties on behalf of all members only if Rule 23A's requirements are satisfied, emphasis added. Yet, by forging a shortcut to relief that benefits parties and non-parties alike, universal injunctions circumvent Rule 23's procedural protections and allow courts to create de facto class actions at will. Okay, just as a heads up, if you are here, this is going to be a very, very, very boring ruling. This is going to be 100% procedural. None of the questions about citizenship are going to be answered or anything, and this is going to be like a purely procedural thing. Not that that makes it unimportant, but... Why bother with a Rule 23 class action when the quick fix of a universal injunction is on the table? Why go through the trouble of complying with local attachment and garnishment statutes when this all-purpose pre-judgment injunction is available? The principal dissent's suggestion that these suits could have satisfied Rule 23's requirements simply proves that universal injunctions are a class action workaround. The taxpayer suit is a similarly inadequate historical analogy. If a successful taxpayer suit, or in a successful taxpayer suit, a court would enjoin the collection of an unlawful tax against taxpayers joined as co-plaintiffs or by one taxpaying suing on behalf of himself and all others similarly situated. To be sure, some state courts would occasionally enjoin the enforcement and collection of taxes against an entire community, even when a single taxpayer sued on his own account. But the practice of extending relief with respect to any taxpayer was not adopted by state courts until the mid-19th century, and even then, not all states were willing to provide such sweeping relief. This post-founding practice of some state courts thus sheds minimal light on federal courts' equitable authority under the Judiciary Act. What is more, in Frothingham, we refuse to allow a single taxpayer to challenge a Federal Appropriations Act. That counsels against placing much, if any, reliance on taxpayer suits as justification for the modern universal injunction. At Destiny, were there oral arguments for this decision? Would be interested in hearing the arguments that came before the decision. Yeah, there were. We listened to them on stream, but it's like 2 hours, so... yeah. Did we get a footnote here? No, not yet. Respondents contend that universal injunctions, or at least these universal injunctions, are consistent with the principle that a court of equity may fashion a remedy that awards complete relief. We agree that the complete relief principle has deep roots in equity, but to the extent respondents argue that it justifies the award of relief to non-parties, they are mistaken. Footnote here, Justice Jackson, for her part, thinks the premise that universal injunctions provide relief to non-parties is suspect because, in her view, non-parties may benefit from an injunction, but only the plaintiff gets relief. The availability of contempt proceedings suggests otherwise. Consider the civil contempt context. Under traditional principles of equity practice, courts may impose civil contempt sanctions to coerce a defendant into compliance with an injunction. Generally, civil contempt proceedings occur between the original parties to the lawsuit. Okay, that's an interesting argument. So, this is so procedural. So Justice Jackson sounds like she's going to argue in her dissent that a universal injunction isn't giving relief to non-parties, which is what their big contention is. It actually is it's just benefiting them. It's not giving relief to them. It's just benefiting them. So we're not actually violating anything of the Judiciary Act. But then it sounds like Amy's counter argument is, well, you're saying that it's just a benefit, but not a relief. However, courts can enforce relief that's been granted by them with civil contempt charges. And here, if the benefit isn't provided to non-parties of the case via a universal injunction, then a civil contempt proceeding could occur as a result. So it's not really a benefit. In a way, non-parties to the case are being granted relief, which is one of the arguments that they would be using against this being allowed, I guess. Destiny, the fact that the immunity ruling exists and knowing the criticality is selective is infuriating, no? I mean, that's a totally different thing than this, but like I said, maybe if I read through that Biden case, I'm curious. So apparently the Biden Solicitor General made all these universal injunction arguments in their application of Biden v. Nebraska, but I don't see the court addressing their opinion at all. It might have been procedural since they sought cert before judgment. I don't know how those types of appeals work. Oh yeah, I'd have to go read it, but... Complete relief is not synonymous with universal relief. It is a narrower concept. The equitable tradition has long embraced the rule that courts generally may administer complete relief between the parties. While party-specific injunctions sometimes advantage non-parties, they do so only incidentally. Consider an archetypal case. A nuisance in which one neighbor sues another for blasting loud music at all hours of the night. To afford the plaintiff complete relief, the court has only one feasible option: order the defendant to turn her music down, or better yet, off. That order will necessarily benefit the defendant's surrounding neighbors too. There is no way to peel off just the portion of the nuisance that harmed the plaintiff, quoting from Rogers. But while the court's injunction might have the practical effect of benefiting non-parties, that benefit is merely incidental. Footnote 12. But if, wait, we missed one footnote. Oh, it was continued from last one. Procedure for enforcing. Sorry, oh shit, I missed this last footnote up here. But a federal court's power in civil contempt proceedings is determined by the requirements of full remedial relief to effect compliance with its decrees. And when an order grants relief to a non-party, as is the case with universal injunctions, the procedure for enforcing the order is the same as for, oh, this is basically stating what I said before. So a non-party covered by a universal injunction is likely to reap both the practical benefit and the formal relief of the injunction. Okay. And then footnote 12 is, there may be other injuries for which it is all but impossible for courts to craft relief that is complete and benefits only the named plaintiffs. Okay. But while the court's injunctions may have the practical effect of benefiting non-parties, the benefit is merely incidental. Okay. Okay. As a matter of law, the injunction's protection extends only to the suing party, or I'm sorry, to the suing plaintiff, as evidenced by the fact that only the plaintiff can enforce the judgment against the defendant responsible for the nuisance. If the nuisance persists and another neighbor wants to shut it down, she must file her own suit. Footnote 13, the new plaintiff might be able to assert non-mutual offensive issue preclusion. See, I don't know what the fuck that means, setting forth prerequisites for applying the doctrine, but non-mutual offensive issue preclusion is unavailable against the United States. See U.S. v. Mendoza. That universal injunctions end run this rule is one of the government's objections to them. Non-mutual offensive issue preclusion. Non-mutual offensive issue preclusion occurs when a party who is not involved in a previous lawsuit uses the result of that suit to prevent a party from re-litigating an issue in a subsequent case. This is allowed in some jurisdictions, but only under specific circumstances to afford unfairness to the party against whom it is being asserted. Okay. Offensive collateral estoppel is a type of collateral estoppel, also termed issue preclusion. The doctrine barring a party from relitigating an issue decided against that party in an earlier action, even if the second action is significantly different from the first. Offensive collateral estoppel is asserted by a plaintiff in a suit to prevent the defendant from relitigating an issue previously decided against the defendant. The opposite is defensive collateral estoppel, which, okay, makes sense. Doesn't this ruling mean that Trump can write an EO saying suing the government is illegal, and since an injunction can't be put in place while the lawsuit is happening, the EO would stand? This is about issuing, actually, my understanding is this ruling goes further than just preliminary injunctions. This is a ruling that seems to be shooting down all universal injunctions. But I don't know how you stop like a law that you would deem unconstitutional. I don't know, maybe, or a law that's not okay. I don't know if that just means that I don't know what that means. What kind of relief? What does it mean if you're seeking relief from the Supreme Court to declare a law unconstitutional? I don't know what that means. If that's like an equitable relief or what that, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure the other people will be bringing it up, the dissent. The individual and associational respondents are therefore wrong to characterize the universal injunction as simply an application of the complete relief principle. Under this principle, the question is not whether an injunction offers complete relief to everyone potentially affected by an allegedly unlawful act. It is whether an injunction will offer complete relief to the plaintiffs before the court. Injunctive relief should be no more burdensome to the defendants than necessary to provide complete relief to the plaintiffs. Here, prohibiting enforcement of the executive order against the child of an individual pregnant plaintiff will give that plaintiff complete relief. Her child will not be denied citizenship. Extending the injunction to cover all other similarly situated individuals would not render her relief any more complete. The complete relief inquiry is more complicated for the state respondents because the relevant injunction does not purport to directly benefit non-parties. Instead, the District Court for the District of Massachusetts decided that a universal injunction was necessary to provide the states themselves with complete relief. The states maintain that the District Court made the right call. As the states see it, their harms, financial injuries, and the administrative burdens flowing from citizen-dependent benefit programs cannot be remedied without a blanket ban on the enforcement of the executive order. Children often move across state lines or are born outside their parents' state of residence. Given the cross-border flow, the states say, a patchwork injunction would prove unworkable because it would require them to track and verify the immigration status of the parents of every child, along with the birth state of every child for whom they provide certain federally funded benefits. The government, unsurprisingly, sees matters differently. It retorts that even if the injunction is designed to benefit only the states, it is more burdensome than necessary to redress their asserted harms. After all, to say that a court can award complete relief is not to say that it should do so. Complete relief is not a guarantee, it is the maximum a court can provide. And in equity, the broader and deeper the remedy the plaintiff wants, the stronger the plaintiff's story needs to be. In short, the essence of equity jurisdiction has been the power of the chancellor to do equity and to mold each decree to the necessities of the particular case. And then footnote 14. The District Court for the Western District of Washington acknowledged the state respondent's complete relief argument, but primarily granted a universal injunction on the basis of the extreme nature of the equities alone warranted nationwide relief. Destiny. Federal district courts can find a law unconstitutional, but it is only so in that district unless it gets to the Supreme Court and they agree. Is that true? Destiny. Isn't the argument, had the federal courts thought they had this power, they surely wouldn't have let it lay idle? Super ironic considering the same court invented immunity for Trump. Can't you say that the presidents behaved under the assumption that they were criminally liable for their decisions? Absolutely. That's a good hypocrisy. That's absolutely true. But okay. So the TLDR of this decision is that the lower courts can provide relief to their jurisdiction through the injunction, but only the SCOTUS. No. This has to do with the fact that you can provide relief only to parties of the case. Okay. Leaning on these principles, the government contends that narrower relief is appropriate. For instance, the district court could forbid the government to apply the executive order within the respondent states, including to children born elsewhere but living in those states. Application, or the government says outside of that. Or the government says the district court could direct the government to treat covered children as eligible for purposes of federally funded welfare benefits. It asks us to stay the injunction insofar as it sweeps too broadly. We decline to take up these arguments in the first instance. The lower courts should determine whether a narrower injunction is appropriate. We therefore leave it to them to consider these and any related arguments. Does this mean that Trump can effectively legislate as a king now with EOs because they're unable to be challenged by lower courts? Again, I just don't have a good... I don't know if these all get challenged through the Administrative Procedures Act, or I don't know how that works or what that looks like. I just don't have an answer to that right now. But I don't know. Like I said, maybe that'll come up here. Or I'll just need to read through some procedure for how that works, I guess. Respondents also defend universal injunctions as a matter of policy. They argue that a universal injunction is sometimes the only practical way to quickly protect groups from unlawful government actions. They quote this case, see also Frost and Defense of National Law, suggesting that universal injunctions are appropriate when not all interested parties can come quickly to court. Sotomayor is going to quote this apparently in her dissent. Respondents also contend that universal injunctions are an appropriate remedy to preserve equal treatment among individuals when the executive branch adopts a facially unlawful policy. And they suggest that forcing plaintiffs to proceed on an individual basis can result in confusion or piecemeal litigation that imposes unnecessary costs on courts and others. So, they insist, universal injunctions must be permitted for the good of the system. The government advances policy arguments running the other way. Echoing Chief Judge Sutton, the government asserts that avoiding a patchwork enforcement system is a justification that lacks a limiting principle and would make nationwide injunctions the rule rather than the exception for challenges to many kinds of federal law. Keep in mind that patchwork argument, though, was a really good argument to get rid of the Trump ballot ban. They didn't like the patchwork that might be created as a result of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, so they took away the ability of states to enforce that, but okay. It stresses, as the principal dissent also observes, that universal injunctions incentivize forum shopping since a successful challenge in one jurisdiction entails relief nationwide. In a similar vein, the government observes that universal injunctions operate asymmetrically. A plaintiff must win just one suit to secure sweeping relief. But to fend off such an injunction, the government must win everywhere. Footnote 15, the government contrasts this with class actions. A judgment in a Rule 23 class action case, favorable or not, binds the whole class. So if the defendant wins, it is protected from future suits. But because an adverse ruling on a request for universal relief lacks this preclusive effect, plaintiffs can continue to file in different forums until they find a court willing to award such relief. Okay, wait, we just learned about a thing. Why wouldn't that other thing apply here? It was called defensive collateral estoppel. Like if a defendant has already litigated an issue, couldn't they just assert this defensive collateral estoppel and say, I've already litigated this shit with somebody else, fuck them? Someone in YouTube said the government should have to win everywhere. Well, no, I mean, like, this argument is legitimate. What they're basically saying is, like, let's say the government passes a new law saying everybody has to jog, 1 mile a day because we all decided that that's what. Let's say somebody sues the government and says this is discriminatory against fat people, and then let's say that they lose, and then let's say somebody else sues and they lose, and let's say somebody else sues, and let's say like 100 people sue, they all lose, 1,000 people sue, they all lose, 1 million people. Finally, somebody in the state of California sues. We have our wonderful activist court, our oh my god, why am I mixing up 11th Circuit and 9th Circuit? The 9th Circuit is the quote-unquote activist one, right? Is the 9th Circuit California and Washington and Oregon? Finally, a judge hears it, and they're like, you know what? You're right. This is unfair. We're going to issue a nationwide injunction against the enforcement of this jogging law. Well, the government has successfully defended itself in 10,000 cases, but then in the 10,001th case, somebody won in some circuit, and now there's an injunction. Oh, estoppel doesn't apply to government according to this other case. Oh, you're right. They just got it right. Okay. That's the government's argument here, which I think is kind of like I think that's a fair argument, right? But I think the estoppel relates to ultimate decisions, though, not to injunctions. I think that an injunction can be an ultimate decision. Preliminary injunctions are preliminary, obviously, not an ultimate, but I think an injunction can be a relief granted at the end of a court case. You can remember it as a 9 on the clock. It's on the left, therefore West Coast. Wow, thanks, buddy. Moreover, the government contends the practice of universal injunctions means that highly consequential cases are often decided in a fast and furious process of rushed, high stakes, and low information decision making. When a district court issues a universal injunction, thereby halting the enforcement of federal policy, the government says that it has little recourse but to proceed to the Court of Appeals for an emergency stay. The loser in the Court of Appeals will then seek a stay from this court. This process forces courts to resolve significant and difficult questions of law on a highly expedited basis and without full briefing. The upshot, as with most disputed issues, there are arguments on both sides, but as with most questions of law, the policy pros and cons are beside the point. Under our well-established precedent, the equitable relief available in the federal courts is that traditionally accorded by courts of equity at the time of our founding. Is that traditionally accorded by courts of equity at the time of our founding? Nothing like a universal injunction was available at the founding, or for that matter, for more than a century thereafter. Thus, under the Judiciary Act, federal courts lack authority to issue them. Why would you? I don't think she should have written about this at all. I don't know why she would have provided any of the arguments here at all if she was just going to say, we're not going to address that, it doesn't matter. I feel like it was inappropriate for her to write on this at all. She should just say, we're not addressing that because it doesn't matter if it's good or bad policy. It wasn't available under the Judiciary Act, but okay. Do we have a footnote 16? Acknowledging these problems, the principal dissent admits that there may be good reasons not to issue universal injunctions in the typical case. This concession, while welcome, is inconsistent with the position that the universal injunction is a nothing-to-see-here extension of the kind of decree obtained on a bill of peace. Neither the principal dissent nor respondents have pointed to any evidence that such decrees presented any of the universal injunction's systemic problems, or that they were reserved for situations in which the defendant's conduct was patently unconstitutional and risked exceptional harm. It is precisely because the universal injunction is a new, potent remedy that it poses new, potent risks. Our observation in Grupo Mexicano rings true here. Even when sitting as a court in equity, we have no authority to craft a nuclear weapon of the law. Destiny, it feels like when the government does something illegal, such unconstitutional, instead of forcing the federal government to stop, you need each individual to sue the government for relief. Okay, stop asking me that. There has to be some way to do this that I just don't know about. And I don't know all the process and procedures, but there must be some other way to challenge the constitutionality of a thing. I just don't know what that is. If that is always like an APA challenge or what that, I don't know what that looks like. I'm not sure. But there must be some way to do it. Or maybe it's just in any case, instead of providing an injunction like the court itself says, we actually have decided that this is unconstitutional, I guess. And then that's where that happens. Maybe? Okay. The principal dissent focuses on conventional legal terrain like the Judiciary Act of 1789 and our cases on equity. Justice Jackson, however, chooses a startling line of attack that is tethered neither to these sources nor, frankly, to any doctrine whatsoever. Waving away attention to the limits on judicial power as a mind-numbingly technical query, she offers a vision of the judicial role that would make even the most ardent defender of judicial supremacy blush. In her telling, the fundamental role of courts is to order everyone, including the executive, to follow the law full stop. Justice Barrett here is fighting against Justice Jackson's dissent now. Quoting, I think, from her dissent, maybe. The function of the courts, both in theory and in practice, necessarily includes announcing what the law requires in suits for the benefit of all who are protected by the Constitution, not merely doling out relief to injured private parties. And, she warns, if courts lack the power to require the executive to adhere to law universally, courts will leave a gash in the basic tenets of our founding charter that could turn out to be a mortal wound. Rhetoric aside, Justice Jackson's position is difficult to pin down. She might be arguing that universal injunctions are appropriate, even required, whenever the defendant is part of the executive branch. What? No, from these quotes, Justice Jackson's position is very coherent. She's asking the same question that Chad is asking. How do you make the government follow the law? Does every single person have to sue? This is the main question that I guess I want to see addressed, that I'm curious about. But she might be arguing that universal injunctions are appropriate, even required, whenever the defendant is part of the executive branch. If so, her position goes far beyond the mainstream defense of universal injunctions. See, for example, Frost 93, what is this, New York University Law Review or something? Nationwide injunctions come with significant costs and should never be the default remedy in cases challenging federal executive action. I bet that article would have good information about how to do that. As best we can tell, though, her argument is more extreme still because its logic does not depend on the entry of a universal injunction. Justice Jackson appears to believe that the reasoning behind any court order demands universal adherence, at least where the executive is concerned. In her law-declaring vision of the judicial function, a district court's opinion is not just persuasive, but has the legal force of a judgment. But, see Holland v. Bracken, it is a federal court's judgment, not its opinion, that remedies an injury. Okay. It is a federal court's judgment, not its opinion, that remedies an injury. So if you're suing somebody in a court of equity and you've been injured in some way, a federal court can issue a judgment against the defendant that remedies an injury, but an opinion about a case isn't necessarily a remedy. Okay, is what they're saying here, right? Once a single district court deems executive conduct unlawful, it has stated what the law requires, and the executive must conform to that view, ceasing its enforcement of the law against anyone, anywhere. Footnote 17. Think about what this position... Wait, hold on. Once a single district court deems executive conduct unlawful, it has stated what the law requires, and the executive must conform to that view, ceasing its enforcement of the law against anyone, anywhere. I would assume that's true. I would assume that's the case. She's about to say why you're retarded if you believe that. I feel like that must be true, but... Okay, what does she say? Think about what this position means. If a judge in the District of Alaska holds that a criminal statute is unconstitutional, can the United States prosecute a defendant under that statute in the District of Maryland? How can a federal law be enforceable in some parts of the federal territory of the United States, but not in other parts? Is that really the case? Can that really be the case? My understanding was there might be different venues for federal courts, but jurisdictionally, it's all essentially the same, and the laws are essentially shared. No? If a judge in the District of Alaska holds that a criminal statute is unconstitutional, can the United States prosecute a defendant under that statute in the District of Maryland? Perhaps Justice Jackson would instinctively say yes. It is hard to imagine anyone saying no. Am I just retarded? Maybe I'm just retarded. Okay, I guess. I am sorry. They can't imagine someone saying I am retarded. But why, on Justice Jackson's logic, does it not violate the rule of law for the executive to initiate a prosecution elsewhere? Among its many problems, Justice Jackson's view is at odds with our system of divided judicial authority. See, for example, this court's Rule 10a, identifying conflict in the decisions of the courts of appeals as grounds for granting certiorari. It's also in considerable tension with the reality that district court opinions lack presidential force, even vis-a-vis other judges in the same judicial district. Huh. Okay. Rule 10a. What is... Let's look that one up. Federal Rules, Civil Procedure 10. Form of pleadings. 10a. Caption. Names of parties. Every pleading must have a caption. Is that what we're talking about? Every pleading must have a caption with the court's name, a title, a file number, and a Rule 7a designation. The title of the complaint must name all the parties. The title of other pleadings, after naming the first party on each side, may refer generally to other parties. No, we must be talking about some other type of rule. Is this like, are there like special Supreme Court rules? Supreme Court Rule 10. Oh, there is. Okay. Review on a writ of certiorari is not a matter of right, but of judicial discretion. A petition for a writ of certiorari will be granted only for compelling reasons. The following although neither controlling nor fully measuring the court's discretion, indicate the character of the reasons the court considers. A United States Court of Appeals has entered a decision in conflict with the decision of another United States Court of Appeals on the same important matter. It has decided an important federal question in a way that conflicts with a decision by a state court of last resort, or has so far departed from the accepted and usual course of judicial proceedings, or sanctioned such a departure by a lower court as to call for an exercise of this court's supervisory power. Wait, okay. In conflict with the decision of another United States Court of Appeals. Huh, okay. So maybe they're drawing a big distinction between the district court and the Court of Appeals, like the Circuit Appeals Court. There's a big distinction there they're drawing, maybe? Okay. Okay. It is also, oh, okay. Wow, I'm really confused on this. I don't know. Hopefully it talks more about this. I don't get it. Where were we? If courts do not have the authority to require the executive to adhere to law universally, compliance with law sometimes becomes a matter of executive prerogative. Oh, sorry. No one disputes. Wait. Oh, no, we were up here. Okay. We will not dwell on Justice Jackson's argument, which is at odds with more than 2 centuries worth of precedent, not to mention the Constitution itself. We observe only this. Justice Jackson decries an imperial executive while embracing an imperial judiciary. Okay. Wait. Dumb. No one disputes that the executive has a duty to follow the law, but the judiciary does not have unbridled authority to enforce this obligation. In fact, sometimes the law prohibits the judiciary from doing so. See Marbury v. Madison, concluding that James Madison had violated the law, but holding that the court lacked jurisdiction to issue a writ of mandamus, ordering him to follow it. But see post, after 15 Jackson. If courts do not have the authority to require the executive to adhere to law universally, compliance with law sometimes becomes a matter of executive prerogative. Observing the limits on judicial authority, including, as relevant here, the boundaries of the Judiciary Act of 1789, is required by a judge's oath to follow the law. Justice Jackson skips over that part, because analyzing the governing statute involves boring legalese. She seeks to answer a far more basic question of enormous practical significance. May a federal court in the United States of America order the executive to follow the law? In other words, it is unnecessary to consider whether Congress has constrained the judiciary. What matters is how the judiciary may constrain the executive. Justice Jackson would do well to heed her own admonishments, or her own admonition, quote, everyone from the president on down is bound by the law. That goes for judges too. I'm very confused about this. I don't understand any of this. No one disputes that the executive has a duty to follow the law. How, if you have a duty to follow the law with no enforcement mechanism, does the duty to follow the law exist? I don't understand that. May a federal court in the United States of America order the executive to follow the law. In other words, it is unnecessary to consider whether Congress has constrained the judiciary. What matters is how the judiciary may constrain the executive. I don't understand this. I don't understand her argument here at all. Or I just don't understand, I guess, how the judiciary and the executive is supposed to work, but I don't understand that. Finally, the government must show a likelihood. Did we get a footnote in there? I don't believe so. Okay. Finally, the government must show a likelihood that it will suffer irreparable harm absent a stay. This is the easiest argument, obviously. They're going to say that there's going to be huge harm because they can't even enforce their policy, so should be boring. When a federal court enters a universal injunction against the government, it improperly intrudes on a coordinate branch of the government and prevents the government from enforcing its policies against non-parties. That is enough to justify interim relief. The principal dissent disagrees, insisting that it strains credulity to treat the executive branch as irreparably harmed by these injunctions, even if they are overly broad. See also, that is so, the principal dissent argues, because the executive order is unconstitutional. Thus, the executive branch has no right to enforce it against anyone. The principal dissent's analysis of the executive order is premature because the birthright citizenship issue is not before us. The dissent worries that the citizenship clause challenge will never reach this court because if the plaintiffs continue to prevail, they will have no reason to petition for certiorari. And if the government keeps losing, it will have no incentive to file a petition here because the outcome of such an appeal would be preordained. But at oral argument, the Solicitor General acknowledged that challenges to the executive order are pending in multiple circuits, and when asked directly, when you lose one of those, do you intend to seek cert? The Solicitor General responded, yes, absolutely. And while the dissent speculates that the government would disregard an unfavorable opinion of the court, the Solicitor General represented the government will respect both the judgments and the opinions of this court. Were these oral arguments, was this the time when the Solicitor General said, we usually follow what the court says? Or were those a different set of oral arguments? Okay, oof. This opinion is hurting. This one hurts, okay? I'm an Amy Stan. I love Justice Barrett. This opinion is hurting me a lot, though. I hope that maybe Roberts wrote this one and forced her to put her name on it. But, geez. The principal dissent's analysis of the executive order is premature because the birthright citizenship issue is not before us. And because the birthright citizenship issue is not before us, we take no position on whether the dissent's analysis is right. The dissent is wrong to say, however, that a stay applicant cannot demonstrate irreparable harm from a threshold error without also showing that, at the end of the day, it will prevail on the underlying merits. That is not how the Enkin factors work. Wait, real quick. What is a threshold issue? When we say threshold issue, what does that mean? Like a new or edge case, or? In law, a threshold issue is a preliminary legal question that must be resolved before the court can address the main issues of a case. It often determines whether the court even has the power to hear the case. Okay, it's a threshold issue. Okay, so do they have the threshold to hear the case? Makes sense, okay. The dissent is wrong to say, however, that a stay applicant cannot demonstrate irreparable harm from a threshold error without also showing that at the end of the day it will prevail on the underlying merits. That is not how the Enkin factors work. For instance, when we are asked to stay an execution on the grounds of a serious legal question, we ask whether the capital defendant is likely to prevail on the merits of the issue before us, not whether he is likely to prevail on the merits of the underlying suit. Granting an application for a stay based on a question implicating the prisoner's standing to attempt to access DNA testing. The same is true when an applicant seeks a stay in other contexts, granting applications for stay because the organizational plaintiff's allegations were insufficient to support their standing. So too here. The question before us is whether the government is likely to suffer irreparable harm from the district court's entry of injunctions that likely exceed the authority conferred by the Judiciary Act. The answer to that question is yes. Quoting Maryland v. King, quoting Roberts, anytime a state is enjoined by a court from effectuating statutes enacted by representatives of its people, it suffers a form of irreparable injury. Now, this is an executive order, not a statute enacted by representatives of its people, but okay. And the balance of equities does not counsel against awarding the government interim relief. Partial stays will cause no harm to respondents because they will remain protected by the preliminary injunctions to the extent necessary and appropriate to afford them complete relief. Someone said, if it's unconstitutional in a single district, that's it. It would be odious to keep an unconstitutional law valid anywhere else. Well, but it sounds like that's not the case. I would have assumed that. So like if a federal court somewhere says, oh, this is actually unconstitutional or something, so we're not going to force it here, I guess the federal government can still enforce that law in other places. I didn't know that. I would just assume that that would automatically be challenged up to the Supreme Court and then a decision would like automatically happen there. But I don't know, I guess. Maybe I don't know how that process works, I guess. Why would it be irreparable? I think that it's just generally, that's kind of like a per quad. It's like assumed basically that if you're stopping the government from being able to appeal its action, or I'm sorry, to be able to carry out its policy, it's always considered irreparable injury, just period. You don't have to prove anything or assert any harms past it. It's just always assumed to be such. Not per quad, I'm sorry, per se or whatever. Some say that the universal injunction gives the judiciary a powerful tool to check the executive branch. Thomas, concurring side. Where are we at? Jesus. But federal courts do not exercise general oversight of the executive branch. They resolve cases and controversies consistent with the authority Congress has given them. When a court concludes that the executive branch has acted unlawfully, the answer is not for the court to exceed its power too. The government's applications to partially stay the preliminary injunctions are granted, but only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary to provide complete relief to each plaintiff with standing to sue. The lower courts shall move expeditiously to ensure that, with respect to each plaintiff, the injunctions comport with this rule and otherwise comply with principles of equity. The injunctions are also stayed to the extent that they prohibit executive agencies from developing and issuing public guidance about the executive's plans to implement the executive order consistent with the Solicitor General's representation. Section 2 of the executive order shall not take effect until 30 days after the date of this opinion. Geez. Okay. So real quick, I'm just curious then. I never even imagined that this would matter, but so what exactly did this executive order say? Executive order trump birthright citizenship. Wow. So the government is going to have the right to enforce this executive order that I'm about to read until the conclusion, I guess, of all these court cases against everybody except for the parties in these named cases. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered, Section 1, purpose, the privilege of United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. The 14th Amendment states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. That provision rightly repudiated the Supreme Court of the United States' shameful decision in Dred Scott v. Sandford, which misinterpreted the Constitution as permanently excluding people of African descent from eligibility for United States citizenship solely based on their race. But the 14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everyone born within the United States. The 14th Amendment has always excluded from birthright citizenship persons who were born in the United States, but not, quote, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, end quote. Consistent with this understanding, the Congress has further specified through legislation that a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a national and citizen of the United States at birth, 8 U.S.C. 1401, generally mirroring the 14th Amendment text. Among the categories of individuals born in the United States and not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, the privilege of U.S. citizenship does not automatically extend to persons born in the United States. 1, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a U.S. citizen or a lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. So that means that if a woman is in this country illegally and does not have an American husband, well, unlawfully present, then and she has a child here, that child is not granted U.S. citizenship. And then 2, when that person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary, such as, but not limited to, visiting the U.S. under the auspices of the Visa Waiver Program, or visiting on a student, work, or tourist visa, and the father was not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. It is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the U.S. government shall issue documents recognized. So this is a revocation, basically, then of, so this is all birthright citizenship. So 30 days from now, I'm guessing, not from the enactment of the statute, but 30 days from now, I guess, birthright citizenship in the United States is gone until these court cases are resolved, and if the Supreme Court decides to make a broader ruling on this executive order, I guess. Damn. Nothing is sort of, oh. How far back can they revoke this? I believe this is just going forward. This isn't like retroactive. I think, right? It is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accept documents issued by state, local, or other governments or authorities purporting to recognize U.S. citizenship to persons, 1, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the U.S. and the person's father was not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident, and 2, when that person's mother's presence in the U.S. was... subsection A of this section shall only apply to persons, or shall apply only to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from the date of this order. Okay. So it's not retroactive. It's just... but it would go 6 months back, I guess. Damn. Well, cool. That we can just... I guess we were just axed. Birthright citizenship for now. Cool that Amy pulled a Roberts and didn't even address the main issue. I mean, it makes sense that they're not addressing the main issue now. That's fine, because the court cases haven't even... I don't even know if the court cases have, like, if they've gotten very far in them yet. I don't think they have, so that makes sense, I guess. We're just ordering over preliminary stuff right now. Okay, well, Justice Thomas writing, with whom Justice Gorsuch joins, concurring. Thomas, I believe, is one of the most schizophrenic writers. Gorsuch, in my opinion, has been one of the best, so let's see what these guys say. The court today holds that federal courts may not issue so-called universal injunctions. I agree and join in full, as the court explains. The Judiciary Act of 1789, the statute that authorizes the federal courts to issue equitable remedies, does not permit universal injunctions. It authorizes only those remedies traditionally available in equity, and there is no historical tradition allowing courts to provide relief that extends beyond the parties. That conclusion is dispositive. That means that dispositive means that's all you need to prove it, it's done, right? As I have previously explained, if district courts have any authority to issue universal injunctions, it must come from some specific statutory or constitutional grant. But the Judiciary Act is the only real possibility, and serious constitutional questions would arise even if Congress purported to one day allow universal injunctions. Somebody donated and said, Destiny, what do you think about Represent Us and the Forward Party's prioritization of voting, lobbying, and community reform? I feel like we only need priorities insulating the government. I don't care about that shit. I don't think that's that important. I think it's a 10-year-old issue that I don't think is relevant, but what if someone is born in the US during this time and then gets deported and they lose the case? Would that mean we have deported a US citizen? Well, I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. So if, let's say that you're born and ordinarily be granted birthright citizenship, but now you're not, as the court case is ongoing. Let's say that the plaintiffs win the court case and the Supreme Court decides that this EO is unconstitutional. Are they going to retroactively give citizenship to people that were here? I have no clue. They'd be stateless people. I don't think we're running into the stateless people issue yet, because like, I'm trying to think of an example of somebody giving birth here in the US where they wouldn't just inherit the citizenship or nationality of their parent. Like if somebody illegally came over from Mexico and then gave birth here, they wouldn't have US citizenship, but they'd still be granted Mexican citizenship, right? I would have to see what the Mexican citizenship requirements are, but I imagine it must be the case that if you're born to a citizen parent, you must inherit that citizenship. That'd be my guess, but I don't know. Why do you assume that there must be? Because that just seems like intuitive to me. So like you're telling me that if you have two German parents and then you go to, and your parents are in Sweden or whatever, and they have a kid there, that the child's not a German citizen? They don't inherit citizenship from their parents at all? That seems highly unlikely to me. But I mean, I could be wrong, but... And my guess would be that's probably the same for New World countries as well. But, okay. I write separately to emphasize the majority's guidance regarding how courts should tailor remedies specific to the parties. Courts must not distort the rule that injunctive relief should be no more burdensome to the defendant than necessary to provide complete relief to the plaintiffs. Otherwise, they risk replicating the problems of universal injunctions under the guise of granting complete relief. As the court recognizes, the complete relief principle operates as a ceiling. In no circumstance can a court award relief beyond that necessary to redress the plaintiff's injuries. Well, what about punitive relief? Or is that something that can only be awarded by a jury? Does a jury count as like the court? I have no idea. Complete relief is not a guarantee. It is the maximum a court can provide. This limitation follows from both Article 3 and traditional equitable practice. Because Article 3 limits courts to resolving specific cases and controversies, see U.S. Constitution, Article 3, Section 2, it requires that any remedy be tailored to redress the plaintiff's particular injury. And equitable remedies historically operate on a plaintiff-specific basis. Accordingly, any remedy must, of course, be limited to the inadequacy that produced the injury in fact that the plaintiff has established. Courts, therefore, err insofar as they treat complete relief as a mandate. Some judges have read our precedents to suggest that courts should provide plaintiffs whatever remedy is necessary to give them complete relief. Injunctions should be crafted to provide complete relief to the plaintiffs. Courts tailor their injunctions to provide complete relief to the parties, no less and no more. But that reading misunderstands the complete relief principle. Punitive relief is a remedy at law, not equity, and is unaffected by this decision. Okay. Okay, where am I? This principle reflects that equitable rule that This principle reflects the equitable rule that courts generally may administer complete relief between the parties. It is an important aim of the law of remedies to put the plaintiff in her rightful position. But to say that a court can award complete relief is not to say that it should do so, and in some circumstances, a court cannot award complete relief. As the court today affirms, any relief must fall within traditional limits on a court's equitable powers. Courts must ask whether the relief plaintiffs seek was traditionally accorded by courts of equity, and they must ensure that any injunctions comport with both the complete relief principle and other principles of equity. For example, courts may need to weigh considerations such as equity's concern with justice, also for the defendant. In some cases, traditional equitable limits will require courts and plaintiffs to make do with less than complete relief. This court's decision in Frothingham v. Mellon, decided with Massachusetts v. Mellon, exemplifies exemplifies this constraint. Appellant Frothingham, what a name, Frothingham, sought to enjoin the execution of a Federal Appropriation Act on the grounds that the act exceeded the government's authority and that its execution would improperly increase her tax burden. On a maximalist view of the complete relief principle, Frothingham would have been entitled to a national injunction had her claim been meritorious. After all, a prohibition on using her tax money for the statute would have been wholly ineffectual in remedying the injury caused by unlawful federal spending given the fungibility of money. The government would still have been free to execute the statute as long as it labeled the underlying funds as coming from other taxpayers. A court thus would have needed to enjoin all spending under the statute to provide effective relief. What? This sounds fucking retarded. I'm sorry, hold on. Question from the mailing decided with master exemplifies constraint. Appellant Frothingham sought to enjoin the execution of a Federal Appropriation Act on the grounds that the act exceeded the government's authority and that its execution would improperly increase her tax burden. On a maximalist view of the complete relief principle, Frothingham would have been entitled to a national injunction had her claim. Wouldn't a narrowly tailored injunction just make it so that her tax burden wouldn't be increased? I don't understand this at all. But, okay. The government would still have been free to execute the statute as long as brain. Okay, a court with this, but this court rejected Frothingham's request for such an injunction as beyond the preventative powers of a court of equity. Among other reasons, it emphasized that an individual taxpayer's interest in the money of the Treasury was comparatively minute, and indeterminable, and that the petitioner had not suffered any direct injury, but rather was suffering in some indefinite way in common with people generally. To be sure, what counts as complete relief can be a difficult question. Does SCOTUS even have the authority under this ruling to rule something unconstitutional beyond the plaintiff who sued? I think they still do. I don't think that impacts anything. I think they can still think that things are unconstitutional. Fuck. Wait, hold on one second. No. Wait. Wait, hold on one second. No, never mind. Sorry. Just kidding. Okay, just kidding. Ignore me. To be sure, what counts as complete relief, asterisk. Although courts now treat Frothingham primarily as a case about taxpayer standing, its analysis, in fact, intertwined concepts of equity, remedies, and the judicial power. To be sure, what counts as complete relief can be a difficult question. Many plaintiffs argue that only sweeping relief can redress their injuries, and I do not dispute that there will be cases requiring an indivisible remedy that incidentally benefits third parties, such as injunctions barring public nuisances, but such cases are by far the exception. An indivisible remedy is appropriate only when it would be all but impossible to devise relief that reaches only the plaintiffs. Such impossibility is a high bar. For example, the court today readily dispatches with the individual and associational respondent's position that they require a universal injunction, notwithstanding their argument that a plaintiff-specific injunction would be difficult to administer and would subject the association's members to the burden of having to identify and disclose to the government their membership. As the court recognizes, prohibiting enforcement of the executive order against the child of an individual pregnant plaintiff is all that is required to give that plaintiff complete relief. Courts may not use the complete relief principle to revive the universal injunction. For good reason, the court today puts an end to the increasingly common practice of federal courts issuing universal injunctions. The court also makes clear that the complete relief principle provides a ceiling on federal courts' authority, which must be applied alongside other principles of equity, and are holding that universal injunctions are impermissible. Lower courts should carefully heed this court's guidance and cabin their grants of injunctive relief in light of historical equitable limits. If they cannot do so, this court will continue to be duty-bound to intervene. What was the point of writing this? He really wanted that ceiling, I guess. Okay. Alito, our other friendly schizo judge. What do we got? Justice Alito, with whom Justice Thomas joins, concurring. I join the opinion of the court, but write separately to note two related issues that are left unresolved and potentially threaten the practical significance of today's decision: the availability of third-party standing and class certification. First, the court does not address the weighty issue of whether the state plaintiffs have third-party standing to assert the citizenship clause claims of their individual residents. The government's applications to partially stay the preliminary injunctions are granted, but only to the extent that the individual are withstanding to sue. Okay. Third-party standing, I guess, my guess is going to be here is that, like, you need standing to sue. Can I claim that I have standing on your behalf to sue for you? And the states are asserting, I guess, or claiming to have third-party standing. Actually, I don't even know if the state is suing on behalf of the citizens, or if the state is just suing on behalf of itself and the undue burden that it would be placed on it if the citizens were to be, but I'm not sure. Hi, if it's left to states, what would happen to someone who moves? Like, if a state doesn't recognize them as a U.S. citizen, but they were born in a state that has it, would they not be allowed to vote? Well, so recognizing a U.S. citizen that's the purview of the federal government, I believe, not of a state. The federal government is what deals with citizenship. Ordinarily, a litigant must assert his or her own legal rights and interests and cannot rest a claim to relief on the legal rights or interests of third parties. In limited circumstances, however, the court has permitted a party to assert the rights of a third party. Again, I don't believe that plaintiffs here were suing on behalf of their citizens. I thought they were suing on behalf of the state, because it would be burdened by all of the paperwork and everything else. Maybe that's what that was, or at least I thought that was one of the arguments that was addressed earlier, or that was proffered earlier. Admittedly, the court has not pinned down the precise circumstances in which third-party standing is permissible, and commentators have emphasized the need for greater doctrinal coherence. But at a minimum, we have said that a litigant seeking to assert the legal rights or interests of others must demonstrate ordinary Article III standing for itself and answer the additional threshold question of whether it has standing to raise the rights of others. This latter requirement, as we have explained, entails a showing that the litigant has a close relationship to the right holder and that there is some hindrance to the right holder's ability to protect his own interests. So long as third-party standing doctrine remains good law, federal courts should take care to apply these limitations conscientiously, including against state plaintiffs. That is especially so in cases such as these, in which the parties claiming third-party standing, in this case the states, are not directly subject to the challenge policy in the relevant respect and face, at most, collateral injuries. Are not directly subject to the challenge policy. unless I'm missing something, this is just not true. No, because part of the executive order says oh, no, wait, actually, hold on, maybe not. Wait 1 second. Never mind, I thought this barred states from issuing stuff, but it doesn't. So the section 2 of the policy for this executive order is, it is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the U.S. government shall issue documents recognizing U.S. citizenship or accept documents, so that's just the federal government, or accept documents issued by state, local, or other governments or authorities purporting to recognize U.S. citizenship to persons. Okay, so this doesn't actually, I don't actually then know how, I don't know how states would have standing to sue at all then for this, unless they were doing it as third-party representatives of their states. Okay. That is especially so in cases such as these, in which the parties claiming third-party standing are not directly subject to the challenge policy. Okay. Today's decision only underscores the need for rigorous and even-handed enforcement of third-party standing limitations. The court holds today that injunctive relief should generally extend only to the suing plaintiff. That will have the salutary effect of bringing an end to the practice of runaway universal injunctions, but it leaves other questions unanswered. Perhaps most important, when a state brings a suit to vindicate the rights of individual residents and then procures injunctive relief, does the injunction bind the defendant with respect to all residents of that state? If so, states will have every incentive to bring third-party suits on behalf of their residents to obtain a broader scope of equitable relief than any individual resident could procure in his own suit. Left unchecked, the practice of reflexive state third-party standing will undermine today's decision as a practical matter. One of the things that he said earlier, though, is there's a second part to the test, and that was, is there something that's prohibiting the other party from bringing a suit themselves? So I don't know if that would be as broad as it says there, but that's not it, I guess. Okay, where are we at? Second, today's decision will have very little value if district courts award relief to broadly defined classes without following Rule 23's procedural protections for class certification. The class action is a powerful tool, and we have accordingly held that class certification is proper only if the trial court is satisfied, after a rigorous analysis, that the prerequisites of Rule 23A have been satisfied. These requirements are more than a mere pleading standard, and a hasty application of Rule 23 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure can have drastic consequences, creating potential unfairness for absent class members and confusion and pressure to settle for defendants. Recognizing these effects, Congress took the exceptional step of authorizing interlocutory review of class certification. Putting the kibosh on universal injunctions does nothing to disrupt Rule 23's requirements. Of course, Rule 23 may permit the certification of nationwide classes in some discrete scenarios, but the district courts should not view today's decision as an invitation to certify nationwide classes without scrupulous adherence to the rigors of Rule 23. Otherwise, the universal injunction will return from the grave under the guise of nationwide class relief, and today's decision will be of little more than minor academic interest. Lax enforcement of the requirements for third-party standing and class certification would create a potentially significant loophole to today's decision. Federal courts should thus be vigilant against such potential abuses of these tools. I do not understand the court's decision to reflect any disagreement with these concerns, so I join its decision in full. I do not understand the court's decision to reflect any disagreements with these concerns, so I join its decision in full. Well, okay. I feel like that sounds strange, but all right. Testing has to be both parents, though, right? With the Trump lawsuit, well, I think with the Trump EO, as long as one person is a citizen, I think the child still gets citizenship. As long as the parent is a green card holder or a U.S. citizen, you only need one parent to inherit citizenship with this executive order. Okay. That was Alito. Kavanaugh. Is it effective now or does it have to pass Congress? Nope, it's effective right now. Trump talking live. Maybe I'll watch after. So as of right now, birthright citizenship does not exist in the United States. We've gotten rid of that for now until the court case is over. We'll see how they rule. The plaintiffs here sought preliminary injunctions against enforcement of the president's executive order on birthright citizenship. The district courts granted universal preliminary injunctions, that is, injunctions prohibiting enforcement of the executive order against anyone. Under the court's holding today, district courts issuing injunctions against or under the authority afforded by the Judiciary Act of 1789 may award only plaintiff-specific relief. I join the court's careful and persuasive opinion, which will bring needed clarity to the law of remedies. To be sure, in the wake of the court's decision, plaintiffs who challenge the legality of a new federal statute or executive action and request preliminary injunctive relief may sometimes seek to proceed by class action under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 23b2 and ask a court to award preliminary class-wide relief that may, for example, be statewide, region-wide, or even nationwide. And in cases under the Administrative Procedure Act, plaintiffs may ask a court to preliminarily set aside a new agency rule. Okay, so it sounds like this is the proper way that you would challenge new executive orders, basically, right? But importantly, today's decision, or let's read footnote 1. In addition, as the court notes, an injunction granting complete relief to plaintiffs may also, as a practical matter, benefit non-parties. Can this affect naturalized citizens? No, this is only for people going forward. Destiny, not yet, in 30 days. Okay, that might be true. I don't know if that's the case because the executive order said 30 days from the EO. I don't know if these guys said 30 days from this court decision or how that works, but I don't know if it was retroactive or not. But importantly, today's decision will require district courts to follow proper legal procedures when awarding such relief. Most significantly, district courts can no longer award preliminary, nationwide, or class-wide relief, except when such relief is legally authorized. I don't know why Gorsuch puts preliminary here when it's all injunctions, not just preliminary ones. And that salutary development, or no, Kavanaugh, this is Kavanaugh, not Gorsuch writing, my bad. And that salutary development will help bring substantially more order and discipline to the ubiquitous preliminary litigation over new federal statutes and executive actions. I write separately simply to underscore that this case focuses on only one discrete aspect of the preliminary litigation relating to major new federal statutes and executive actions, namely, what district courts may do with respect to those new statutes and executive actions in what might be called the interim before the interim. Does a district court refer specifically to the first court in a federal district? Or like, are circuit courts also considered district courts? Or is a circuit court of appeals not a district court? Like, that's the circuit court of appeals that the district courts are a part of. Is a circuit court a district court? The federal court system has three main levels: district courts, trial courts, circuit courts, which are the first level appeals. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, so they are separate things. Gotcha. Although district courts have received much of the attention and criticism in debates over the universal injunction issue, those courts generally do not have the last word when they grant or deny preliminary injunctions. The courts of appeals and this court, so your circuit courts, court of appeals and circuit courts, and this court can and regularly do expeditiously review district court decisions awarding or denying preliminary injunctive relief. The losing party in the district court, the defendant against whom an injunction is granted, or the plaintiff who is denied an injunction, will often go to the Court of Appeals to seek a temporary stay or injunction. And then the losing party in the Court of Appeals may promptly come to the court, to this court, the Supreme Court, with an application for a stay or injunction. This court has therefore often acted as the ultimate decider of the interim legal status of major new federal statutes and executive actions. After today's decision, that order of operations will not change. In justiciable cases, this court, not the district courts or courts of appeals, will often still be the ultimate decision maker as to the interim legal status of major new federal statutes and executive actions, that is, the interim legal status for the several-year period before a final decision on the merits. The court's decision today focuses on the interim before the interim, the preliminary relief that district courts can award and courts of appeals can approve for the generally weeks-long interim before this court can assess and settle the matter, for the often years-long interim before a final decision on the merits. To appreciate the broader context surrounding today's decision, it is important to understand this court's role in preliminary litigation of this sort. The basic scenario in these kinds of applications to this court is by now familiar. Congress passes a major new statute, or the executive branch issues a major new rule or executive order. The litigation over the legality of the new statute or executive action winds its way through the federal courts, and that litigation may meander on for many months or often years before this court can issue a final ruling deciding the legality of the new statute or executive action. In the meantime, various plaintiffs may seek preliminary injunctions, sometimes in many different district courts, and a government defendant against whom a preliminary injunction is granted, or a plaintiff who is denied a preliminary injunction, may seek a temporary stay or injunction in the Court of Appeals and then in this court. That preliminary injunction litigation, which typically takes place at a rapid-fire pace long before the merits litigation culminates several years down the road, raises a question. What should the interim legal status of the significant new federal statute or executive action at issue be during the several-year period before this court's final ruling on the merits? That interim status question is itself immensely important. This is true. So this is like kind of answering the question, I think, of like, well, what happens to people that are born while the court case is ongoing, depending on whether or not an injunction is granted or not granted, right? Like, what's the legal status of the rule or the law from Congress, right? That interim status question is itself immensely important. The issue of whether a major new federal statute or executive action is enforceable during the several years while the parties wait for a final merits ruling raises a separate question of extraordinary significance to the parties and the American people. The interim status issue, in turn, raises two other critical questions. Should there be a nationally uniform answer on the question of whether a major new federal statute or executive action can be legally enforced in the often years-long interim period until this court reaches a final decision on the merits, and if so, who decides what the nationally uniform interim answer is? It has to be no. There's no way they're going to say that they can issue a nationally uniform interim answer, but they don't have the authority to do universal injunctions or whatever, right? They can't possibly have that double position, no? Hold on, I need to soy the fuck out. Let me go soy that 1 second. First, in my view, there often, perhaps not always, but often, should be a nationally uniform answer on whether a major new federal statute, rule, or executive order can be enforced throughout the United States during the several-year interim period until its legality is finally decided on the merits. Consider, well, that's what the point of a universal injunction is, right? Consider just a few of the major executive actions that have been the subject of intense preliminary injunction or other pre-enforcement litigation in the past 10 years or so under presidents of both political parties. They range from travel bans to birthright citizenship, from the Clean Power Plan to student loan forgiveness, from the OSHA vaccine mandate to the service of transgender individuals in the military, from Title IX regulations to abortion drugs. And the list goes on. Those executive actions often are highly significant and have widespread effects on many individuals, businesses, governments, and other organizations throughout the United States. Often, it is not especially workable or sustainable or desirable to have a patchwork scheme, potentially for several years, in which a major new federal statute or executive action of that kind applies to some people or organizations in certain states or regions, but not to others. The national reach of many businesses and government programs, as well as the regular movements of the American people into and out of different states and regions, would make it difficult to sensibly maintain such a scattershot system of federal law. Second, if one agrees that the years-long interim status of a highly significant new federal statute or executive action should often be uniform throughout the United States, who decides what the interim status is? The answer, typically, will be this court, as has been the case both traditionally and recently. This court's actions in resolving applications for interim relief help provide clarity and uniformity as to the interim legal status of major new federal statutes, rules, and executive orders. In particular, the court's disposition of applications for interim relief often will effectively settle, de jure or de facto, the interim legal status of those statutes or executive actions nationwide. The decision today will not alter this court's traditional role in those matters. Going forward, in the wake of a major new federal statute or executive action, different district courts may enter a slew of preliminary rulings on the legality of that statute or executive action, or alternatively, perhaps a district court or courts will grant or deny the functional equivalent of a universal injunction, for example, by granting or denying a preliminary injunction to a putative nationwide class under Rule 23b-2, or by preliminarily setting aside or declining to set aside an agency rule under the APA. No matter how the preliminary injunction litigation on those kinds of significant matters transpires in the district courts, the courts of appeals, in turn, will undoubtedly be called upon to promptly grant or deny temporary stays or temporary injunctions in many cases. And regardless of whether the district courts have issued a series of individual preliminary rulings, or instead have issued one or more broader class-wide or set-aside preliminary rulings, the losing parties in the courts of appeals will regularly come to this court in matters involving major new federal statutes and executive actions. The footnote, by statute, some litigation may start in a court of appeals or three-judge district court and then come directly to this court. If there is no class-wide or set-aside relief in those kinds of nationally significant matters, then one would expect a flood of decisions from lower courts, after which the losing parties on both sides will probably inundate this court with applications for stays or injunctions. And in cases where class-wide or set-aside relief has been awarded, the losing side in the lower courts will likewise regularly come to this court if the matter is sufficiently important. When a stay or footnote 3, that scenario explains why it would not make much sense for this court to apply different standards to 1, an application for an injunction, and 2, an application for a stay of an injunction. Suppose a district court in Circuit A enjoins a new executive action, and the Court of Appeals in Circuit A then declines to stay the injunction. Meanwhile, a district court in Circuit B does not enjoin that new executive action, and the Court of Appeals in Circuit B also declines to enjoin it. Both cases come to the court on applications for interim relief, one seeking a stay of injunction and one seeking an injunction. It would not be particularly rational to deny a stay and leave the injunction in place in Circuit A, and then turn around and deny an injunction in Circuit B on account of a purportedly higher standard for this court to grant injunctions rather than stays. The standards should mesh so that this court can ensure uniformity without regard to the happenstance of how various courts of appeals and district courts ruled. To obtain an interim stay or an injunction, an applicant must show... that was footnote 3. Destiny, but the Trump admin will just never appeal a preliminary injunction then. Yeah. Right? Let me think of how that makes sense. So let's say that the government wants to force you to eat candy bars, and then somebody sues the government in District A, and the government wins. The other person could appeal the case, and then we would get that up to the Supreme Court that way. But in another circuit, let's say that the government loses. They would just never appeal that case. Yeah, how do you get over that, Bert? How do you overcome that bias? He kind of passes over that. Suppose a district court in Circuit A. So like let's do this example here. Suppose a district court in Circuit A stops a new executive action saying everybody has to eat candy bars, and the Court of Appeals in Circuit A declines to stay the injunction, and the Court of Appeals says, yeah, that's like we're going to stop you from the new candy bar eating executive order. Meanwhile, a district court in Circuit B says that no, actually it's fine, you can be forced to eat candy bars. And then the Court of Appeals in Circuit B also declines to enjoin it. Both cases come to this court on applications for interim relief. Why would both of those cases, assuming the same defendant, how would both of those cases go to the Supreme Court? I feel like this is a very specific question. Suppose a district court in Circuit A enjoins a new... If the government loses in some place, they just wouldn't appeal it. Yeah, why would they? Then you just wouldn't enforce it over there. Or you would look for a universal ruling from the Supreme Court in a case that you won. Will the birthright citizenship thing only affect you if it's both parents? I don't understand what you mean. Right now, there's no or in 30 days, I guess. I don't know if it's 30 days right now. There will be no more birthright citizenship. You need to have at least one citizenship granted parent or one lawful permanent resident parent in order to have citizenship, basically. Can they deport the baby then? Yeah. The baby and the mom, right? I don't understand this argument. Maybe it gets addressed somewhere else. How many generations back is birthright citizenship revoked? They're not revoking it. Like, they're not revoking citizenship for anybody. Not yet. They're just no more new citizenship given for birthright citizenship. When a stay or injunction application arrives here, this court should not and cannot hide in the tall grass. And in cases where classified or set-aside relief has been awarded, the losing side and the lower courts will likewise regularly come to this court if the matter is sufficiently important. When a stay or injunction application arrives here, this court should not and cannot hide in the tall grass. When we receive such an application, we must grant or deny. To obtain an interim, I'm reading the footnote. To obtain an interim stay or an injunction, an applicant must show 1, a reasonable probability that 4 justices will consider the issue sufficiently meritorious to grant certiorari, 2, a fair prospect that a majority of the court will vote to reverse the judgment below, and 3, a likelihood that irreparable harm will result from the denial. The court may also consider the balance of the equities and relative harms to the parties. Okay, wait. Let me explain this. I'm sorry, because it's important to understand this for the 20 of you that care about this procedure stuff, okay? This is why this is bullshit, in my opinion. But maybe this will be addressed, okay? So what Kavanaugh is saying is that, okay, Kavanaugh, he's saying, yes, we kind of have to figure out what we're going to do with a federal rule or an executive rule or congressional law while we're waiting for the court to rule on it. Like, that's fair, right? The Supreme Court needs to be able to make some kind of nationwide universal statement about it, okay? But we're getting rid of universal injunctions, so how would that work? So what Kavanaugh is saying is that, well, there'll probably be a lot of challenges in different district courts that would get through Court of Appeals, and then finally, those challenges would come up to us, and then it would be on us to make a ruling that would give way to kind of like a nationwide ruling that would impact every federal court across the nation until the court case is basically completed. And so to further that, he says, suppose that a district court in Circuit A, so we'll say like a federal court in California, stops this new Trump executive action. And then let's say that a court of appeals in my circuit in Florida, I'm sorry. Let's say that in California, they stop the executive action. And then let's say that in California, it's appealed up to the circuit court. And let's say that the circuit allows that stop to stay. They say, fine, yeah, we're blocking that, okay? The circuit, so the appeals court, the federal appeals court. And then let's say over in Florida, in my state, let's say the opposite happens. Let's say that in Florida, they say, actually, no, we're going to let this stand. And then the circuit court is also going to say, yeah, we're going to let this stand. Both of these cases would be appealed up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court would have before it an injunction that was granted, and then a stay for an injunction that was granted, right? So the Supreme Court's going to have to decide, well, are we going to let the injunction stand or not? Whatever we decide is probably going to have to be the same for both. We're not going to say to one circuit, okay, you guys that blocked the action, you're good, and you guys that decided to block of the action, you're also good, right? The Supreme Court will make one decision, right? But the issue is that it's assumed that all of these cases will get up to the Supreme Court, all right? Now, let's say that we're not an idiot, and let's say that we are the government. Let's say that we're the government, and let's say that we're sued in 10 different states, okay? Let's say that we win in 5 districts. Let's say that we lose in the other 5 districts. Well, if we lose a case, we're never appealing that. We'll just let that one, fuck it, we lost that, okay? If we lose the case, we're not going to appeal. We're not appealing that. Fuck it, we lost it. And then in the ones where we won, well, fuck it, we'll let those fuckers appeal. And then when we win, and then they appeal up to the circuit court, okay, well, we're going to fight here. And then if we lose up there, well, fuck it, maybe we'll just let that one stand, fuck it. But if we win, well, then fuck it, we'll let those guys appeal to the Supreme Court. So now what happens is the only cases that would ever percolate, it's the word that the Solicitor General likes to use, the only cases that would make it to the Supreme Court are going to be ones that losers are appealing, where us, the government, has won in the district court and then prevailed in the circuit court, and now we'll let the losers appeal it up to the Supreme Court. So the only thing before the Supreme Court is are these cases that are all pointing in one direction. And I don't know how you counter that. What is the counter to that? Like, he's not giving a specific example here, because in what world is somebody appealing all the way up to the Supreme Court when you have 2 contrary rulings? You're not going to appeal both, right? Or why not just appeal, like, let them appeal? Like, don't appeal cases that you lose. If you lose, then fuck it. Because the worst you can lose at is the district court level, right? And if you lose at the district court, well, then fuck it. Fuck them. Fuck that circuit. And then in places where you win and they try to get an injunction against you, and then the stays issued up at the circuit court, well, then you fight at the circuit court. And then if you lose in the circuit court, well, fuck them. Then fuck that circuit, I guess. And then if you win a circuit court, we won. And then if they appeal that, well, let's go to the Supreme Court and fight. So you're only going to the Supreme Court with cases where you've won at the district and circuit level. So why would you do that? Why? Like that feels like it's heavily in favor when it's the same defendant, the government, right, across all the districts and circuits. I don't understand how those cases would ever get to. Leon's Law says, well, these cases are all from the government appeal, so it seems to be working. These cases are where the government lost in all 3 cases, though. And the government lost on their request for a stay in all 3 cases, though, right? So, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe this will be addressed later on. Who knows? We'll see. But you want to lose when you know the Supreme Court will fix it. Well, but you don't know what the Supreme Court will do. But I'm saying that why would you risk losing? Because imagine you've lost 5 cases and then you've won 5 cases. I don't want to appeal all those up to the Supreme Court. I'm going to let the 5 that I win, I'll let those losers appeal it up to the Supreme Court. Because then when the Supreme Court makes a decision on the case that I've won, and I've already won these in the lower courts, so the percolating facts are probably in my favor, ideally, right? That means that I'm more likely to get a ruling from the Supreme Court that will be effective throughout the nation, which would supersede the district and circuit courts where I lost, right? Like do you understand the issue? I feel like that's, unless I'm missing some other way that those other cases would get to the Supreme Court, like I have a chance of selectively basically trying cases at the Supreme Court level where I've already won in both of the lower courts, and now I can get a ruling at the nationwide level that will supersede the districts and the circuits where I've already lost, right? If the government loses in Circuit A, can't the cases in Circuit B and C and D just cite the case in Circuit A? I mean, you can cite it weekly, but generally speaking, circuits are their own circuits, and they don't like to hear, like, if you cite it, like, if I'm in Florida and I'm like, actually, the Ninth Circuit said this, then the judge would say, well, okay, well, eat shit and move to California and then sue them there. This is the 11th Circuit, motherfucker. I don't care what the Ninth Circuit said. They can listen. I mean, they can look for guidance, or they can look to other circuits for guidance, but they're not even bound. They're not even technically, I don't think a district court judge is bound necessarily even by their own circuit rulings, although they like to look to those more, I think. Okay. When we receive an application, we must grant or deny. And when we do, that is, when this court makes a decision on the interim legal status of a major new federal statute or executive action, that decision will often constitute a form of precedent, de jure or de facto, that provides guidance throughout the United States during this years-long interim period until a final decision on the merit. It is sometimes suggested, however, that this court should adopt a policy of presumptively denying applications for stays or injunctions, even applications involving significant new federal statutes or executive actions, regardless of which way the various lower courts have ruled. That suggestion is flawed, in my view, because it would often leave an unworkable or intolerable patchwork of federal law in place. And even in cases where there is no patchwork, for example, because an application comes to us with a single nationwide class action injunction, what if this court thinks the lower court's decision is wrong? On student loan forgiveness or the Clean Power Plan or mifepristone? Was that the abortion drug or something? I don't remember. Or the travel bans, for example. Should we have a rule of presumptively denying relief, thereby allowing erroneous injunctions or erroneous denials of injunctions of major new statutes and executive actions to remain in place for several years, and thus severely harming the government and would-be beneficiaries of, or regulated parties under, those new statutes and executive actions? I think not, and this court's actions over the years reflect that this court thinks not. This is a concurring opinion, right? It is. Okay. How does he? Okay. Unless and until this court grants or denies an application for stay or injunction, tremendous uncertainty may surround the interim legal status of the new federal statute or executive action throughout the country. The statute or executive action may be in effect in some places, but not others, for some businesses, but not others, for some Americans, but not others. That temporary geographic, organizational, and individual variation in federal law might not warrant this court's intervention in run-of-the-mill cases, which is why it makes sense that this court denies applications for interim relief when the court is unlikely to later grant certiorari, meaning that like the case isn't even important enough for them to hear the case, so why would they hear a stay or an injunction based on the case? But in cases involving major new federal statutes or executive actions, uniformity is often essential or at least sensible and prudent. In those kinds of cases, disuniformity, even if only for a few years or less, can be chaotic. And such chaos is not good for the law or the country. Nick says, Destiny, assuming these mean what they mean, do you think Dem presidential hopefuls should vow to spam executive action since Trump's SCOTUS has kind of made it meta? If not, this will be overturned when SCOTUS loops back left in 12 years. We're stuck on this patch for a while. Who knows? Like, when I get to the end of this, I'll have a better opinion. We'll see. One of this court's roles in justiciable cases is to resolve major legal questions of national importance and ensure uniformity of federal law. So a default policy of offloading to lower courts the final word on whether to green light or block major new federal statutes and executive actions for the several-year interim until a final ruling on the merits would seem to amount to an abdication of this court's proper role. Wait, how does he join the majority opinion? It's coming. Or I'm just not understanding this at all. I don't know. Some might object that this court is not well equipped to make those significant decisions, namely decisions about the interim status of a major new federal statute or executive action on an expedited basis. But district courts and courts of appeals are likewise not perfectly equipped to make expedited preliminary judgments on important matters of this kind. Yet, they have to do so, and so do we. By law, federal courts are open and can receive and review applications for relief 24/7, 365. See 28 U.S.C. Section 452. All courts of the United States shall be deemed always open for the purpose of filing proper papers and making motions and orders. And this court has procedural tools that can help us make the best possible interim decision in the limited time available: administrative stays, additional briefing, amicus briefs, oral arguments, certiorari before judgment, and the like. On top of that, this court has 9 justices, each of whom can and does consult and deliberate with the other 8 to help the court determine the best answer, unlike a smaller 3-judge court of appeals panel or 1-judge district court. And this court also will have the benefit of the prior decisions in the case at hand from the Court of Appeals and the district court. Some might argue that preliminary disputes over the legality of major new statutes and executive actions can draw this court into difficult or controversial matters earlier than we might like, as distinct from what happens on our slower-moving merits docket. That is an understandable concern. But when it comes to the interim status of major new federal statutes and executive actions, it is often important, for reasons of clarity, stability, and uniformity, that this court be the decider. And members of the court have life tenure so that we can make tough calls without fear or favor. As with the merits docket, the court's role in resolving applications for interim relief is to neutrally referee each matter based on the relevant legal standard. Avoiding controversial or difficult decisions on those applications is neither feasible nor appropriate. Who is he writing to? What are we even talking? I don't know who's challenging. Like, you guys are the ones saying that I feel like you can't do this anymore. No, I don't. Okay, we'll get there, I guess. I don't know. We'll get there. Some might also worry that an early or rushed decision on an application could lock in the court's assessment of the merits and subtly deter the court from later making a different final decision. But in deciding applications for interim relief involving major new statutes or executive actions, we often have no choice but to make a preliminary assessment of likelihood of success on the merits. After all, in cases of that sort, the other relevant factors, irreparable harm and the equities, are often very weighty on both sides. Moreover, judges strive to make the correct decision based on current information, notwithstanding any previous assessment of the merits earlier in the litigation. It is not uncommon to think and decide differently when one knows more. This court has done so in the past. See West Virginia, blah, 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 1943 case, and undoubtedly will continue to do so in the future. To reiterate, this court should not insert itself into your mom, into run-of-the-mill preliminary injunction cases where we are not likely to grant certiorari down the road, But determining the national uniform interim legal status for several years of, say, the Clean Power Act or Title IX regulations or mifepristone rules is a role that the American people appropriately expect this court, and not only the courts of appeals or district courts, to fulfill. I don't understand this at all. Okay. The volume of preliminary injunction and other enforcement litigation over new federal laws and executive actions coming to this court has been growing in recent years. That trend is in part the result of the increasing number of major new executive actions by recent presidential administrations of both political parties that have had difficulty passing significant new legislation through Congress. DGG or Kavanaugh. Based. Meanwhile, applications for stays or injunctions in capital punishment cases, election disputes, and other time-sensitive matters, including numerous COVID-19 related disputes in the few years beginning in 2020, have also continued to come to this court on a steady basis as they traditionally have. Although the volume of applications has increased, the court's responsibility for deciding consequential applications for stays or injunctions is not new. Yeah, we get it. You cited. Today's decision on district court injunctions will not affect this court's vitally important responsibility to resolve applications for stays or injunctions with respect to major new federal statutes and executive actions. Deciding those applications is not a distraction from our job. It is a critical part of our job. With that understanding, I join the court's opinion in full. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this other fucker doing. Okay, good job. Good for you, buddy. Our dissent. We're almost halfway through. How the fuck long is this dissent? Jesus. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my Jesus. Okay. We're blog posting. Damn, she mad. Okay. Justice Sotomayor, with whom Justice Kagan and Justice Jackson join, dissenting. Children born in the United States and subject to its laws are United States citizens. That has been the legal rule since the founding, and it was the English rule well before then. This court once attempted to repudiate it, holding in Dred Scott v. Sandford that the children of enslaved black Americans were not citizens. To remedy that grievous error, the states passed in 1866 and Congress ratified in 1868 the 14th Amendment's Citizenship Clause, which enshrined birthright citizenship in the Constitution. There it has remained accepted and respected by Congress, by the executive, and by this court until today. It is now the president who attempts, in an executive order or citizenship order, to repudiate birthright citizenship. Every court to evaluate the order has deemed it patently unconstitutional, and for that reason has enjoined the federal government from enforcing it. Undeterred, the government now asks this court to grant emergency relief, insisting that it will suffer irreparable harm unless it can deprive at least some children born in the United States of citizenship. C, protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. The government does not ask for complete stays of the injunctions, as it ordinarily does before this court. Why? The answer is obvious. To get such relief, the government would have to show that the order is likely constitutional, an impossible task in light of the Constitution's text, history, this court's precedents, federal law, and executive branch practice. So the government instead tries its hand at a different game. It asks this court to hold that, no matter how illegal a law or policy, courts can never simply tell the executive to stop enforcing it against anyone. Instead, the government says, it should be able to apply the citizenship order, whose legality it does not defend, to everyone except the plaintiffs who filed this lawsuit. The gamesmanship in this request is apparent, and the government makes no attempt to hide it. Yet, shamefully, this court plays along. A majority of this court decides that these applications of all cases provide the appropriate occasion to resolve the question of universal injunctions and end the centuries-old practice once and for all. In its rush to do so, the court disregards basic principles of equity, as well as the long history of injunctive relief granted to non-parties. No right is safe in the new legal regime the court creates. Today, the threat is to birthright citizenship. Tomorrow, a different administration may try to seize firearms from Okay, hold on. Somebody got to tell me this. How do you challenge an illegal action from the government and then get it busted? There must be a way or a thing that I'm missing. Is that always just an APA challenge? Is that what that looks like, or how does that work? Wait, somebody link me the APA governs how federal agencies make rules on adjudications when impact litigation. Okay, what is an APA claim? In recent years, there's been an increasing amount of federal litigation involving immigration law, initiated to challenge immigration law outside of immigration courts by filing a claim under the APA. Impact litigation of these claims are filed in federal district, not immigration court, which can level the playing field. Which types of APA? Okay, wait. So then, why didn't any of these people make an APA claim? Why were they all claims like this? Can somebody explain that to me? Jen, X, and Leon, you're both on the stand. Explain. Why weren't these APA claims or APA challenges? Can I Google that? Please have an answer. Why didn't APA challenge executive order? Oh, wait. It's an executive order. Can you APA claim? Wait, hold on. Can you challenge an executive order with APA claim? The AI says, yes, an executive order can be challenged using a claim under the Administrative Procedures Act. Specifically, the APA ensures administrative agencies, including those implementing executive orders, act within their authority. Wait, hamster hawk. Some of the lawsuits challenging Trump's policy have been brought under the APA. For instance, a district judge in Rhode Island issued a nationwide injunction against Trump's attempt to freeze vast amounts of federal spending after the judge found that the move would violate the APA, but not all policies or agency actions that would be subject to APA challenges. The birthright citizenship policy, for instance, was promulgated through an executive order, not through any federal agency. On the other hand, the order is a 30-day ramp-up period in which agency will develop. Okay, those guidelines might become targets for APA challenges. Okay, gotcha. Damn, all right. So you have to wait. Jesus. Okay. Sway time. Is there any good that will end from ending birthright citizenship? Yo, mama. No right is safe in the new legal regime the court creates. Today, the threat is to birthright citizenship. Tomorrow, a different administration may try to seize firearms from law-abiding citizens or prevent people of certain faiths from gathering to worship. The majority holds that, absent cumbersome class action litigation, courts cannot completely enjoin even such plainly unlawful policies unless doing so is necessary to afford the formal parties complete relief. That holding renders constitutional guarantees meaningful in name only for any individuals who are not parties to a lawsuit. Because I will not be complicit in so grave an attack on our system of law, I dissent. The majority ignores entirely whether the president's executive order is constitutional, instead focusing only on the question whether federal courts have the equitable authority to issue universal injunctions. Somebody says if a baby is dropped off at a fire station with no parent in sight, would that baby no longer be a citizen? I don't know. How do they do that in like European countries? Google it. The baby is now a firefighter. Baby. The Citizenship Clause provides that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. That means what it says. Nestled in the 14th Amendment, alongside the Equal Protection Clause, the Citizenship Clause does not discriminate on the basis of race, sex, ethnicity, religion, or, importantly here, parent age. It refers instead to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. Besides birth, there is only one condition, that one be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Yet that condition, too, leaves no room for ambiguity. To be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States means simply to be bound to its authority and its laws. Oh, she's going to spend a lot of time on this fighting on the merits, but the court is just ruling on the preliminary injunction part, basically. As the government would presumably concede, virtually everyone born in the United States and present in its territory is subject to its authority and its laws. After all, the jurisdiction of the nation within its own territory is necessarily exclusive and absolute. Once a citizen of another nation steps onto U.S. soil, she is, with narrow exception, amenable to the jurisdiction of the United States. That is why no plausible distinction with respect to 14th Amendment jurisdiction can be drawn between resident aliens whose entry into the United States was lawful and resident aliens whose entry was unlawful. Few constitutional questions can be answered by resort to the text of the Constitution alone, but this is one. The 14th Amendment guarantees birthright citizenship. Oh, parentage, not parent age. Oh, there's just a bad... Yeah, I didn't know what parent age... I didn't know if she was like snarkily referring to if you were older than the order or not. Okay. Oh, parentage. Yeah, you're right. My bad. That makes way more sense. Okay. The not father. Unsurprisingly, given the clarity of the Citizenship Clause's text, every other source of interpretation confirms this conclusion. Consider first its history. Long before the 14th Amendment, and indeed before the founding, the common law rule of jus soli, literally, right of the soil, governed English citizenship. That rule rendered a person's birthplace determinative of her citizenship status. Thus, the children of aliens born in England generally were natural-born subjects and entitled to all the privileges of such. Destiny, the merits matter because to get an injunction, you need to show a likelihood of success on the merits. It means the Supreme Court is giving this one to the government without them needing to show any harm at all. It's a real concern. Why are they granting it for this and not for a stronger case in favor of the government? Kind of zip. So they're playing a tricky game. They're not asking to get an injunction on the merits. They're asking whether or not these types of injunctions can exist at all, right? And that's what this court has ruled on. So they're avoiding the merits-based question and just asking about the merits of issuing a nationwide injunction, period, and not actually the merits of the injunctions themselves, right? Is the trick that the government has played, and I guess has won with. So. Describing Calvin's case, which established that everyone born within the domain or the dominions of the King of England is entitled to enjoy all the rights and liberties of an Englishman. That English common law rule carried over to the United States after the founding. Shortly after the Constitution's ratification, James Madison observed that it was an established maxim that birth is criterion of allegiance, of citizenship, i.e., of citizenship. Birth, he explained, could convey citizenship in two ways, either through place, under the right of the soil principle, or through parentage, as for one born to United States citizens. But in general, Madison explained, place is the most certain criterion, and it is what applies in the United States. Mere decades later, Justice Story wrote that nothing is better settled than the doctrine that the children, even of aliens born in a country, are subjects by birth. Well before the 14th Amendment, then, it was the undisputed law of the United States that every person born within the dominion and allegiance of the United States, whatever were the situation of his parents, is a natural born citizen. Though the law was clear, the nation did not always live up to its promise. Infamously, this court departed from the birthright citizenship principle in Dred Scott, holding that the children of enslaved black Americans are not included and were not intended to be included under the word citizens in the Constitution. Following the Civil War, the Reconstruction Congress corrected that grave error. Section 1 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 declared that all persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power would be citizens of the United States. The 14th Amendment's guarantee of birthright citizenship followed 2 years later. The lawmakers who ratified the 14th Amendment understood that it would extend citizenship to all children born here, regardless of parental citizenship. Indeed, some objected to its passage on those grounds, complaining that it would permanently extend citizenship to immigrants who invade state borders and settle as trespassers. Proponents agreed, if not with the anti-immigrant sentiment, that the clause would extend citizenship to the children of immigrants. For example, Senator Connis of California, one of the amendment's lead supporters, confirmed on the floor that the children born here of Mongolian parents shall be declared by the Constitution of the United States to be entitled to civil rights and to equal protection before the law. We have declared that by law, in the Civil Rights Act, he explained, and now it is proposed to incorporate the same provision in the fundamental instrument of the nation. Not one senator disagreed with this understanding of the clause. In the end, the citizenship clause was no legal innovation. Birthright citizenship is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. The birthright is protected no less for children of undocumented persons than for descendants of Mayflower passengers. It simply restored the long-standing English common law doctrine of jus soli, abrogated by Dred Scott. The central purpose of the citizenship clause was, of course, to overrule Dred Scott. Following the ratification of the 14th Amendment, this court confirmed the amendment's plain meaning in United States v. Wong Kim Ark. At issue was the citizenship of Wong Kim Ark, a young California resident born in San Francisco to Chinese immigrant parents. When Wong returned to California from a trip to China, a customs collector denied him entry on the sole ground that he was not a citizen of the United States. This court held that the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory. As the president does today, the government in Wong Kim Ark rested its case on the clause's sole qualifier. Wong was not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, the government claimed, because at birth his parents were aliens in the United States who were subjects to of the Emperor of China, thus making Wong a subject of the Emperor of China as well. This court squarely rejected that attempt to limit the citizen clause's reach. Instead, it held the subject to the jurisdiction qualifier excludes only children born of alien enemies in a hostile occupation and children of diplomatic representatives of a foreign state, with the single additional exception of children of members of the Indian tribes owing direct allegiance to their several tribes. And then for the footnote, the first two exceptions had already been shown by the law of England and by our own law from the time of the first settlement of the English colonies in America to be recognized exceptions to the fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the country. The additional exception for certain children born to Indian tribe members reflected the country's historical understanding that Indian tribes were quasi-foreign nations within the physical boundaries of the United States. That holding conclusively settled any remaining dispute over the citizenship clause's meaning. Since then, all three branches of government have unflinchingly adhered to it. This court, for one, has repeatedly reaffirmed Wong Kim Ark's holding. Notwithstanding legislation purporting to render Japanese persons ineligible for citizenship, we held in Morrison v. California that a child with Japanese parents is a citizen of the United States if he was born within the United States. The court recognized the same rule even during World War II, when individuals of Japanese ancestry were subject to curfew and exclusion orders. So too has the court recognized that the child of parents unlawfully present in the United States is, of course, an American citizen by birth. The same is true of children whose parents gained admission into the United States by unlawful means. Congress, for its part, has also reaffirmed the principles of birthright citizenship by enshrining it in a federal statute. Section 201 of the Nationality Act of 1940 provides that all those born in the United States and subject to the jurisdictions thereof shall be nationals and citizens of the United States at birth. The footnote, treaties between many tribes and the federal government at the time ensured that it was the tribe and not the U.S. government that had prescriptive and law enforcement authority over tribal members. Congress eventually extended birthright citizenship to tribal members born in the U.S. in 1924. See Indian citizenship in 1924. These exceptions are not at issue in these cases. For at least the last century, the executive branch has adhered to the same principle. When Congress proposed to reaffirm birthright citizenship in the 1940 Nationality Act, cabinet officials described it as a statement of the common law rule, which has been in the United States from the beginning of its existence. House Committee on Immigration and Naturalization, blah, 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 naturalization law, blah, blah. Indeed, the government concedes even now that the executive branch has recognized the vitality of birthright citizenship, at least back to World War II, if not earlier. That explains, among other things, why the Social Security Administration and the Department of State have long accepted proof of one's birthplace as proof of citizenship. Some decades ago, the Office of Legal Counsel was asked to respond to a House bill that would have denied birthright citizenship to children born in the United States to parents who are not citizens or permanent resident aliens. The answer well summed up the state of the law. This office grapples with many difficult and close issues of constitutional law. The lawfulness of this bill is not among them. This legislation is unquestionably unconstitutional. Undeterred by the Constitution, history, Supreme Court precedent, federal law, and long-standing executive branch practice, President Donald J. Trump issued Executive Order number 14160 on the day of his inauguration that purported to redefine American citizenship. The order declares that Destiny, after reading a bit more about this SCOTUS decision, do you still have hope and faith in our courts pushing back? The courts so far have done a good job. I don't know. This injunction thing seems silly, but I just don't. I wish I could. Are there any people who defend this ruling who have spoken about how are you supposed to stop a really bad executive order from taking place while it's being litigated? Are there any YouTube videos or people or writers or media people that have like spoken about that and given an opinion on that? The order declares that U.S. citizenship does not extend to persons who are born to a mother unlawfully present in the United States or lawfully present on a temporary basis, and a father who is neither a citizen nor a lawful permanent resident. It further prohibits federal agencies from issuing citizenship documentation to such persons or accepting state documentation to that effect, and it directs a slew of federal officials to conform agency regulations to the order. The prohibition, according to the order, applies only to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from the date of the order. Okay, I was confused about why she's referencing the birthright issue over the procedural issue, but I feel like I get what she's trying to say. I think she's arguing that the constitutional guarantee to birth certificate is so fundamental that procedural limits shouldn't stop the courts from enforcing controlling. Yeah, well, it's basically like saying, this is insanely hyperbolic, but it would be like saying the president passes an executive order saying that Donald Trump has the right to rape all children in the United States. And then there's an emergency, a temporary restraining order is issued from like 15 different courts because a whole bunch of different litigants, do a bunch of lawsuits, and then it gets up to the Supreme Court, and like Trump is like out on the street, cock raging, Viagra coursing through his veins, ready to like rape a whole. He's like outside the daycare center, and then they go to oral arguments before the Supreme Court, and then the oral arguments are, the defendants, or not the defendants, the plaintiffs are like, hey, Trump is about to like rape all of our kids. It's like really fucked up. Can we not have this happen? And then the government is saying, these temporary restraining orders that were issued, the person issuing the orders was actually doing it on a computer. And as far as we can tell, there's actually nothing rooted in the history of our country that says that issues ordered digitally are valid orders. And then the Supreme Court's like looking at this and they're like, oh, fuck. It all references like paper and bills and, in the ordinary history and meaning. Like, did they ever really mean like digital stuff? Like, are zeros and ones actually? And then so the Supreme Court's like, well, you know, we're going to go ahead and just stay this. We're going to say that like we're not going to touch this issue right now about like the mass raping of the kids, because like we're going to say that the orders need to be on paper, and it can't just be, you know, via email and stuff. Like the digital stuff's not okay. And then good luck figuring it out. And I think that for the liberal side of the court, they're like, bro, this is like clearly and obviously fucking retarded. And the government's argument here, they're clearly avoiding the mass child rape argument because they just want to argue on some very silly procedural issue, while in reality, before the court is not only a very important question, but also a very obvious question, right? Obviously, the president can't issue an EO to go and mass rape children. We should probably address that right now rather than pretend that there's some huge question of constitutionality here, and wait for that to get up to us through some other procedural process. I don't know why we're only addressing the digital. That's kind of what the argument is, which I feel like I kind of agree with that. Can the president of the United States really overturn birthright citizenship with an executive order? There's no way, right? Like that would just be crazy in my mind. And I mean, I think the fact that the government doesn't even try to defend that argument, I feel like that proves as much, right? True, MAGA did vote for it. Okay. Somebody said, I mean, in principle, doesn't this mean he is free to do so until the Supreme Court stops him? He's not about to. He can do it immediately. Well, for this EO, yes. In 30 days, birthright citizenship will be gone in the United States from every single person except for some of the listed plaintiffs in the lawsuit. That the birthright citizenship is going to be gone in 30 days, basically. Assuming it's 30 days from this ruling and not 30 days from the EO, in which case it's already gone. Yeah. Do you think the plaintiffs will try to establish a class and have the judge do an injunction based on that? Classes are, you would have to confer with Rule 23 and see, I don't know how to get, but I mean, the government also already said in oral arguments they would fight against class certification here. So here's the prerequisites going to Rule 23. A, in order to certify a class. The class is so numerous that joinder of all members is impracticable. That makes sense. There'd be a lot of litigants, so that's true. And then 2, there are questions of law or fact common to the class. That seems to be true. And then 3, the claims or defenses of the representative parties are typical of the claims or defenses of the class. I believe that's true. They're all fighting over the same thing, making the same claims. And 4, the representative parties will fairly and adequately protect the interests of the class. That seems to also be true. I don't know what they would even, actually, I don't even know what they would fight class certification on. I don't think they got into that specific of an argument. I don't even know. I have no fucking idea how they would even fight class certification on this. They just said they would. So I don't even know. There's already a new complaint issued with class action. Okay. All right. Maybe they'll get there, I guess. Okay. It's all right. We're over halfway done. We're on page 63 of 119. Good job, guys. The order declares that that United States citizenship does not extend to persons who are born to a mother unlawfully present in the U.S. or lawfully present on a temporary basis, and a father who is neither a citizen nor lawful permanent resident. It further prohibits federal agencies from issuing citizenship documentation to such persons or accepting state documentation to that effect, and it directs a slew of federal officials to conform agency regulations to the order. The prohibition, according to the order, applies only to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from the date of the order. Shortly after the president issued the citizenship order, what is the goal? Why is she calling it citizenship order? Is that like a tongue-in-cheek thing, or is she being formal, or is that referencing some historical thing about this, or? Wait, the government addressed how they would oppose a station or a statewide class? Oh, did they? I don't remember that. Hold on.
Predicting that we will or will not oppose that. We haven't taken a position on that yet.
If you were to oppose it, on what basis would you plausibly oppose it?
There may be problems of commonality and typicality, for example. For example, there's two different sets of groups that are affected by the executive order. There are those where the mothers are temporarily present and those where the mother are illegally present. And in both cases, the father is neither a citizen nor a lawful permanent resident. So there might be issues of typicality. Adequacy of representation might very well be an issue. So there would have to be that rigorous application of those criteria. Now, the argument may be this is a case that is a natural candidate for a Rule 23b2 certification. That may well be true. The government hasn't taken a position on that. Our position is not that class certification will necessarily be granted. Our position is that Rule 23 is how these sorts of claims should be channeled.
And you
Gotcha. This podcast. All right, maybe I'll listen to this. We'll see. Oh, citizenship order is just the shorthand name of that particular EO. Okay. Shortly after the president issued the citizenship order, several groups of plaintiffs, together respondents, challenged the order in federal district courts in Maryland, Massachusetts, and Washington. Respondents include a group of pregnant women. Footnote, 2 of these women seek to represent a class of pregnant women and children residing in Washington state who are affected by the citizenship order. The district court has yet to rule on the certification of that putative class. Okay. A group of pregnant women whose children will not be U.S. citizens under the terms of the citizenship order. 2 immigrants' rights organizations with thousands of members across the country who are likely to give birth to children who would also be denied citizenship under the order, and 22 states, the District of Columbia, and the city of San Francisco. Nice. In their respective suits, respondents asserted that the citizenship order violates the 14th Amendment and Section 1401, subsection A. Respondents also sought a preliminary injunction barring enforcement of the citizenship order during the pendency of the litigation. If allowed to go into effect, they said, the policy would inflict irreparable harm on their children and their members' children by denying them enjoyment of the full privileges, rights, and benefits that come with U.S. citizenship and rendering them vulnerable to unlawful deportation before the courts could adjudicate their constitutional claim. As for the states, they attested that enforcement of the citizenship order would cost them millions of dollars in federal funding and impose significant administrative burdens. The states administer numerous programs for the benefit of their residents, including for newborns and young children, some of whom are wards of the plaintiff states who are entitled to care by statute. Those social welfare programs include ones provided for by state law, as well as ones established by federal law, such as Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program. Several of them are funded in part by federal dollars, with federal funding frequently tied to the citizenship and immigration status of the individuals served. By stripping some children
base?
within the states of their citizenship, the order would reduce the state's federal funding, forcing the states to bear significantly increased costs to operate and fund programs that ensure the health and well-being of their residents. Relatedly, because the states must verify the citizenship status of the individuals they serve, the states alleged that the citizenship order would force them to expend significant sums to modify their operational structures and administration to account for the changes in citizenship. All three district courts preliminarily enjoined enforcement of the citizenship order. Each court determined that the citizenship order was likely unlawful, that respondents were likely to face irreparable harm without an injunction, and that the equities and public interests cut decisively in respondents' favor. The district courts further determined that only injunctions blocking the citizenship order's enforcement nationwide would completely redress respondents' injuries. For the organizational plaintiffs, the Maryland District Court explained that those plaintiffs have over 680,000 members who reside in all 50 U.S. states, and hundreds of them expect to give birth soon. The Washington District Court found that a geographically limited injunction would be ineffective for the state plaintiffs, as it would not completely relieve the states of the order's financial burdens. For one thing, that court explained, the constant flow of people moving in and out of various states meant some children born to non-citizen parents in a non-plaintiff state would later reside in a plaintiff state. Once there, those children, under state law, would be eligible for state benefits. Yet, due to the citizenship order, the plaintiff states would no longer receive federal funding to support those benefits. In addition, the plaintiff state would have to create an entirely new administrative and record-keeping system to accommodate children who were not citizens under the order and born in a non-plaintiff state. So if the district court allowed birthright citizenship to continue for children born in the plaintiff states, but not in any other state, that would not completely redress the state's financial injury. For identical reasons, the Massachusetts District Court also found that the state plaintiff's injuries could be redressed only by a universal injunction. The government filed motions to stay the injunctions in 3 separate courts of appeals. Nowhere did the government contest the district court's uniform holdings that the citizenship order likely violated the Constitution. Instead, it challenged only the scope of the ordered relief, arguing that the injunctions should be narrowed to block the order's enforcement against only the individual persons named in the complaints. All 3 appellate courts denied the government's request and left the preliminary injunctions intact. The Fourth Circuit, which reviewed the preliminary injunctions issued to the organizational plaintiffs, concluded that the district court carefully explained why an injunction limited to the parties, including organizations with hundreds of thousands of members nationwide, would be unworkable in practice and thus failed to provide complete relief to the plaintiffs. The First and Ninth Circuits left undisturbed the Massachusetts and Washington District Courts' respective determinations that only universal injunctions would fully redress the state's injuries. On March 13th, the government filed emergency applications with this court requesting partial stays of the 3 preliminary injunctions of the citizenship order. The government renews its contention that the injunctions must be narrowed to benefit only formal parties in these cases. In partially granting the government's remarkable request, the court distorts well-established equitable principles several times over. A stay, this court has said, is not a matter of right, but rather an exercise of judicial discretion. Wait. Blah, 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 blah. I feel like the majority of her thing here is going to be on the merits of the case, which the rest of this didn't really talk about, so I don't know how relevant it'll be. But maybe there's other people we can listen talking about this. I'll just read the rest of this off stream. Maybe, we'll see. I'm ordering food, though. When I get here, I'll stop. In partially granting the government's remarkable request, the court distorts well-established equitable principles several times over. A stay, this court has said, is not a matter of right, but rather an exercise of judicial discretion. For centuries, courts have closed the doors of equity to those tainted with inequitableness or bad faith relative to the matter in which they seek relief. Yet the majority throws the doors of equity open to the government in a case where it seeks to undo a fundamental and clearly established constitutional right. The citizenship order's patent unlawfulness is reason enough to deny the government's applications. The government also falls well short of satisfying its burden to show that it will likely suffer irreparable harm absent a stay, and that it will likely succeed on the merits of its challenge to the scope of the injunctions. The executive branch has respected birthright citizenship for well over a century, and it advances no plausible reason why maintaining the status quo while the litigation proceeds would cause it irrevocable harm, nor could it, for the Constitution and federal law, prohibit the enforcement of the citizenship order. I don't understand the irrevocable harm argument. It seems like they're giving like a per se status, saying that every single time the government is prevented from enforcing any law ever, it's irreparably harmed. That feels like I feel like, I don't know, that feels really silly to me. I don't understand that. I feel like you should have to make the argument there. But for all that, moreover, the government is not even correct on the merits of universal injunctions. To the contrary, universal injunctions are consistent with long-established principles of equity, once respected by this court. What is more, these cases do not even squarely present the legality of universal injunctions. That is because, even if the majority were right, then injunctions can only offer complete relief to the plaintiffs before the court. Each of the lower courts here correctly determined that the nationwide relief they issued was necessary to remedy respondents' injuries completely. So even ignoring the traditional stay factors and accepting the majority's view of the merits, there is no reason to grant relief in these cases. Do we know in what way Congress can amend the law to allow district courts to issue more temporary relief orders against unlawful executive orders while litigating? I don't know if you could. I would have to reread. I would have to look at the Constitution in regards to what the judiciary is granted, because I kind of feel like the arguments against I guess the universal injunctions were pretty strong. I never heard any of it before. I felt like it was really stupid when I listened to this a couple months ago, but I feel like the arguments are decently strong. But that's not the question before this court right now. It shouldn't be, at least. That's such a stupid red herring. But I don't know if the Congress would have the authority to grant that power to the courts, because what they're basically asking is to grant the power to a court to provide for the court to provide relief for members that are not parties to a case. It's just procedural stuff, but it's meaningful. I don't know. Jesus. Okay. It is a bedrock principle that parties who request a stay must show that they will likely suffer irreparable harm absent such relief. Indeed, the authority to grant stays has historically been justified by the perceived need to prevent irreparable injury to the parties or to the public pending review. Thus, an apparent likelihood of success on the merits never suffices on its own to justify this court's intervention. Our emergency docket is not a mechanism for an expedited appeal. Accordingly, this court can avoid delving into the merits if the applicant does not demonstrate an irreparable injury. Citing Kavanaugh. Good job. What grave harm? I don't understand this. This is, I think, one of the strongest arguments here. This is ridiculous. What grave harm does the executive face that prompts a majority of this court to grant it relief? The answer, the government says, is the inability to enforce the citizenship order against non-parties. For the majority, that answer suffices. When a federal court enters a universal injunction against the government, it improperly intrudes on a coordinate branch of the government and prevents the government from enforcing its policies against non-parties. The problem, however, is that the executive branch has no right to enforce the citizenship order against anyone. As the executive itself once put it, the order is unquestionably unconstitutional. It defies logic to say that maintaining a centuries-long status quo for a few months longer will irreparably injure the government. That right there, yeah. The purpose of equitable relief is merely to preserve the relative positions of the parties until a trial on the merits can be held. Like, preliminary relief is basically like, okay, hold on. Like, imagine you're talking to some friends and one guy has a knife and he's slowly about to cut his friend's throat, and the other guy is like trying to prevent it, and then both of them appeal to a judge and like, One of them is saying like, hold on, before we rule whether or not this guy can fucking stab me in the throat, okay, we've been friends for like 10 years, but he wants to cut my throat, okay? Can we like get like a stay here? Okay, can we just like chill until like we finish our court case, you know, to figure out if he can stab me in the throat or not? And then like imagine the friend being like, well, I feel like if he's not allowed to stab you in the throat, we're irreparably harming his right to stab you. And it's like, okay, well, let's assume he doesn't stab me and then he wins his case against me and then he's allowed to stab me. I mean, it's basically the same shit for him, right? For me, though, it's kind of important to not have my throat stabbed right now, right? Like the irreparable injury is way more on my side than on his side. I don't understand how they get to the government's argument of saying they will suffer irreparable harm if they're not allowed to enact this executive order right the fuck now. Like, the executive order was passed 5 months ago. Has the government been harmed? We've had this view of birthright citizenship for over a century. Has the government been irreparably harmed that they have to go a few months later? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Other than a per se understanding saying that anytime another branch of government abridges or enjoins the executive's ability to enforce some executive order even, not even like a rule from a federal agency and not a new law from Congress, anytime they're enjoined from that, they're being irreparably harmed. That's enjoined by another. That's wild. I don't know. I don't buy that. That just seems silly to me. Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec. This person wants me to join. Okay. The majority claims they can sidestep analysis of the executive order altogether because, in its view, every overbroad injunction necessarily causes irreparable harm sufficient to warrant emergency intervention. Yet, where a purportedly overbroad injunction orders the government to do only what the court has expressly held it is required to do, it is hard to see how it could cause any harm. At oral argument, the government conceded it was bound to follow this court's precedent. This court's precedent establishes beyond a shade of doubt that the executive order is unconstitutional. Thus, by enjoining the government from violating settled law, the district court's order did not cause the government any harm. The majority's contrary position is self-refuting. Suppose an executive order barred women from receiving unemployment benefits or black citizens from voting. Is the government irreparably harmed and entitled to emergency relief by a district court universally enjoining such policies? The majority apparently would say yes. Nothing in this court's precedents supports that result. It turns one of the most critical factors we must consider in deciding whether to grant a stay into a box-checking exercise whenever the relevant enjoined action is an executive one. Even accepting that any time a state is enjoined by a court from effectuating statutes enacted by representatives of its people, it suffers a form of irreparable injury, that democratic consideration cuts against the government in these cases. Oh, thank you. Yes, this is what I was bringing up. They cited that, and I'm like, bro, that's when you're blocking a law passed by like a Congress. It's not even remotely so. This is an executive order. The fuck? How could you compare these? But okay. Through the ratification of the 14th Amendment, Congress and the states constitutionalized birthright citizenship. Congress also codified birthright citizenship in Section 1401, subsection A. It is thus the citizenship order, not the district court's injunctions, that prevents the effectuation of a constitutional amendment and repeals a statute enacted by representatives of the American people. Simply put, it strains credulity to treat the executive branch as irreparably harmed by injunctions that direct it to continue following settled law. All the officers of the government, from the highest to the lowest, are creatures of the law and are bound by it. Well, that's not true anymore, apparently. Oh, true. Wait, right? Citing United States v. Lee, but see Trump v. United States. Good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. We stand. The injunctions do more harm to the executive. I'm sorry. The injunctions. Stop! I'm trying to. Okay. The injunctions do no more harm. No, stop! The injunctions do. No, that is correct. The injunctions do no more harm to the executive than the Constitution and federal law do. A majority of this court, nonetheless, rushes to address the merits of the government's applications, holding that universal injunctions likely exceed the equitable authority that Congress has granted to federal courts. A majority that has repeatedly pledged its fealty to history and tradition thus eliminates an equitable power firmly grounded in centuries of equitable principles and practice. By stripping all federal courts, including itself, of that power, the court kneecaps the judiciary's authority to stop the executive from enforcing even the most unconstitutional policies. That runs directly counter to the point of equity, empowering courts to do complete justice, including through flexible remedies that have historically benefited parties and non-parties alike. A brief recounting of equity's history demonstrates the majority's grave error. The American legal system grew out of English law, which had two primary judicial institutions, the common law courts and equity courts. Equity courts arose because of the inflexibility of the common law system. Their purpose was to look beyond formal writs and provide remedies where the common law gave inadequate relief. In Blackstone's words, equity was meant to give a remedy in cases where none before was administered. Adaptability has always been a hallmark of equity, especially with regard to the scope of its remedies. While common law courts were compelled to limit their inquiry to the very parties in the litigation before them, equity courts could adjust the rights of all, however numerous, and adapt their decrees to all the varieties of circumstances which may arise and adjust them to all the peculiar rights of all the parties in interest. After all, equity's constant aim was to do complete justice. Accordingly, equity courts could decide upon and settle the rights of all persons interested in the subject matter of the suit so that the performance of the decree of the court may be perfectly safe to those who are compelled to obey it, and also that future litigation may be prevented. For equity courts, injunctions were manifestly indispensable for the purposes of social justice in a great variety of cases. Unlike this court, then, those courts constantly declined to lay down any rule which shall limit their power and discretion as to the particular cases in which such injunctions shall be granted or withheld. Justice Story underscored the wisdom in this course. Equity courts needed flexibility to craft injunctions for particular cases, as it was impossible to foresee all the exigencies of society which may require their aid and assistance to protect rights or redress wrongs. In their pursuit of complete justice, equity courts could award injunctive and other equitable relief to parties and non-parties alike. For centuries, they did so through what was known as bills of peace. If a plaintiff or a group of plaintiffs filed such a bill, an English court could use a single case to settle disputes affecting whole communities, for the inherent jurisdiction of equity included the power to interfere for the prevention of a multiplicity of suits. Bills of peace issued in cases where the parties were very numerous and the court perceived that it would be almost impossible to bring them all before the court, or where the question is of general interest and a few may sue for the benefit of the whole. In such cases, a court could grant equitable relief without making other persons parties, instead considering them quasi-parties to the record, at least for the purpose of taking the benefit of the decree and of entitling themselves to other equitable relief if their rights were jeopardized. Early American courts embraced bills of peace and extended their logic to cases which were not technically bills of peace but were analogous to or within the principle of such bills. One example was taxpayer suits, which allowed courts to enjoin universally the enforcement of a challenged tax. Sometimes such suits were filed by any number of taxpayers, such as co-plaintiffs, or by one taxpayer suing on behalf of himself and all others similarly situated. But taxpayer suits were not always representative in nature. Even a single taxpayer suing on his own account, if victorious, could enjoin the collection of a tax against anyone. Individual plaintiffs, moreover, could secure an order to set aside and annul any and every illegal public official action whereby a debt would be unlawfully created. By allowing complete and final relief to be given to an entire community by means of one judicial decree, American courts, like their English counterparts, spared non-parties and themselves from the burden of an indefinite amount of separate litigation. Federal courts have also exercised equitable authority to enjoin universally federal and state laws for more than a century. For instance, before deciding the constitutionality of a new federal law in Lewis Publishing Company v. Morgan, this court entered an order blocking the law's enforcement against parties and non-parties. In Lewis, two newspaper publishers challenged as unconstitutional a federal law requiring publishers to file with the Postmaster General twice yearly disclosures about their editorial board membership, corporate ownership, and subscribership. After the district court upheld the law and authorized a direct appeal to the Supreme Court, one of the publishers moved for a restraining order. The proposed order sought relief not only for the publisher who filed it, but asked the court to restrain the Postmaster General and other federal officials from enforcing the law against appellant and other newspaper publishers. This court readily agreed, even as it would have sufficed for the movement publishers' sake to enjoin the act's enforcement against them alone, pending their appeals. Okay. Oh, fuck, that's a lot of reading. Okay. I don't know if I'll read the rest of this on stream or off stream. I'm going to eat real quick, and then I'm going to do some more TikToking, I think. Stop. I don't agree with the ruling, but wouldn't irreparable harm in this case simply be that some people would be granted citizenship in the meantime? Yeah, but that's the status quo, bro. Irreparable harm, I don't think is usually about preserving the status quo. Usually stays and stuff are for the status quo. The idea that you would issue a stay to block an injunction in order to severely disrupt the status quo, and then you would cite irreparable injury as the rationale for issuing the stay is mind-bogglingly weird. Can you give a summary so far? Nope. It's complicated legal procedure bullshit, cringe shit. It's cringe. Basically, it's cringe. Basically, what happened was Trump issued an executive order getting rid of birthright citizenship. A bunch of courts said this is fucking retarded. And then the Supreme Court is saying, well, they can't tell them that it's retarded for everybody. So only the 3 people that sued can say it's retarded, and everybody else will figure it out later, I guess, which is retarded. Is the insane procedure a tell that the court will overturn birthright citizenship? I mean, I don't think so. There was nothing in any of the majority ruling that gave any indication. Wait, fuck, stop. Hi. Good. Why? Based. Hold on. Based. America. America would be better off if more Americans worked in manufacturing. 80% said yes. I would be better off if I worked in a factory. 22% said yes. We're kings.
The citizens of the state of Massachusetts. Is that a thing? They also didn't decide third-party standing. Like, does CASA, for instance, have standing? Like, do these still? Am I missing any love?
Is there like
Are
3
you going to
access?
give Will a little credit? He gets kind of he gets taken along for the ride. I think more by way of citing Sam.
Like, Sam Bray yells, "Get in, loser! We're getting equity."
That's a Mean Girls reference, Will.
Did Will get that?
I have seen Mean Girls.
Oh, well, then you should have known it. Okay, well, we'll be right back.
Why settle for boring, tasteless vitamins when you can unleash a riot of flavor? VitaFusion Power Plus multivitamin gummies give you 100% daily value or more of 10 essential nutrients, plus delicious flavors like
Okay, I'm good.
blatantly false. And again, then we have this class action approach to the idea that it is Democrats that only use that. It's blatantly false. The reason that we don't have student debt forgiveness from President Biden is because the Republicans went and got a nationwide injunction. People like AG Ken Paxton in Texas. There's a judge in East Texas that he likes a lot that puts out injunctions for the entire nation, super right-wing guy. So let's not make this about
so
partisan
it's good
politics.
they clarified that it shouldn't be used for either.
That's what I'm curious about. I want to go back and listen at some point how they argued that. I wonder if the Biden admin argued against nationwide injunctions there, but for some reason the court felt they were fine in that case.
What's good, I guess, is that they clarified that if you want to go and do this to protect people and give them their constitutional rights, and the 14th Amendment is pretty clear, that you do it as a class action suit, not an injunction in this way. But, you know, Trump, he takes a victory lap on absolutely everything that he does. It was to be expected. He loves the podium, spent an hour up there. But if you look at the example that's already being set, like I said, in Maryland, you're going to see this happening all over the country for every issue that he listed off, every 64 of them. I don't know about, you know, the love violence.
It would be just that case.
But
For
they
example,
can do
just in the Maryland case, it won't be a precedent for the whole
Right,
country.
but the class, the way that I understand it, and I'm not a lawyer, but I'm very literate, is that that you don't have to have signatories. It can be an entire class of people. Obviously, it doesn't have to be everyone's name on it. So if they get a protection for a certain group of people, then that would be able to be quote unquote universal. So you will end up with universal injunctions. It will just go through the class action route.
Well, it'll be
Wow. Is it true that you have weirdo mods?
Hey girl, can you shout out my friend Rinlux? He is currently suffering for some.
I heard Rinlux is like a weirdo. Darius told me Rinlux is a weird.
I keep getting stinking holes, man.
I don't know. Maybe I should just lock it because I have a lot.
Lock it. Lock? Can you lock it? Unlock it? Like if we need to use it, you can unlock it. Lock it.
Tanya, with the sunshine in her smile, dancing through the.
Hey guys, it's Sam Stein, managing editor at The Bulwark. I am joined by Leah Littman, who is a law professor at the University of Michigan. She's also the author of the book Lawless, How the Supreme Court Runs on Conservative Grievance, Fringe Theories, and Bad Vibes. It's a lot of things to run on. It's a good book, though. We're here to talk about the breaking news of the Supreme Court's decision in the birthright citizenship case. I'll get out of the way in a second, just giving the background. Supreme Court came down 6-3, not necessarily in the merits of birthright citizenship, but on the issue of nationwide injunctions, ruling that lower courts cannot, under many circumstances, issue nationwide injunctions as they had done, 3 courts had done, with respect to birthright citizenship. Leah, did I get that right?
Ever.
Yes, I think that's a fair general summary.
Okay, so let's start with the backstory, and then we'll get to the decision.
Unless I missed something, they said that they can never name basically non-parties in injunctions anymore. That was the whole, but.
How do we get to this place?
President Trump signed an executive order that purported to basically nullify the first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which says that all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. And so he signed an executive order that denied birthright citizenship to the children of some migrants. And that was immediately challenged by some private plaintiffs as well as some states. And the lower courts universally concluded this executive order is unlawful, and they issued what are called nationwide injunctions. They blocked the policy.
What is a nationwide injunction for the uninitiated?
They block the policy.
Okay, I might just be like a fucking asshole or something, or I think some words are more important than they actually are. She's the law professor, not me. Just from my layman's sense, I don't like the way that she phrased that at all. I wouldn't agree that any court concluded anything. These are preliminary injunctions. There hasn't been a ruling on the merits yet. A preliminary injunction is like very lightly looking at merits. I feel like she makes this sound way stronger of a W in the plaintiff's case than it actually is. I feel like it's phrased very, very, very strangely. But I don't know, maybe I'm fucking an asshole.
And that was immediately challenged by some private plaintiffs as well as some states. And the lower courts universally concluded this executive order is unlawful, and they issued what are called nationwide injunctions. They blocked the policy.
What is a nationwide injunction for the uninitiated?
They block the policy from being implemented anywhere as to anyone, even plaintiffs that hadn't sued yet in court.
Okay. And why do we have nationwide injunctions? And secondarily, but relatedly, because this is part of the decision, how long have we had nationwide injunctions?
So why we
She's digesting for the public doesn't know where. Yeah, but I feel like there are so many news stories that get posted, and it's like, you know, this thing banned, this thing not banned, and it's like, wait, I thought that already got banned, or like huge win in court. It's like, wait, how did they have a huge win in court? I thought it was already over. Like every single time anything comes out of a court case, it's like, oh my God, huge win or huge loss, but it's like, well, no, it wasn't. This is a preliminary ruling on a thing. Nothing has been determined on the merits yet. Nothing has been decided yet. And I feel like sometimes this headline nature of the business is bad. Also, what I just explained can very easily be explained. I think the average person can understand what I just said. That's not like a super complicated thing. Like, this is a preliminary ruling done before the case has like actually been properly tried. Like, that's it.
Have nationwide injunctions is sometimes blocking a whole policy is basically the only way you can fully remedy the harm to the plaintiffs that have challenged it.
Wait. Okay, wait, hold on. Unless I'm wrong. Gen X said lower courts ruled on the merits and then joined the enforcement. I thought this was for a preliminary injunction. Are all 3 of the lower cases completely done and the final ruling was an injunction? Or I thought these were preliminary injunctions for the 3 underlying cases.
happy to talk more about why that might be the case as to birthright citizenship. But basically, scholars on nationwide injunctions locate them originating in the early 1900s. So they weren't something that has always been with us, but that's partially because at the beginning of the Republic, our federal government just wasn't doing as many things as it does today.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about what you said prior to that. It's sometimes important to block them nationwide to prevent irreparable harm. Because usually, at least for me at least, one of the reasons that I was always told you need nationwide injunctions is that if an act is blatantly, flagrantly unconstitutional, then there's an obvious necessity to stop it from taking place nationwide. But what you're saying is something a little bit different than that.
Yeah. So I think we could be saying something similar depending on what kind of case we're talking about.
Sure.
But on the birthright citizenship executive order, some states have challenged the policy. And they say, look, in order for us to administer a variety of social services, we need a universal, easy to apply, uniform rule of citizenship. And if this policy goes into effect, some states but not others, what are we supposed to do when individuals travel between states? And so this might be a case where you kind of need nationwide relief.
Right. So someone whose parents may not be U.S. citizens is born in Connecticut, travels to Alabama, and if you have a patchwork of laws around birthright citizenship, that person would suddenly become a non-citizen in Alabama. Can't have that. All right. So the Supreme Court in this case, gets the case and talk a little bit about what oral arguments were like and what they kind of portended here.
The oral arguments were really focused on two things. I think one is the history and tradition of nationwide injunctions and when they originated and whether they were something new or different and suspect. And then second is the practical consequences of limiting nationwide injunctions or allowing them. I think the confluence of a variety of factors has created a ton of pressure on the Supreme Court to review emergency applications that arise from nationwide injunctions. So the Supreme Court doesn't like that. On the other hand, there were real concerns about if you prohibit nationwide injunctions, what is that going to do to lower courts' ability to enforce the law against an executive branch?
So I guess
Wait, hold on. I'm more confident in what I said. Jen said, wait, I know they did because Trump didn't appeal the merits and could have. Maybe not all, but some ruled it was unconstitutional and unenforceable and enjoined it. My guess is they didn't appeal on the merits because they knew that they would lose on the preliminary injunction on the merits. That's why they didn't appeal the preliminary injunction. They asked for a stay, and then they challenged the validity of nationwide injunctions. They didn't actually go for the merits at all because they knew they're probably going to lose on the merits on fighting the preliminary injunctions. But the cases themselves are still not resolved. It'll be probably years or whatever, assuming they continue to pursue these cases before these are ever resolved, I think.
I want to back up a tiny bit because the case was brought over a specific policy, which is the executive order ending birthright citizenship. Why did the arguments center around nationwide injunctions if the merits of the case were not about necessarily nationwide injunctions? Was that a conscious decision by the Trump administration Department of Justice?
Yes, exactly. The Trump administration did not ask the Supreme Court to review the merits of the case, that is, whether the executive order is actually compliant with the Constitution and federal law. They just asked the court to review this procedural question of, assuming a court finds it unlawful, what kind of remedy can they offer?
So the court takes into consideration the issue of nationwide injunctions, and then in its decision today, does it at all address the issue of birthright citizenship?
Justice Sotomayor did in her dissent. So she really begins her dissent by reaffirming the concept of birthright citizenship because she's concerned about what the majority's decision is going to do to it.
Right. But the majority has not actually rendered a decision. In fact, they've only given 30 days for what? Some sort of conclusion?
So they've given 30 days for the federal government to come up with a set of procedures or process for how they plan to implement the executive order. Because lower courts had blocked the order before it ever went into effect, the federal government said we never actually had the 30-day period to create a set of guidelines for how we were going to implement this. And so that's what they are going to begin doing. And then if it's not blocked before then, it could go into effect July 27th.
All right. I want to get to the main course, which is what this means, what not having nationwide injunctions or limited ability to have nationwide injunctions means. But before we get to the main course, I do need to sort of figure out what is going to happen with birthright citizenship here. So 30 days to come up with some rules and guidelines. In the interim, Is the expectation that these lawsuits that have been brought against the administration over this executive order will then go up the chain of the courts?
The expectation is the lower courts are going to have to make determinations that the United States Supreme Court suggested would be necessary before they offered nationwide relief. So maybe just we can quickly summarize when the majority said nationwide injunctions weren't appropriate, because I think that will suggest.
Okay, let's
what's gonna
do that
happen
then. Yeah, okay, fine.
Okay. So the majority said you can't get nationwide injunctions when a case is brought by an individual plaintiff, just a private citizen.
Sure.
Right.
Joe
general
Schmo.
rule.
Yeah.
Right. Joe Schmo. But you might be able to get nationwide injunctions under two circumstances. One is where a state challenges a policy, and where, in order to give that state full relief, a nationwide remedy is required.
Haven't 22 or so states challenged this policy?
They have, but what the Republican justices said is we are not going to decide for ourselves whether a nationwide injunction is necessary to remedy the state's harms here. We're going to leave that determination to the lower court in the first instance. So that's what the lower courts are going to be doing, at least in the cases brought by the states.
Didn't they do that, though? I'm confused, because we had a nationwide injunction based on cases brought by 22 states. Now the Supreme Court's saying I'm going to leave it to the lower court to decide. I maybe.
Stubborn mule and a stupid person. We have a guy that's just a stubborn mule and a stupid person that is making a big mistake. He's making a mistake, and it lasts for years, because when you do the debt. Now, I've instructed my people not to do any debt beyond 9 months or so. Get this guy out, and whoever is in there will lower rates. If I think somebody's going to keep the rates where they are or whatever, I'm not going to put them in. I'm going to put somebody that wants to cut rates. There are a lot of them out there. And I said this morning, a lot of the business shows today were saying, Trump is right. He should be cutting rates. Think of it. We have a great country. We're making a lot of money. We're taking in billions of dollars in tariffs. We have $15 trillion of money that wants to be invested here, which is a record. In 2 months, it breaks any record that we've ever had for a whole year, and not even close. 15 trillion, and it's going to be much higher than that. That's after essentially 2 months, because we've been doing it for about 2 months, 2.5 months. $15 trillion breaks every record in the book. There's never been anything like this. We have factories moving in. We have car plants moving in. We have everyone wants to be part of the United States. And as I told
you. What a guy. Chillin' and chatting. See how long it goes live for this time. Nope. Yep. Fuck. Wait, no. Hold on. Stop! Can I stop stream from my PC? No, I need to do one more, like, 30-minute live stream. But every time I try to go live, it, like, dies after 3 minutes. I don't know why. It's annoying. Do you normally tag your lives as adult only? Question mark. No, why? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay, I am live. Are you able to invite? I can't tab out because it'll like. Actually, I will tab out. Okay. Did that work? Request params error. If I'm live, can I join your live? Question mark. Yes. No. No, you can't. What's your rating of this opinion out of 10? Like in an absolute vacuum? I don't know, I guess maybe like a 6 or a 7? But I don't know why the Supreme Court ever agreed to hear like this particular case and this, like, to answer this question. I feel like in terms of like why did they decide to answer this question right now, I would give it like a 2 or a 1, I guess. Not sure if he's talking to someone in the room with him or just speaking into his mic. I'm talking to Kafka. Just seeing if this shuts down again. Yep. Absolutely based. Nope, I can't go live on my channel ever. Don't say that. Wait, can they hear me talking? Okay, they can't.
Yes, let me go ahead and fix this screen really quick. Switch. Okay, cool. Let's see here. If you guys are MAGA in the chat, go ahead and request up. Or if you're not MAGA and you just want to debate anything, I feel like. Okay, we have a request.
Hello?
Hi, are you MAGA?
No, I'm not. But I want to make a suggestion. So, Destiny, you run these streams. on through DGG and YouTube, right?
No, I just use my phone for now because I can't. I need to I can't do it to my computer yet. But why? What's up?
So there's this thing. I also run these kind of streams. There's this thing called a Bluetooth audio receiver that you can just like run your phone audio through your computer, and it would make the YouTube stream so much more listenable.
Yeah, or I just need to make it so I can go live one more time so that I can just stream it from my desktop. But for some reason I can't. Every time I go live on TikTok, it like kills it or unalives my stream after 2 minutes, and I don't know why. It's really annoying.
Okay. The main drawback would just be like you can't join other people's lives like that. But okay, I see the master plan now. Okay.
Well, I don't think I can join people's lives if I'm live on this anyway. No.
There's like the live battle things, which is kind of akin to that, but like the way that you're joining Mercedes stream right now, you couldn't do if you were live on like through the desktop app. And the desktop app is also just like really, really bad. Try giving you a fair warning.
Okay. Well.
Okay. Well, appreciate everything. All right. I just wanted to throw that little piece of information out.
Okay. Well, thanks. I love everybody.
Hey, Slowy, you said you wanted to debate birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I would love to. Thank you for the opportunity.
Did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't. I voted for Jill Stein, but I support some of his policies.
Okay. Go ahead, Destiny. Take it away.
What exactly are we debating? Whether or not we should have birthright citizenship, or whether or not Trump removing it was a good idea, or what? I guess more specifically, the strongest version of my argument is that I would support having birthright citizenship. We've had it basically for the entirety of this country. I don't know why we would rescind it now. I feel like you need a good reason to get rid of something that we've had for a long time that's been working, and it seems to be pretty common in New World countries. So,
I would say I think it's a good thing to move towards because in the future it could limit the families being torn apart. If we could address that problem by limiting the access, because the system as it is currently, I believe, is set up to tear families apart. And it seems that was something that was very upsetting, not only to the left, but to the right as well. So
how was it set up to tear families apart?
At least address it. Huh?
How was it set up to tear families apart?
So if you can't deport a U.S. citizen, correct?
Theoretically, yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, in theory, right? So if a child is born here to illegal parents, then that child is essentially at risk of of having its parents deported at any point in time.
How?
Well, the parents don't get citizenship, correct?
You're saying if a child is born here and then granted citizenship, but the parents don't have citizenship and the parents get deported, I mean, they could theoretically just take the child with them, no?
You can't deport a U.S. citizen, I thought. Isn't that?
Well, you wouldn't be deporting the child. The child would be going with the parents to another country, right?
Is that how that works?
Yeah, I don't think that the country would just abduct the child. I think the parents would have a right to take the child with them.
So what was all the hoopla about the families being torn apart? Who was being deported?
I think the issue was there was a woman who had a child, and that child ended up being deported along with the woman, but there were family members in the United States that wanted to keep the child. So the child would have had family here that wanted.
Are you saying the media is misreporting that families are being torn apart right now?
I don't know what media you watch, or I don't know how to respond to a claim that broadly.
Well, if you're talking about the woman from New York, if that's like a specific case you're referencing, she got deported and chose to take her child with her. The court ruled that she had custody over the child. And the father, as far as I know, like never fought it. Like it just got reported that she like went back to her country with her child.
Forgive me for not knowing the name of the borders or whatever, the guy who testified in front of
Tom Hochul or whatever.
Yeah, wasn't it like a huge talking point that like they were talking about like tearing families apart or like separating families at time of arrest and stuff like that? Like,
I don't know. Are we debating talking points right now, or like everybody has talking points? I'm not here to debate a talking point. I don't think that we should keep
birthright citizenship because of a talking point. I think we should keep it because it seems to be part of the heritage of our nation. It's pretty common in the New World, and I don't see a reason to remove it.
Is it a standard practice to at least have one parent being a U.S. citizen in order to grant birthright citizenship in other countries?
In New World countries, it doesn't seem to be. No, I don't think so.
Is Japan considered a New World country?
No, in like North America and South America.
Oh, so it's not a standard. So would you adopt it if other countries?
No, it is a
first
standard
world
for
countries,
North America and South America.
to grant birthright citizenship.
Correct.
Okay. I think it's a loophole that needs to be closed. Honestly.
Was it a loophole? It's just the law.
Well, no, it's a loophole for what is it? Anchor babies. It's been an issue since I was a child. Like anchor babies has been an issue that's needed to be addressed. It hasn't been addressed in decades, but somehow it's demonized.
If you want to address or get rid of the idea of a child, first of all, I thought Trump did something about this already in term one. But even if he didn't, if you want to get rid of the idea of a child sponsoring their parents coming over, then you can get rid of that idea without getting rid of all of birthright citizenship.
I don't think it's his goal isn't to get rid of it. It's to redefine it or limit it. Correct?
No, it's to get rid of it.
So how are we going to establish citizenship?
By having parents that are citizens. As of today, within 30 days, there will be no more. There's no more birthright citizenship in the United States. One of your parents has to be a citizen in order for you to have citizenship.
Okay, so that falls in line with like countries like Japan and I think Germany.
I don't know what the relevancy of that is.
I was just curious. Like America's not the first one to implement rules like that. It's all I'm stating.
Correct. Do you want us to implement like Second Amendment rules like they do in Japan and Germany as well, or?
I mean, depends.
You want free speech rules like they have in Japan and Germany?
And what do those entail?
I don't know, getting a fine if you type racial slurs on the internet?
If it led to... Yeah,
I'm just saying, I don't know why we would look at birthright citizenship
like,
and compare that to Japan and Germany. Like, we have laws on birthright citizenship. The United States has laws and a history of laws. Why would we look to Japan and Germany and copy this one aspect of them? I don't know. It seems kind of weird.
I don't think it's weird at all, I guess. If it works, obviously it's not a new system, so it's not something that needs to be demonized. This is all
No one said it needs to be demonized. And what do you mean if it works? Our Constitution is older than both of those countries. I don't know why you would compare, like if it works, the United States birthright citizenship system seems to work. So I don't know why we would change it to copy Germany and Japan. I mean, who's been more successful over the past 250 years comparing all three of our countries?
I just don't see how something being old, it's the Bible's old. Should we establish law on it?
No, but the Bible's not the law of the United States.
Right.
Is everything that's conservative like a bad thing? Is everything that's conservative like a bad thing? Is that how you're seeing this, or?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I've given a single argument saying as much. I don't even know where that assumption would come from. No.
Well, it came from your assumption that like, why would we copy something from the Bible or something from a different country if it doesn't fit our current narrative? But it's just like, I think that conservative is the answer to that, ultimately.
Well, nothing has to do with like conservative or liberal there. I would look to the history of the United States for what U.S. laws I think should be. I would need a really good reason to just copy something from another country. And the idea that everybody else is doing it, I don't think is a sufficient answer. Otherwise, we would severely change our approach to freedom of speech and guns.
Sure, but maybe you should see the results that have appeared because said things has happened on
Okay, well, look at the results of how America has done compared to Japan or Germany over the past 100 years. I think America has done substantially better. So the results, I would choose America's current rules and laws over either of those two countries as well.
That's not true. That's not true.
You think Japan or Germany has outperformed the United States over the past 100 years?
In immigration, no.
I think I think that they've created a more stable ground for their people.
Stable
how? I think you could see. Well, better economically, better culturally. I think.
You think Japan, that's been suffering stagflation for however long, Japan, who has young men that don't even know how to have children anymore, Japan, I think, is one of the lowest birth rates in the world, followed by right behind South Korea.
Fine, okay. Okay, fine. Forget Japan. Let's focus then on Germany and the overall the EU. The EU, in my opinion, has done a better job for its people than America ever could. I mean, look at you guys. You guys are a joke. In my
Joke in
opinion.
what way?
I mean, look at your president. That's all. I mean,
Do you think that any okay, this is the unfuck America tour. This
I mean, that's true. I mean, you got a point there. Okay,
I just got done debating Parker.
You
actually.
came on and you said that, so you asked him if he rejects conservative values, and then you asked, you say that we're a joke because of Donald Trump, but I think we all agree that Donald Trump is a joke. I mean, I think our countries we're fighting for, of course, but
Yeah. Trump is a joke, and he shouldn't be held at any standard at all. In the right, especially. Like, I don't know why the right sees Trump as their savior. It's nonsense.
I don't think there's disagreement.
yeah, I think that was kind of big.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you a conservative?
I think. Yeah, I'm a conservative. Yeah, I mean more so a European conservative.
Okay, so like a liberal.
I don't know.
I mean, if you want to do this whole like, well, look at Germany, look at Japan, look at all these other countries. Like, I mean, you think like the I don't know the actual acronym for it, but the AfD in Germany, like winning an election recently was like a good thing.
Yes.
Truly? What?
Yeah.
What policy does the AfD support that you're like super down with?
Well, it's not about policies. I just like that Germany's more active, if that makes sense.
Wait, okay. So then the problem wasn't the specific party, which is what I was pointing out, was the specific party, the super right-wing conservative party winning. Because right now, what you're doing is shitting on super right-wing. I mean,
no, I'm not. No, I'm not shitting on super right-wingers. Okay, fine. Like, there's particular ideals that are good in all of these political parties. Like, you cannot lie.
Like, you understand, but okay, you understand, like, the AfD is just like the MAGA of Germany. Like, you know that, right?
Nothing can beat the stupidity of MAGA. I'm sorry.
That was a super
it's just like that's just an absurd claim. I'm sorry.
Super great response, buddy.
Yeah, I don't even think he knows what the AfD is.
I mean, that's just interesting. Like, you want to bring up Germany, but you're like, oh, I don't know what the AfD is. I can't name the policies. Like,
yeah. Okay. So, is there any MAGA in the chat who wants to debate, or anyone? You can debate about anything at the end of the day, but like, bring some fire. Okay.
Wait, was that guy not German? Or why was that guy bringing up Germany?
I have no idea, but he went on. The reason why I don't even think he had much commentary on the AfD, because I don't even think he knew what it was.
Oh.
Yeah. That's weird. But that's just weird to bring up like random countries and then you're like, oh, I actually know nothing about this country and like their legal system and their policy and.
Omar, do you want?
Because the last guy brought up, I guess, Japan and Germany. I guess. Okay.
Hi, buddy. Are you a conservative, or you support MAGA, or what's your?
Like more right leaning, and I was seeing if you guys would want to discuss immigration.
Sure.
Okay, so if someone comes in illegally, and like you don't know who this, like anything about this person, why is it wrong to deport them back to their country of origin with due process?
I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I don't think illegal immigration is good. I think that people aren't honest about what they want to accomplish sometimes with their immigration policy. Like we should all want everybody in this country to be here legally. We should all want to be able to know who's in this country and to have some kind of understanding of, like a paper trail and everything for everybody here.
Okay, so do you think that like the LA protests and the protests around the United States is like good representation like of what's happening?
Yeah, but I mean, I think that the way that Donald Trump is trying to carry out immigration policies about as hostile as you can possibly be. So I understand people protesting against it. I support the protest against it. I wouldn't support the way that Trump is trying to carry out immigration policy. I don't think anybody should, even if you want less immigration or if you want to curb illegal immigration. I think that Trump has been wholly and completely and utterly ineffective at every single level of governance.
But was it? But didn't Obama do the almost the exact same way?
I don't remember Obama saying that we were at war with another country in order to invoke the Alien Enemies Act to deport people. No, I don't remember that.
He just deported them. He just like without
every single
declaring
president has
war,
deported people. Yeah, that's the president. I mean, the
but
federal government
not
does
the,
that.
but not at the level of like Obama. He was just like deport. If I was like deported between 2 to 5 million people, like so with some without even due process, just kicking them out.
No, I think most of these were just like turnarounds at the border. But I don't know how this is relevant to why people would protest Donald Trump today. I mean, there were people that protested Obama and his deportations as well. Like a lot of Hispanic organizations and Mexican organizations were unhappy with that.
Okay, okay. The things about the LA protest is if you're going to like wave the flag of what's it? Okay, let me ask you this: do you think it's okay to burn the American flag?
Sure.
Why?
It's a form of protest. It's protected speech.
Isn't that like wouldn't that be considered hate speech or an act of terror?
You can consider it hate speech if you want, but we don't have hate speech laws in the United States. An act of terror to burn a flag? No, I don't think so.
So
is the question is it okay legally? Is the question is it okay morally? Is the question like is it okay optically? Like what's the like? Can we get clear on that?
I don't think it's morally right to live in a country that you're breaking into and then burning the country's flag while waving the country's flag you just escaped from or left from.
Okay, what's like the
I think that'd be pretty dumb, sure, but I don't think the majority of the people. I doubt that many people protesting were illegal immigrants who were burning American flags and flying Mexican ones. So they're probably mainly legal people, right?
Well, and I think a couple of things can be true at once. Like we can agree that maybe from example, like me, I would never burn the flag, right? I understand that, okay, but I also understand that I think there was a Supreme Court ruling at one point that did say that yes, it is a form of free speech. It's been protected the Supreme Court has protected this as a right as free speech, right? And then on top of that, optically, I think it's dumb. Like if you go out there and yes, I think it would look better optically if everyone was carrying the American flag. At the same time, I have no control over that. So multiple things can be true at once here.
Okay. So what do you guys think that what should be the process of like what should be done about immigration? Because there's obviously an issue on the immigration. What do you think the solution should be?
I mean, we need to have like an honest conversation and come together and figure out what our immigration policy should even be. But it seems like nobody wants to go to Congress and actually make that argument. When we had a bill in front of Congress last year, Trump killed it because he wanted to keep the border open for immigration purposes so that he could run on it as an election issue. So, I mean, I don't know. It seems like nobody wants to have like a big conversation and kind of redo immigration policy to figure out who's here illegally, get rid of people who are here illegally, and then make it easier to immigrate to this country or figure out what we want immigration to look like.
Okay. So, because I'm like, okay. So on a side note, do you think birthright citizenship should be should be like legal, like someone that came here like, from Mexico illegally, just have a kid and just like leave, and that's just their ticket to.
Yeah, that's what birthright citizenship is. If you're born here, you're a citizen. Yeah, it's been that way since basically the founding. It's been that way like in all the countries in North America and South America. I don't know why we would change that now.
Okay, but like because I'm Egyptian and I'm pretty sure I don't think the majority of the countries outside of the U.S. don't have these laws.
In North America and South America, they do. For New World countries, when you came here, right, you wanted to be a subject of the new area that you were in. You couldn't get, nobody wanted to be in one of the new colonies or one of these new areas in America, and then you're like a citizen of the old place that especially if you rebelled against them. So like in the United States, we have birthright citizenship. So you wouldn't be like subjects of the king or citizens of England, right?
Okay.
There also is other places that have this. Like, okay, I was born in Nigeria. I don't get citizenship right away, but if I would have stayed in Nigeria, by virtue of me being born there and like staying there, I would have been a citizen. So there's these like types of like naturalized birth or birthright citizenships in a lot of different countries.
Okay.
Yeah. And the obvious benefits are things like, okay, well, immigration is good for our GDP, it's good for like having cultural diversity, it's good for higher education, because the conservative complaint is always like, okay, well, these immigrants are coming in, they're super uneducated. Okay, well, if you have somebody born here, they're going to go through the American education system. So they will be educated. You're just adding more people to the workforce, you're adding more people to the education system, like you're benefiting off of the labor that they will literally work for cheaper.
Well, education is different because like there's not like one. We do have like a set system for education, but it's like there's so many like variables to it because there's like property taxes determine the funding of your school and the type of like the environment.
Okay.
Someone that lives in Beverly Hills or versus someone that lives in the hood, they're not gonna get the exact same what's it called education. Someone that came, so the people that came here, for the majority of the time, they're not very rich, or they're not coming here with extreme wealth, so they're not going to these best schools. So their education.
Right, but if we can encourage these people to pursue primary and higher education, then we turn those types of low-skilled workers into high-skilled workers. You're getting a benefit out of educating people.
It's okay.
Like, do you think the American education system is like even on par or worse than Mexico's? Like in any state almost?
It's actually better. I know like American education system is better than Mexico.
Really
Right,
quick, guys, I think we're gonna move on to give Peyton a try really quick. Peyton, are you MAGA? No?
Yeah, if you guys want to skip me, it's fine.
Oh, well, it was nice seeing you. I mean, you're cool, Ben. Thanks for something. Okay,
Yes.
Neokum. Am I? I feel like everyone's getting something I'm not. How are you? And are you MAGA? Buddy?
You said Peyton, and I had like a PTSD response.
No, don't worry. He's still locked up in jail. So.
Is he actually?
Yeah, and he hasn't come out. I don't think so. He hasn't made any content about it. So, and it's Georgia that got him. So we all know Georgia don't.
Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, dang.
No, I mean you can cuss.
I'd assume he would be like content farming the fuck out of that about how it was such an injustice by the system. Like, yeah.
Okay, OG Mindplex fan. That sounds legit, right?
Mindplex.
I don't even know what Mindplex is. Hi, are you MAGA?
Is that Destiny?
The one and only.
Holy cadoodles.
Not the fan club.
Well, I just wanted to say, what's up, Destiny? I'm gonna drop now.
Wow.
That was sweet. That was really sweet. Okay, Neo Koom wants to try again.
What's up, bud?
Quick test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I have a question for professional carpet salesman Stephen Bennell. What precisely is an American?
That's a very complicated question. I don't know. It depends on who you ask. Right? It depends on what level you're asking.
What do you... Okay, so you just like stun locked me. What do you mean that's a complicated question?
Well, are you asking like what is an American as per? Do you have a social security number, or do you mean like what is the concept of an American?
Like numbers? You thought I meant like a random sequence of numbers, Stephen Bennell, carpet cleaner? No, I meant like what is an American? The place where you literally currently live.
Well, I don't live in America. I live in the United States of America. I guess in that case, an American is somebody that has a social security number.
Oh, what a wordsmith. No, Gary, go on.
Yeah, somebody with a social security number, I guess, from the federal government.
That's it. That's the basis of like your nationality.
This is why I asked you what you mean when you said what is an American. Are you talking about like the concept of like a nationality, like a conceptual thing of what is a people, or are you asking like some shared set of values? Are you asking like who has legal protections for the U.S.
Okay, so
government? Or
just to clarify, we're having these like very high level conversations about birthright citizenship, but you don't know what an American is. Just to
I can't.
clarify, Stephen Bennell,
Okay, I
professional
gotta
carpet
ask:
cleaner.
Are these? Is this like a real type of person, or is it like an AI from China to terrorize us, or
Oh my,
is
you're
this
so
like?
funny, so funny.
Wait, what's the weather like outside where you live right now?
First of all, I am American. I voted for Trump 3 times, so I'm a legitimate participant in this debate. Now, Stephen, what is an American?
Look, if
Wait,
you
what is the
ask,
weather like outside? Wait, I'm curious. Is it a robot? Is it? I can't tell if these are real people or not. Am I going
I don't know what
crazy?
this means. I don't know what this means.
look, if you
So if
asked a
we're
neuroscientist, what does the word representation mean? Because they use that word all the fucking time and they reference represent like mental representations all the time. That doesn't mean that a neuroscientist, if they can't like specifically answer that in a very direct way, literally means nothing, or they can't do neuro like science. That's just such a ridiculous like.
no, but
Yeah, I'm
no,
trying
but
to figure out like when you ask what.
if one is not okay, I don't know if I can swear. If one is not mentally if you are wise, you can answer that question pretty easily, right? If there's
No,
no
no.
a
Actually,
normal.
a lot of
Wait, what do you
neuroscientists
think?
won't answer
Wait,
that.
hold on, wait. What do you think
Okay.
that American has one unified definition that means the same thing when everybody says it?
Okay, so on your passport, does it say like
Can
passport
you
belonging
answer
to
that
Stephen
question?
Bennell?
Wait, can you
Is it
answer that
like
question?
is there no like uniform like passport? Do you have like a special Stephen Bennell passport that says carpet cleaner on it?
Okay. Do you
No,
think that when people say the word American, is
I think
that
probably
one unified
implicit.
definition? Is that one unified definition where everybody
Well,
said? Can you even
you
engage with the
have
question?
well, quite out. You have like one unified flag, one unified passport. But I'm sure. What is there some like weird headcanon you have? Did you do? Is there some fan canon American definition you want to share with
I can't
us,
tell if it's like all
Stephen Bennell?
dialogue trees and like people can't dynamically engage with
Look,
conversation because nobody actually
which
knows
is
anything that
itself
they're
a
talking about.
dialogue
Or
tree, by the way. Which is itself literally a dialogue tree, by the
what
way.
do you think is a dialogue tree? What?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please exposit more random NPC dialogue lines.
That's exactly what you're doing right now. That's
What are you
Well,
talking
bro,
about?
instead of okay, that's cool. Instead of engaging with anything I say, he says dialogue tree, which is a
I'm literally
thought-terminating
trying to
cliche, Stephen.
engage with
A
what you're. I'm
thought-terminating
trying to
cliche.
engage. I'm trying to engage with what you're asking. You asked me what is an American. I don't know the
I
context by
love
which
the
you're
phrasing.
asking.
I love the phrasing. It's a really complicated, nuanced question. I literally asked, by the way, what is an American? The thing we're literally debating about right now.
Look, what's your
We're not
definition? What's
debating about we're not debating about
Oh,
what is an American right now. Earlier we were debating about birthright citizenship. So I don't know what we're
birthright citizenship to what? What is that citizenship?
to the country of the
To
United States of America.
so birthright citizenship to be an American, but what an American means, that's just like a pithy definition. Stephen
Do you
Bennell,
think that
professional
all
carpet cleaner.
Americans have passports? So, for instance, in Trump's new law that rescinds birthright citizenship, you can be considered an American if you're born to somebody who has lawful permanent resident status. Is somebody who is an LPR, is that a U.S. citizen? Is that an American if they're not a U.S. citizen, but they only have a green card? Like, I don't know how you want me to answer this question. When you ask an absurdly simple question and then you won't even like expand upon what you mean. Like, if you just ask me with more
It's
clarity what the
so funny how
definition,
you run
what you're,
away. It's so funny how you run away when you like when asked to even elaborate on the most baseline thing, we start running
This
away
is
to like
just a troll. He has
random
to be
Wikipedia
trolling.
points.
Okay, buddy, you're done.
Stephen Bennell, I could define to you pretty much any other country.
There's no
Like
way.
Okay.
He's trolling. He has to be trolling. Like, there's actually no way.
Hunter MAGA 47. I'm just gonna assume that you're MAGA.
Yeah, I mean, grass is green.
Very good. Very great. Okay, go ahead, buddy.
Um, what's up, little Steve?
not much. Big MAGA 47.
I have a question for you, buddy.
We're raising awareness for the genocide, and the fact that you just brought it up means that I'm glad that we're hosting it. So now more people even know. I'm sure there's at least one.
Right.
with big gold letters, just like in Vegas.
I like phallic shape too.
I want it to look like the Bellagio.
Nice.
All
Then
right.
they can make like an Ocean's 14 where they go and rob it. You'd be like all Israeli dudes.
That
Let's put a Disney there.
hold on. Let's get some funding together for that. Actually, that's yeah.
Right.
Austin Biscuit. I don't know. Maybe you're MAGA. Hunter MAGA, you're giving me. I don't know if you want to really debate or not.
No, I'm just enjoying talking to you guys. It's very fun.
I love you, Hunter MAGA 47. Be careful.
All right. Love you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello there. So my name is Andy Biscuit. I'm from Wales, the UK. And the reason I've requested up is because I just wanted to ask you, because I've been following you for quite a while. Trump has got a state visit coming up to the UK in a couple of months, and I don't like Trump. I don't like his politics. I don't like the red pill politics. I don't like anything about it. And if I was to ask you, what message could the people of the United Kingdom send to Trump on his state visit about how unhappy we are with the way he and his regime, because let's call it what it is, what they are actually doing to the world right now, and what we can do to kind of bring that message as well to some of our own people who are falling for the bullshit.
You should, when he shows up, you should just boo him everywhere. Really loudly. Very Britishly. Or Welshishly. Just boo him, okay?
Well, yeah, obviously we're going to try and do that. Hold on, who's got the feedback? Obviously we're going to try and do that, and we are bringing back the baby blimp that we had last time he was here, when he visited Her Majesty. Because we're not sure if you're aware of what happened during our recent elections we had this last year. We had legitimate Reform UK people, which is basically British MAGA, in case you're unaware, and they had a big jumbotron outside of Parliament, and they were doing their rally, and they had this big picture of Donald Trump on it. They played the American anthem. And whilst they were flying British flags and Reform UK flags, they were flying Trump 2024 flags around. And it's just, we really have got to be able to, because if we're going to be able to eventually help you guys.
I really don't mean to interrupt you, but I do love your input. I think we're on the same side generally, but we are trying to just look for some debate if that's okay. So I'm going to ask some of these other people if they're MAGA.
Okay. I apologize. Sorry.
No, you're okay. I'm giving you a follow because you're cool, and I'm happy you came up here and you're based. And everyone follow Auntie Biscuit, based Auntie Biscuit. Thank you for fighting in your own country against the MAGA 2.0.
Thank you so much.
You're awesome. JG, are you MAGA? Okay. Joe Polygot, are you MAGA?
I am, and I had a comment directed at Destiny, which is
what's up?
I've seen a couple of your videos online, and I saw some of the controversy around you, and I just thought, for the productivity of having good dialogue, we probably shouldn't be celebrating the attempted unaliving of our politicians. And it's a really low threshold,
The unaliving of themselves or of other people unaliving them? I'm sorry.
The attempted unaliving and the unaliving of people in the audience. I think it was pretty shameful what was said following those events. And
yeah, I wish that when Republicans start playing by those rules, I will too. But until then, I'm just going to have a giggle,
Green
mate.
Party, but I support MAGA, and I would say that's political violence, and it's not acceptable. And your comments aren't acceptable.
Cool. Tell them that. Let them know.
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're externalizing, you're shifting your behavior on other people when we're really just talking about.
I'm just responding to the environment that I'm in, and if you've got one side that's normalized political violence and said that it's okay and cool and awesome, I don't think there's any virtue in.
You are normalizing
completely. It's already normalized. We pardoned literally every single person involved in the January 6th stuff. I think
I should make the whole world blind. You should not be celebrating political violence. and you've done that.
I don't think like are you MAGA?
You should engage in more productive dialogue.
Are we?
You have a
Engage in lots of
platform.
productive dialogue, but I like to have a little bit
You
of
have
fun on the
a
side,
platform, and you have responsibility to not perpetrate negative messages like that.
No, I'm good.
I think the problem here is that you're kind of an idiot's version of an intellectual, and
Wow,
you're a
deep.
grifter.
Okay, yeah.
You're a
Says
grifter,
the
and that's
third
why
party.
you
Says
say
the Green Party.
controversial
Says the
things.
Green Party voter.
Because you're
How's that Jill Stein
you're
vote
profiting
going?
off of celebrating political violence. Shame on you.
Donald Trump's
Shame on
profiting
you.
off of. Oh, did you kick him? Okay.
I did.
Off of like actual political violence.
He was. It was a debater.
Oh, that's a debater?
All right. Well, he kind of was more than the other people. That's okay.
Do you want to back up here? Because I'll bring him back up here.
No, I don't care. You can do what you want. Sorry. I just don't want people to have the impression that I'm telling people to kick people that are challenging me or something.
Guys, I'm at liberty of kicking. Like, this is Destiny's not kicking. I'm just, if you're not debating, or if you're just gonna pop off on the political violence train while you elected Donald Trump, and then also tried to pretend like the assassin on these two political representatives or lawmakers or Democrats in the situation that happened a couple weeks ago. I think you're just dishonest. Kyle Arnett, are you MAGA?
Yeah. But thanks for having me on, is what I first wanted to say. And I'm not the biggest supporter of Trump. I think he's better than Kamala. I think he's not doing a good job right now as of the second term. But I do think he will turn around. That's kind of my position.
I mean, I feel like he's. In what way could he possibly do a good job? What are we expecting? I guess.
I guess I was expecting a similar run to his first term, which I think he did good his first term.
How did he do good his first term?
No major new wars. Obviously, we will have to see how the Israel-Iran stuff plays out, so that might turn around. That's why I was saying I don't think he's doing the best job so far.
Well, I mean, in the first term, didn't we literally bomb Syria and assassinate Soleimani?
I wouldn't classify that as a major war, but yeah, you could. I guess that a major is an opinion statement. You could see that as a major event.
Was bombing Iran this time a major war?
If it's just bombing Iran, then probably not. But if it escalates any more, then yeah.
Okay, has Trump taken more military actions in the first 100 or whatever 6 months of his presidency, or did Biden take more military actions in the whole 4 years in office?
Probably Trump.
So then, how is Trump doing a better job, I guess, on the war front than Biden did?
Well, because I wasn't just saying internally and just in America. I was saying like with the Ukraine-Russian war and the Israel-Palestine war. I don't really blame that one too much on his administration, though, because I feel like that's been brewing for.
Why do we get? Wait, how does? Are we blaming Ukraine, Russia, and Israel-Palestine on Biden?
I just said not as much as the Israel-Palestine one, but the Ukraine-Russian one, I wouldn't say he's the main thing, but I would say, yeah, he was a key in the.
Well, so for Israel-Palestine, Donald Trump said that in his term that he signed a deal that achieved peace in the Middle East, and then a couple years later, there's the largest terrorist attack ever in Israel. Square this for me. How did he? What did Donald Trump do to ensure peace in the Middle East, or why would we blame that one on Biden? What did Biden do to cause the October 7th attacks?
I don't know if you heard me, but I said I don't necessarily blame Biden for the Israel-Palestine one.
Okay, but you do blame Biden for the Ukraine-Russia one?
Yes, his administration.
Why would we blame him for that?
Like I said, I don't 100% blame him. I don't think he's even the biggest contributor. I think it's obviously Russia and Putin. But I think having a strong front and having a strong leader, and you may correct me if I'm wrong here, but didn't Kamala like 2 weeks before say Ukraine was going to join NATO?
No. And also, when you say strong leader, how has Trump been strong on Ukraine, Russia?
He tried to have a peace deal, but we've sent F-16 parts over there, right?
We did that under Biden. How has Trump tried to have a peace talk? How is that strong?
Because I don't know if or obviously you want to agree with me here, but I consider Biden incompetent.
That's fine, but in Biden's incompetence, he did more to help Ukraine than Trump did, and he was a stronger leader for Ukraine than Trump was.
And that's my whole thing. If I feel like that administration was pushing super hard trying to get Ukraine into NATO, And I feel like Russia felt like they were on a time, like a ticking time bomb, and felt like they had to do it now, or they were just going to join NATO, and they would never get the opportunity to. But could I list my main reason why I did vote for him?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can. Just to be clear, like it feels like everything you're saying is completely divorced from reality. All Trump did was inflame tensions inside of Israel with the Abraham Accords, and then we got the October 7th attacks later. Trump did nothing to help Ukraine, Russia, really, when he was president. He's president again. He lied about being able to solve the war on day one. He hasn't done any of that. It's just gotten worse. So it's just interesting to me that somehow Biden is more responsible for, global wars when Trump did more attacks, Trump did more assassinations, Trump attacked more countries, and Trump has been weaker in every conceivable way as a leader against every other country. So it's just weird to me to blame Biden for any of that, or to even say that Biden was more at fault or was more in the wrong than Trump was. I can't think of a single foreign policy win, really, that we've had under Trump, unless you consider, I guess, bombing Iran a win.
You wouldn't consider sending, because we've started back up sending aid to Ukraine, right?
I'm pretty sure we just diverted aid from Ukraine down to like Israel or whatever, or we just diverted a ton of aid from Ukraine. I think it was to Israel, didn't we?
I'm looking it up right now. Can you give me just a few seconds and maybe talk to another guy?
Okay.
Actually, the comments really wanted you to speak.
Girl.
To Saucy. I don't know.
How you doing?
I don't know. The comment was lit for you, so I didn't know.
No, I know him.
I'm real popular over here. Yeah, that's true.
Bro's putting on an accent right now. That's like.
Hey, Destiny, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, buddy.
It's the I'm a victim.
Mercedes, are you the one who does this unfuck America thing?
Yep, all three of us up top are doing it.
Oh, that's great. Real great stuff. So, Destiny, you're pro-choice, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Argument for that?
I don't think that fetuses get moral consideration until they have some kind of conscious experience, because I think that's something that we generally protect when we're talking about protecting people.
All right, fantastic. You want to formalize that for me?
When we grant rights to people, we're granting rights to people having human conscious experiences. That's I don't know what kind of formalization you're looking for.
Rule of inference.
Do you think? I mean, Saucy, you don't understand the argument unless it's like formalized. You don't understand it without it being a syllogism.
No, like I could understand it, but I just want to make sure there's no begging the question. I want to make sure there are no fallacious tactics being deployed by Destiny.
Right.
Here, right?
You've been debating abortion on TikTok for over a year, and you don't understand the argument without a syllogism. Like you don't understand a pro-sentience argument.
Look, I think you just heard me say I do understand. I just want to make sure that there's no fallacious tactics deployed by my main man Destiny up there. So formalize it.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, humans. I would say that human conscious experiences are worth defending. I would say that human beings by the age, I guess, in gestation of about like 16 to 20 weeks after a fetus, have the capacity to deploy a human conscious experience. Therefore, fetuses at age 16 to 20 weeks and onwards until death are worthy of, I guess, like moral protection, like formed as a syllogism, I guess.
Wait, you think that's a syllogism? Do you think that's valid?
What? Sure. What's invalid about it?
Follows no valid rules of inference. So a syllogism typically is going to follow the modus ponens inference rule, right? That was no inference rule, unless there's one I'm unfamiliar with. Maybe it's like the Stephen Bonnell inference rule or something like that. But if you could stick with any of the known inference rules, that would be great.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
I'm actually unsure as to why, one, I don't actually believe that you need it syllogized. I think, look, he gave you what the view was, and, you're very popular in these spaces, Saucy, so I would assume that you'd be able to make inferences about the view and then ask questions based off of this. It seems like a failure.
Thank you for thinking I'm popular, and I appreciate that. You're making me blush.
You came up here and said that. I didn't say that.
I think I said
Did I?
No, it was me. I said the comment said you were popular.
Oh, thank you, Mercedes. I appreciate that.
Destiny, I found a source, though, to back up what I was saying about us sending F-16s over there.
Hold on, wait, let me try one more time, okay? Ready? Okay, hold on. If fetuses
Bro, we gotta get you philosophy pilled. Holy fuck.
Damn,
Yeah,
Destiny,
fuck
that's
that.
I'm not even gonna bully you for that. That's fine. Your rhetoric is good though, so I mean, you got that going for you.
Look,
Cool.
if a fetus doesn't have sentience by 20 to 24 weeks, then it lacks moral value. The fetus doesn't have sentience by 20 to 24 weeks, or before 20 to 24 weeks, therefore it doesn't have moral
Well, he's not
value.
looking to debate the substance of something. He just wants to know if I could format something into
All
a
right, great. No, that's good. See, do
propositionally
you
valid
affirm that
format or
argument?
whatever.
Do you affirm that argument, Destiny? Is that an argument that you would affirm?
Sure.
Great. Just motivate P1 for me.
I'm good. I'm not motivated right now. I'm very demotivated.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
RIP. Bro, you came up on a debate MAGA live to not debate about MAGA.
Debate about MAGA. Trump's a
That's the fucking, that's the purpose of the live. No, I can't say it. Sorry.
Really quickly, Uwu girl, is that how you say that? She wanted to talk to you, Destiny. I don't know what she wanted to
Yes,
say.
hi Destiny.
Wait,
Hey,
what?
what's up? Wait, what did the one guy said he had the guy that was on hold said he had a thing. What did he have? The guy was bringing up the Ukraine Russia stuff.
Yeah, when you said Trump hasn't sent F-16 parts to Ukraine, and I said they did. I found a source backing my argument. Can I turn on my camera?
I don't think I said he wasn't sending them, but the F-16s were first flying under Biden. Like that was already happening prior to Trump coming into office.
But not sent by U.S. though. I believe they were sent by Poland and France. The F-16s they were using.
Okay.
But Trump started sending his own wave, and it's not fully flying F-16. It's parts. So then the ones that they have flying right now won't break down, and they'll always have them.
I don't know if that's true, but like even if that is,
well, you said there's nothing good he's done, and I said that, and then you said
I didn't say there's nothing good. I said there weren't any big like foreign policy wins. I don't think him sending a little bit to Ukraine. I think so far Ukraine and Russia overall has been a huge foreign policy loss for Trump. He seems like he's failed spectacularly in negotiating anything meaningful. He constantly blows up at both world leaders. That conflict doesn't seem any closer to resolution than it was the day he took office.
But you don't think getting the mineral rights deal was a net positive for not just U.S. but Ukraine, and a net negative for Russia?
I don't think so. Where? I don't even know if that'll ever materialize.
It's been signed.
Yeah, but where? It's not like we built anything. I don't know if anything's going to come.
Yeah, but it ensures security. That
really? Where? No, it doesn't.
I mean, we're not going to give out. We're not going to give out on free money. The U.S.
There's no security guarantees tied to that deal at all, other than like I guess if they were to blow up our stuff, maybe we would respond.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we theoretically could just pull out, and we would have every legal right to do that. But I don't think the U.S. is in the business of giving up free money and free minerals.
That's fine, but that's not responsive to what I said before, which is that the Ukraine-Russia war is just like been universally a disaster under Trump. Like nothing good has happened for, I guess, on the Ukraine side, unless you're pro-Russian, and I guess you could say it's been somewhat successful.
Nothing good has happened. How much land has Russia taken since Trump's been in office?
Well, I mean, they've annexed like 5 different swaths of territory. I don't know if it's like 20% of the land of Ukraine. I haven't kept up with the battle lines, but Trump hasn't done anything to alleviate any of the Russian advances. It seems like he's promising them that they can keep as much as they've conquered so far. Trump keeps saying that, or at least he was saying in the past, now he just doesn't talk about it anymore, that it sounded like any formal deal with Russia would allow them to indefinitely or forever hold on to the territory they've conquered.
Wait, Trump has said Russia will hold on to the... I kind of spaced out there, sorry. Did you say Trump has said Russia's going to hold on to the land they've took so far, or just some of it?
It sounds like any deal that they make is going to involve Russia holding on to the land that they've conquered so far.
Well, all of it or just some of it?
I'm pretty sure most of it. Isn't it like 5 different territories that have been conquered? I think basically all of it.
I think realistically, I hope not. But I think Russia's probably going to gain some territory out of this. And I think definitely Crimea. I think that's just going to happen, sadly enough. So I don't think it's realistic saying, oh, Ukraine has to get all their land back, like even prior to 2013. Like, I don't think that's a realistic scenario that we live in.
Well, prior to 2013, they hadn't lost anything yet. But I think that, I mean, the whole point of Trump coming in is I thought he was supposed to be a strong leader that could influence world events and make things happen. And now we're talking about America existing like as a passive country that can't do anything beyond, I guess, what the desires of Russia are. I don't know. What's the point of having Trump as a leader then?
Wait, you think Trump is being a passive leader? If anything, I think he's being too aggressive with the bombings on Iran.
In regards to Ukraine, Russia, I think he's been completely passive.
I mean, what more do you want from him? We're
Anything,
sponsoring
literally
war.
anything at all. We haven't done anything. We did nothing. We cut intelligence to Ukraine for a while. They got attacked a ton. We haven't negotiated anything on their behalf. They're like not going to get any of their land back. Zelensky came here. We blew him up.
They're going to get some of their land back.
I don't think so.
I guess I guess this isn't something we can debate on. We'll just have to wait and see.
Really quick.
Okay.
Dean said he wanted to debate on Zio shit. If I read that correct.
Sure, I guess.
Dean, do you want to come up and debate Zio shit? I guess.
I don't know what Zio shit means, but
Me neither.
I mean, I've heard that Destiny wants to just blow up all of Gaza. I mean, that's as far as I've heard.
I don't know what was said, guys. There was a bunch of comments. I'm sorry, because Dean is in there. So, Dean, do you want to come up and debate something?
Yeah, let's get Dean Withers up here on panel.
Girl, can we kick the... No, let me...
Love to see that.
Someone said, let's go, finally. Ooh, I keep thinking that's a girl. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. I understand. Destiny, can I ask you why I don't like the tariffs?
About the tariffs? Yeah, what about them?
Don't you think that they're a useful tool to divest America from their Chinese manufacturing base?
As in to reduce our reliance on China's manufacturing?
Yeah, for our consumer goods, it's a conflict of interest.
Or is it a conflict of interest?
Well, because one of our largest foreign adversaries, our largest producer of consumer goods, it just gives them leverage over us. And I don't know if you're familiar with the China-America macroeconomics, but it's not sustainable.
Doesn't it kind of give us leverage over them as well, though? I mean...
How? What do we have?
We pay them a ton of money for stuff that they produce, and we empower their manufacturing.
Yeah, but we're 17% of their export base. I mean, they have other markets. I mean, Brazil, Africa, very, very large emerging ones.
Okay, I think 17% is pretty big, no?
Well, yeah, but it's decreasing every day. I mean, in like 2020, it was 25%.
Okay,
It's
so
like-
what's the point that we should just not buy anything from China at all?
No, but tariffing China and moving our manufacturing base to some of our allies like Vietnam, Thailand, India, where they have cheaper labor and better business practice. But why is that a bad idea?
I don't know if that would necessarily be a bad idea, except for the fact that I don't know how you even enforce, like the any of those partners to have those like manufacturing things moved to their countries. Like, do we have any deals signed or anything done that is moving
Not
us in that direction?
necessarily. Not necessarily to empower them, but we've signed deals to depower China. That's not a word, but the
Well,
whole
I mean,
tariff-
how many? Just to be clear, how many trade deals has the U.S. signed so far after all
None.
the tariffs? Okay, so we haven't done anything to move any manufacturing to any of these countries yet.
Well, it doesn't mean that they're not in the works, right? I mean, like Boeing.
Okay,
is
then I guess we can talk
using-
about like maybe in the future. Then you can say that they're successful, but it seems kind of crazy to pull the plug on like the world economy right now, or at least the U.S. economy, in the hopes that a deal will be negotiated in the future. It's been months now. It seems like I don't know if any of them are coming ever. We just said today we're done negotiating with Canada, who's one of our top 3 trading partners.
Well, sure. But look at like Vietnam. Like we've already been French shoring a lot of our textile productions down there, and like we've already been starting to invest pretty heavily in Indian infrastructure. I mean, it's not like Chinese labor is getting too expensive anyway. Why don't we just expedite the process?
If Chinese labor was getting too expensive, then market forces would naturally dictate that we would import from other countries regardless, no?
But the infrastructure is already in China.
Then it sounds like the labor isn't getting any cheaper. It sounds like their comparative advantage in having the infrastructure there makes it a lot cheaper, so then it's not.
But no, it is getting more expensive because like we understand how China, intentionally inflates their currency on foreign markets so they can keep their exports competitive. I mean, they wouldn't be doing that. Go look at the money supply.
If they intentionally inflate their currency, wouldn't that mean that it's intentionally cheaper then for us to buy their stuff? If it's always about 1 to 8.
Yeah, but one, that's a violation of WTO regulations, and it's unsustainable.
Well, I'm not
for
talking about
China.
that. I'm just saying in terms of beneficial for trade for us, it makes their shit always cheap for us, right?
Well, yeah, but it also detriments their citizens, and again, it's unsustainable.
How does it detriment our citizens?
It detriments their citizens.
Okay, but we're talking about Americans right now, right?
Yeah. Again, it's unsustainable long term. We just keep
How
putting
long?
all of this money. We just keep putting all of this money into China to manufacture shit, and they're fortifying a lot of their larger industries. Like go look at marketcap.com. I mean, now we have fucking Alibaba and Tencent competing with American consumer discretionary giants, undercutting profit margins and competing.
I mean, we're always going to be competing with other countries no matter what. But I mean, America is still developing our own industries as well, right?
Well, sure, but like when we're directly pouring money into our competition by buying like shit at the bottom, and like we all know how China literally conducts themselves like a business. They have golden shares in all their fucking major companies. It's like we're buying consumer goods and they're fortifying their fucking consumer discretionary giants.
Okay, we're buying stuff from them. You want us to not buy stuff from them and buy from surrounding countries? Like if you,
yes,
there is a world where you can make this work. But the problem is that the current leadership has shown that they're ineffectual when it comes to doing any of this stuff, right? We have no trade deals with anybody else. What you're talking about would require a pretty extensive and a pretty deep multilateral trade agreement, right? Because it wouldn't just be enough to buy stuff from Thailand or Vietnam or whatever. We would have to guarantee that we're buying it from them and they're not simply just drop shipping us from China as well, right? But this would require like a pretty intricate, complex trade deal. And this administration has shown itself completely inept at negotiating anything.
Sure, but that's when like the cost of labor comes into play, because if they continue to have to deflate their fucking currency to make the cost of labor cheaper, and there's not a lot of incentive to do that, because if they're just going to be drop shipping shit to other country and selling it to the U.S. or other countries, like what's the point? We just got to.
What's the point of devaluing their currency? It allows them to export more cheaper to other countries.
Yeah, but like, okay, that was a dumb thing to say. My bad.
That's okay. Well, I'm just saying that, like, let's say I took everything you're saying is true, and then us buying China is building them up, and it's going to be bad for us in the future. Let's say that I took all of that to be true, and I wanted to do something to curb that by empowering other trading partners. Don't you think it bodes poorly if we can't even empower like our two largest trading partners to the north and south of us? We like today, Trump just truthed out that we're done negotiating with Canada. If we can't even figure out a deal with Canada, you really think we're going to be figuring out complex deals with Vietnam?
No, but we've been so nice to the Canadians since like fucking the Clinton administration.
How have we been so nice to? No, that's not true at all.
Yes,
The last
it
trade
is.
deal. Do you know who crafted the last trade deal that we had with Canada?
Was it Bill Clinton?
It was Donald Trump.
Oh, well, that doesn't count. Let's talk about how they've been taking advantage of us for
So there's a problem, right? Yeah, this is not good,
No,
right? So
no.
the two biggest people that we had that we renegotiated. I know you want to bring up NAFTA, but Trump renegotiated NAFTA to the U.S. Mexico-Canada free trade agreement, and now he says it's the worst deal ever, and now we can't even renegotiate anything with it, even though he negotiated this deal 5 years ago. Why would anybody even want to negotiate with Trump? And nobody's negotiated with Trump. He didn't negotiate ceasefires with Hamas. They broke that. He wasn't able to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran after tearing that up. He hasn't been able to negotiate any trade deals with any other country, and he can't negotiate anything with Canada. They speak the same language as us. They're right to our north. They're our closest neighbors. And we just had a trade deal with them 5 years ago, made by the same president who can't make a deal with them now. Like, what? Why would we trust this guy? Like, you have to admit that he's been an epic failure in every conceivable way when it comes to negotiating trade deals, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
well, yeah, okay.
So I was on your stream and I saw you join, and I just want to talk to you, Destiny. I'm a really big fan of yours.
Okay, well, I love you, buddy. Thanks. I'm a fan of you too, buddy.
I love you. Have a great day, Destiny.
Have a great day.
What's
up?
Saucy, did you want to continue, or Noah, were you going to debate?
Mine will be pretty quick.
Oh, Lord, okay.
Yeah. Hey, Saucy also. Hey, Mr. Benelli Steinberg Goldstein, sir. My
Hey,
favorite,
what's up? What's up,
my
Noah,
favorite,
Fuentes, Graper, Pepe, XDXD? How's it going, buddy?
Howdy. My favorite Mossad member. So I wanted to give you some statistics. Right now, there are 66.6 funny number percent of houses have an outdoor fire pit, and it's projected to go up about 6% by 2030. So it seems like fire pits are becoming more and more common. Therefore, fire pits are normal, and you should get a fire pit and move back to LA and be with Daddy Newtham.
I read that. I know the study that you're referencing, the ones that were done by, I think it was Fire Pits R Us. And the problem with that study is what they do is they count every single apartment unit as a household. And if the entire apartment building has one fire pit outside, they automatically assign fire pits to every single household. So that study is actually complete and total BS. It's been debunked completely by Pools R Us, actually. They did a response paper to it. And less than 10% of units in the United States have access to a fire pit. So I'm sorry.
Wouldn't those people who have access to the fire pit through a apartment complex all technically have a fire pit though, even though it's not their own? It's a communal fire
No,
pit.
because apartments have restricted severely access to them because people that live in apartments and use fire pits usually roast their babies.
Therefore, shouldn't they all be mortgageoids, not rentazoids?
No, they'll never be supreme and glorious enough to ever have their own mortgages, and they'll be stuck renting, and they'll be stuck with their mortgages forever. Fuck. Never mind. Get this guy out of here.
Thank you, man. Love you.
Love you too. Okay, I got time for one more. Give me pick a good one.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So Destiny.
So Destiny, look, are you pro Israel?
I'm so pro Israel. I'll do two more if you want. Go for it.
I got you. So Parker and Dean, they have an excuse because they're young. They have a prefrontal cortex that's not quite developed enough. You're in your mid 30s. Like, how the fuck are you still a liberal? Like, how can you not support Trump?
I use my whole brain, and when you use all the parts of your brain all together and you think about things, it's pretty hard to be a Trump supporter.
No, it's really not. When you realize that under Trump, we became the net energy exporter for the first time in 50 years, where we had the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, where he brought the official poverty rate to the lowest it's ever been in history. Like, he brought over 4 million people out of poverty in 2019 alone. How the fuck can anybody be a liberal these days?
Well, I mean, when Donald Trump just does massive deficit spending and ruins our budget, which is the same thing that he accused Democrats of doing all the time, I don't really see anything very impressive about that. Yeah, you can bring a lot of people out of poverty and you can give a lot of money away for free if you cut and slash tax rates everywhere. You don't cut any government spending, and you add a whole bunch to the debt and the deficit. So I don't think it's very impressive. I don't think it's very impressive under Trump 1. For Trump 2, everything has been an utter and complete disaster so far. We were a net energy exporter under Biden. Biden was able to bring unemployment even lower than Trump. So I mean, I don't know why I would give Trump
7% inflation.
Yeah, for a part, there was this thing called COVID. It happened.
Yep. And if it wasn't for COVID, Trump would have had a 1984 Reagan-style map.
No.
Yes.
No, I think Trump. Well, it depends, I guess, on what you care about.
The economy
was booming because he did massive deficit spending. You acknowledge that Trump spent like crazy, right?
Yes.
Okay, then why are you bragging about his economy?
Because it was great. I mean, at the end of the day,
because he's deficit spending like crazy.
Wait,
if you give people a ton of money and you cut all the taxes and you keep giving them money, of course the economy is going to go crazy.
Wages outpaced inflation for the first time in like 20 years.
Yeah, because he got to cut off any of the negative impacts of all of his deficit spending by having COVID show up and then blaming all of the next problems on COVID.
I mean, that's what Biden people are doing. They're blaming everything on COVID as well. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if the election would have been November 2019, it would have been a complete blowout.
Oh, if my grandma would have had wheels instead of legs, she would have been a bicycle.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it goes on and on and on. It's just like people say Trump lies. Like, yeah, every politician lies. But the left lies about Trump way more than Trump lies. Yes, I'm serious. You guys lie so freaking much. You guys hate Trump so much. The left, all they want to do is tear down successful people who have worked their ass off in life because they suck at life.
Right. That's actually my goal. That's like my life mission, is to just tear down the working class.
Oh, you mean the working class, the blue collar wages that increase under Trump under both terms? Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's my mission, to tear that down. My mission is to like promote elitism, college education, and to tear down the working class.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And my goal is to promote downward social mobility.
You guys it's just like
$5 an hour.
We're over here arguing about pronouns in America while China is building Navy ships. Like, what the fuck? They're learning engineering in Navy ships. They're about to take over the fucking world because of all you guys woke ass idiots, bro. You guys have no global intelligence whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, I am right.
Social mobility.
And yeah.
For sure, man.
I mean, me and Steven, we grew up in the same town. We know the same people. So, yes.
Well,
yeah.
I grew up with the Gephards.
Oh, wait, John and
Andy.
Wait, did we go to school together?
No, but
I
went to elementary school with them. Well,
that's cool.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
I don't know how that. Well, wait. There's no way. Are those guys conservative?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Jesuit school couldn't fix all of us, I guess. You know.
Uh, I mean, if you listen to the media, yeah, you're going to hate Trump because all they do is lie about him. But when you actually look at the data doesn't lie.
Okay. I looked at the data. How am I supposed to feel about Donald Trump writing executive orders to target law firms of people that he doesn't like?
Okay, well, we'd have to go into it. That's your claim. I haven't really. Which law firms are you talking about?
Eli, was it Eli or Owen Coin or whatever? I can't pronounce his name. Was it Eli Coin? I don't know. We can look up any. You can just look up executive order Trump law firm and look up any of the law firms that he's targeted because of people that work there that have lawyers that represented people he didn't like in the past. Like, you've never heard about any of this before?
I know he's going after some things and some people, but I'm more worried about the global politics of everything and like.
Okay, on the global politics, every single person on the planet looks at America as a joke right now. Nobody respects Donald Trump. Everybody makes fun of him.
That's why Putin came out to say and says he respects Donald Trump so much and he respects everything he's been through. He came out and said today.
Why do you think he says that? Why do you think he says
Trump,
that and then
Trump
turns
is
around
the
and then
boss of all these dudes?
If Trump is the boss, then why is Trump truthing out how mad he is that Putin is bombing Ukraine at record pace more than he ever has before? And why was he tweeting out or truthing out that he was upset that it feels like Putin was just jerking his chain, that he wasn't able to get any peace deal signed? We're nowhere on Russia-Ukraine.
Because he's trying the diplomacy route first.
He said that the problem was going to be solved on day one. So did he lie about that or did he just fail? Which one was it? Was it a lie or a failure?
He lied.
Okay.
I mean,
so if he's trying the diplomacy route first, where's the progress on that? Where's the diplomacy at?
It didn't work. I mean, that's why he's taking it to stronger measures. Like you can't just go to.
He's not taking stronger measures, though. We've just abandoned Ukraine. What are the stronger measures we've taken?
Okay, Trump was the one that gave Ukraine Javelin missiles in the first place when Obama wouldn't do it. So everyone acts like he hasn't been trying.
What does that
to
have to do with 5 years ago? Welcome to the 2020s, man. I'm talking about right now. What has Trump done to alleviate any of the issues in Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I mean, I don't know. He's more worried. Yeah, well, I'm not worried
What's he
about
done for Israel Palestine.
Why are we so worried about Ukraine?
You're the one who brought up foreign policy. Has he done anything for?
Yeah. He just took out the nuclear facilities of the country that wants to put a nuke on Israel and us.
Wow, good job. And they were pursuing those nukes because Trump tore up the nuclear deal that we had with them 5 years ago and didn't negotiate anything in his place. That he likes.
I mean, the USMCA was an upgrade from NAFTA, and he's the guy.
USMCA is literally the thing that he's trashing right now with Canada and Mexico. He literally just said today that he's done negotiating any trade with Canada. That was the USMCA.
Yeah, because it comes up. There's a review on it. It was a 9-year review that was automatically reviewed in 2025. So of course, as a negotiator that he is, he's going to say that he's not happy. It's just like when you go into a car deal, you're going to say that like you're not happy with that price because you're trying to negotiate. Like everyone expects him just to tell the truth, but you can't tell the truth. People.
Okay, so then he hasn't negotiated. He's still negotiating. Has he negotiated anything? Because it sounds like he hasn't negotiated that yet. He's in the process of doing it. Why am I keep being told that he's this great negotiator and he's negotiating all those things? What has he negotiated? We haven't got anything yet.
Didn't they just say they had a deal with China traded or signed? Lutnick just came out and said it. Well,
I thought. Well, he said we're done negotiating with Canada, didn't he?
China. He
said we're done negotiating with Canada, didn't he?
Canada, is who he said. Which, of course, we're not done negotiating. That's his way of negotiating.
How can it be your way of negotiating if you constantly lie about everything and nobody knows what to believe? How is that a good negotiation strategy? Can you think of a single other place in life where anybody negotiates this way and gets anything done?
Oh, yeah, like most salesmen.
How? When you go in as a salesman, you just say, I'm done negotiating. give me 5 times my price or I'm leaving. You think people
Oh,
negotiate in the real world that way? Nobody
anytime you
negotiates that way.
negotiate a car deal, I do that. When I negotiate car deals. I walk out all the time, and then they call me a few days later, and they're like, "Okay, we'll take $4,000 off, like you said."
If a car is MSRPing at $35,000 and it's a hot in-demand car, and you go in and you say, I want this for 10K or bust, they're not calling you back. They're just going to laugh at you and you're going to leave. And that's every single negotiation that Trump has done so far. That's why we have no trade deals. We've still tariffed the whole world. We're months away from Liberation Day. Nothing's gotten done. That's why he said he solved Israel-Palestine before he came into office, and the Hamas ceasefire fell apart immediately. That's why nothing's happened in Ukraine, Russia. That's fallen apart immediately. That's why nothing happened with Iran, and we had to fly ships over there and bomb them after saying no new wars and we're going to bomb anybody. Like, we haven't done anything. There's no deals anywhere with anybody.
It's not a war. It was a precision strike, and it was
That's
great.
fine. This is the guy who said he wasn't going to bomb anybody, though. He wasn't elected to do precision strikes.
When did he say he wasn't going to bomb anybody?
When he said no new wars.
It's not a war. He prevented the war.
Okay, so then there were no new wars then for when Biden was president that the U.S. is involved in, right?
I mean, the war started under Biden, did it not?
Where the U.S. isn't in them, we don't have boots on the ground in Ukraine or Israel.
Oh yeah, we're sending them lots of support though. Which one?
Iran and Israel.
right
Iran
now.
and Israel? Oh yeah.
No new wars.
Aren't they?
Well, that you know,
it's a good thing to strive for, but you can't always guarantee it. He didn't have any.
Yes, so
new
Biden
wars
couldn't
for
always
Christmas.
guarantee that Israel wasn't going to bomb the shit out of Gaza. Like, okay. It's all of a sudden like anytime Biden's involved, it's Biden's fault. But if Trump is involved, well, you can't really he doesn't really have power over the Middle East.
I don't know how anything could be Biden's fault when he wasn't even there.
Oh my God.
Obviously, it wasn't Biden's fault. It was the people behind him.
Oh my
Can you explain how Biden wasn't there, but they were able to pass more legislation than Trump did in his first term and will pass in a second term?
Because he's not writing the bills.
Who was writing them?
I don't know. The secret people that controlled his handlers. Like, come on.
Okay. Do you think that does it bother you that Trump is handed an executive order and somebody explains what it is to him, like it's the first time he's ever heard it read before, and then he signs it? Isn't that kind of weird? Who's writing Trump's executive orders? Do you think he's writing those?
He's probably not, but he's probably the one that's like.
If he's not writing the executive orders, then how are you mad at Biden? You're accusing Biden of not writing this, but we can see that Trump doesn't write his for sure. So you got a conspiracy about Biden. You just acknowledge a fact about Trump, but you're more mad about Biden than you are about Trump doing it?
Because they're actually Trump's ideas. He's actually the one that has the brains behind this. He's been having other people write stuff down for him, just like his tweets. You think he actually types his tweets out? No, he
Unfortunately,
says
yes. But when you say Trump has the brains behind it, you realize that Trump sounds like an idiot when he talks about basically everything, right? What does Trump talk about where it sounds like he has any idea or any understanding of what's going on?
Because he has a more of a macro understanding of things. He doesn't do
Name
this
one thing that Trump has a macro understanding of besides the hair system he uses.
How to get people to do things that you want.
He hasn't gotten anybody to do anything, though. Everything has failed under him. What do you mean? He hasn't gotten any trade deals. He hasn't gotten any foreign policy wins.
Bro, trade deals take months to hash out all the details. Okay.
What else? Okay, what has Trump gotten somebody to do? He
couldn't
couldn't get Iran to do anything. That's why he had to bomb them. What has Trump gotten anybody to do for him?
Because he can't negotiate with Iran.
So who can he negotiate with? He can't negotiate with Putin. He can't negotiate with Iran. He can't negotiate with Hamas. Who is he negotiating with?
He is negotiating. They just got a deal done with China. Putin just came out.
We don't have a deal done with China. We have nothing with China yet.
What?
We have nothing with China yet. There is no deal yet.
That's not what Howard Lutnick said.
Okay. Well, we'll see it when it gets unveiled.
Yeah, well. All right. That's been fun.
I love you, buddy. Be careful.
You too. Like.
Okay, I'll do one more, and I gotta go. Go for it.
Okay, so
I don't know why Dean is I mean, Dean had the audacity to call me a runner, and he's fine with debating Nick Fuentes, and apparently, I mean, you're worse than Nick Fuentes. Apparently,
I am worse than Nick Fuentes,
I think
and I wear that badge with honor. Okay.
it's really unique. And someone in the comments was like, well, because Nick Fuentes makes him look good, but Destiny will make him look horrible. So, no
comment.
That sounds like a bully. Okay.
Sorry, what are these politics? Like, why is Dean not here?
Good question.
Yeah, I'm sensing a bit of tension.
Right. I didn't know this was like therapy, like TikTok therapy session.
It can be. It can be whatever you like.
All right. Can it be like $1 million donation live, to fund my matcha purchases over the next few months?
That can be arranged.
Okay. Let's get that going.
That's no problem. Okay. Stephen, how are you going?
I'm doing great. Hi, Court. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite fine, thank you. So what's the topic?
I don't know. I guess Trump stuff. I feel like Trump's kind of bungled things up pretty hardcore since he's been in office.
Here we go. I cede my time.
Yeah, just real quick. I don't know, Anne, I don't know why you're talking about me. I can't, debate right now because I got pizzas opened. We're, getting ready to eat dinner. So I don't know, why you're, unprovoked bringing my name up and trying to create this,
Look, I don't think it's
insane,
necessary.
mental image of, Dean running from Destiny when I was, just, getting pizza and sitting down.
You don't
to eat
think,
dinner.
okay, how do you think this works when, last time you and your, maybe 1,000 followers came into my live and then started complaining that I was running from you, because we were, the rest of my panel was uncomfortable having you up and just kind of wanted to move past everything. And I wanted to talk to you because you publicly aired some, grievance without actually being specific. But you had all of your followers in here telling me that I'm running. So it's not okay if I say, hey, this is actually kind of strange. You're okay with debating Nick Fuentes, but you're not okay with debating, Destiny, and you're calling me a runner. Even though you haven't responded to my DMs. I know you get my DMs.
Do you think I just have this do you think I just have this bot net of mindless droids that follow whatever I say, and I just send out some command telling them to?
Unironically, yes. Unironically, yes.
Okay. That's it's kind of.
But you don't find, okay, look, Dean. I don't have any personal. I don't have any personal shit with you. But I think it is kind of strange that you went out there and you said oh well, I think you supporting Destiny or you supporting Z was kind of strange. And then I ask you, okay, what was strange? What was weird about it? You don't respond to me in that chat. You don't respond to my DMs. You call me a runner in my own live and then won't come up and talk to me.
Wait, now you're trying to reframe why I called you strange?
I'm pretty sure I took a screenshot of it. You called me weird.
Yeah, wait, I called you weird specifically because you were just kind of brushing off Z, making this baseless accusation against me of using the inward hard R as if that isn't some type of thing that can be damaging to my name or reputation. That's why I called you weird.
We clarified that the time frame, the truth of the claim was the actual content of what you said was true, but it was further back than it actually was.
Wait, no, now you're even wrong now. The actual content of what I said was false.
Wait, it's not false.
Yes, it is. I've never used the N-word hard R, and that was the very specific accusation that she made.
My bad.
I do all the time.
My bad. You said the N-word with an A. That makes it so much better, Dean. That makes actually. I think we should probably factory farm Z for that, for mistakenly saying that you used it with an R without an A. Do you really think that that's important?
Well, obviously, it was important enough for her to point out, with excruciating detail, 4 times, and I think that truth is important.
Look, and
do you deny that truth is important?
I think there's a pointing out of hypocrisy, not necessarily
look, you came up here, you addressed it.
And I'm not gonna I almost feel as if
I was talking. Look. You're not gonna do this thing where you don't let people interrupt you on your own.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! What's going on?
What's going on is that I was in the middle of a sentence, and you do this thing on your live where you mute people if they overtalk you. So I'm going to do the same thing. If you're overtalking me, I'm going to mute you. You came up here, you clarified the whole thing about saying, actually, I don't even know if you fully clarified, but you said the whole thing about, oh, I didn't say it with an E, I said it with an A, and then you dropped. But then you came into another comment. Direct second, even though I invited you to talk about it publicly on another time. This is just ridiculous.
Let me know when I could talk. Put preface on the hard R as pointed out, as if it wasn't just simply the usage of the term, but in so derogatory in a derogatory manner against a black individual, which is why the preface is like important to point out, right? Your reaction on live was to be like, oh, well, maybe Z didn't know, like, stop going so hard on Z, like, Z doesn't have to, like, bro, like, of course.
I never said don't go hard on
wait,
Z.
I thought we were doing an interruption.
Because you're fucking lying. I'm interrupting
okay, so it's okay for you to interrupt me, but then when I interrupt you, you whine about it and say, this is what I do to everybody else.
Yeah, because you're lying.
Okay, well, go ahead.
You're lying. I never said don't go hard on Z. I just said, hey, here's what happened. Like, look, Z made a mistake. She corrected herself. You corrected her. I corrected her. Like, what? What is this?
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I told you that I disagree. Now, if you want to, like, continue to rehash events from weeks ago, I mean, feel free. We could, like, debate what we think is, like, true of, like, what you had said in relation to what Z had said. I'm sure that it will be, like, super productive back and forth that will, like, really unfuck America. But now...
Well, no, you leaving the tour was actually unfucking America.
There's another interruption. Can we do this
you leaving the tour was
like,
unfucking America.
Can we do this without, can we do this
proud?
without any interruptions?
You're like, yeah. Well, I just want to know, do you think you're unfucking America right now? Like, you think you...
Fucking America right now? No, I'm fucking stuffing pizza in my mouth, and I'd love to stuff more down it, preferably where I don't hear people like you online saying that I'm running from Destiny when I'm just trying to eat dinner.
You are running from Destiny. You went on live saying you wouldn't debate him.
Yeah, I said on live a while ago that I won't have a conversation with him. However, your comments that you made on the stream was in reference to the fact that I was in this stream, and you're acting as if I was running from him right now today, when in all reality, I'm just trying to eat dinner with my girlfriend.
You are if you continuously refuse to talk to somebody who is open to talking to you, you are you are running.
Okay.
You would say that about anything.
Yeah, Destiny, do you feel like I'm running from you right now?
I do feel like you're running. We had disagreements on the Z stuff, and you ran from me.
I should wait. Ran or running, right? Because the preface of the question that I asked was like specifically in relation to this live and the fact that I don't feel as if I'm running from you because I'm trying to enjoy dinner with my girlfriend, and then people like Anne are sitting on the panel saying, "Oh, Dean, you better get up here. If you don't get up here, like."
In the future, you said that on live. I won't debate him in the future. I'm not going to debate him now. Like that is running. Yes.
So once again, I've literally already reframed this conversation in a way that would hopefully make sense to you insofar as what you said. What you said on this live was that I'm actively running from Destiny because I was listening to the debates. Okay, yes, I was totally running from Destiny while I was in my car going to pick up some pizza. You know
by refusing,
that is so base.
Regardless of what you were doing, if you would have been sitting at home playing Fortnite on your fucking couch, you still would say, I will not debate Destiny even though I'm not busy right now.
Oh, okay. So you're basically saying that the reason that I was running wasn't because I was busy, but it's rather because if I wasn't busy, well, then I wouldn't have talked to him. And I'll just say the same thing that Destiny said a little bit ago. My grandma didn't have legs and had wheels instead. She would have been a bicycle. So, I mean, I don't know, but like I guess like the framing that I was like running from Destiny, like during this live, right, in the sense that and then for whatever reason, whoever's hosting the live, they automatically assume because Dean will not like give them their undivided attention and join the live right now and just, stop whatever he's doing and have a conversation, that therefore Dean is a runner, right? I guess that's the reason I came up here. Because that's exactly what you had said, right? The moment before I joined, after I didn't type in the comment section for over 10 minutes. And I was just seriously listening.
I didn't say anything about you before the comments started saying that you were here and that you should come
So you're saying that you were provoked by the comments?
Yes, I saw the comments and I said, hey, if Dean's in here, then we should have him up.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, you were not like, hey, if Dean's in here, we should have him up. You're like, no, I find it funny that Dean is
No, I didn't fucking say any of that. The thing that I said was funny is that
why are you lying
like
now?
Nick fucking Fuentes.
Why are we like trying to change what you said?
You want to pull? Okay, let's just pull the live clip.
Yeah, for sure. Like the takeaway from what you'd said was not like, oh, Dean's in here. I wonder if he'll come up. No, the takeaway from what you said was, oh, like Dean debated Nick Fuentes. Why won't he debate Destiny?
Yeah, that's weird.
Like preluding to the idea that Dean's running from Destiny, etc.
You'll debate a neo-Nazi,
and now my fucking pizza's getting cold.
Liberal. Like what? Yeah, you'll debate a neo-Nazi, but you won't debate a liberal. I found that weird.
Okay. Once again,
since you're here, look, you've spent how much time on this panel now? And you won't talk to us.
Wait, I'm curious. Can I ask a question? What happened at dinner that made me such a horrible person?
Well, I wouldn't say it was necessarily like the sit-down conversation that we had. I mean, for the most part of it, I actually enjoyed the conversation that we had. I would say it's like more that I learned about you from like in proximity to like your streams, and maybe some of the things that had happened before in the streams, a better understanding of like your idea, like of your like what beliefs you hold to be the case, like what you think is like best for the country and for the world. I don't know if like horrible person is what I'd say. I mean, I just think that you have like definitely some takes that I think are like pretty deplorable.
What do you think is like? I'm just curious. What is like my most deplorable take? We don't have to dive into everything. I'm just curious. What is my most deplorable take?
Like off the top of my head, like a couple things that like you find to be the case that like
Or just the number one thing. Don't you know, just the number one, the most deplorable thing.
I don't know if I've been able to like rank one on the spot. I mean, I'd probably say like some comments, beliefs as it relates to Israel, and then maybe like the usage of like particular words.
What's like the most deplorable comment I made about Israel, or like the most deplorable opinion I have about Israel?
I'm sure, like if I were to like go like pull up, like various.
I'm not asking for like a clip. It's not like a make a syllogism of all the things. I'm just curious. Like, what is your impression? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and ask you to pull a quote from me. I'm genuinely just curious. What is the horrible, deplorable opinion?
I mean, I feel like I've kind of gotten the takeaway from your comments on your comments, etc., content, etc. That I'm pretty pro-Israel. You know, Israel's in the right, Palestine's in the wrong. We need to continue to be allies with Israel. You know, what the fuck? Like, what the hell is a conditional allyship? We should continue to send them money, guns, bombs, etc. Continue to kill the Palestinians, provoke Iran, create more global conflict. You know, drop more bombs and like violations of like the UN's principles and international law. ICJ sucks, etc. Like, I think that there's like kind of like a group of beliefs that I disagree with that I think would have like some negative implications, ethically speaking. Okay. But
have you heard me say any of these things, or have you heard other people say I say these things?
Probably a culmination of both. But if you're going to ask me for like a specific scenario where like you said one of these things, I want to be able to give it to you.
No, I'm not. I'm not here to pull quotes. That's like they do this here. Okay, I'm just curious. Yeah.
Yeah, and like so, I mean, like I don't know, like beliefs as it relates to Israel, and maybe like a couple other things like usage of terms. Like I haven't heard you say this specifically, but I've heard like friends say this about you. Like, you know, I don't know, like you necessarily seem like much of a big deal, like the usage of slurs, and like maybe there's some like derogatory language that you don't really care too much about. There's like another one, I guess, and I feel like there's probably that's a big section where we disagree with, but I mean that just is as it relates to like the beliefs that you talk about on live. Maybe like there's like a couple things that you've done like in your personal life that like would like make you have a bad character. I'm sure there's like a long list of those. So it's like a culmination of like the beliefs in which you hold to be the case, whether it's like politically speaking or socially speaking, and then like a culmination of facts of your character and prior actions.
Okay, all right, just curious.
But like not Nick Fuentes though, not Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, no, I definitely say that Nick Fuentes is worse than Destiny. I mean, anybody that would disagree with that is kind of crazy.
Right. But like you're willing to debate Nick Fuentes, but not Destiny.
You know, in retrospect, I probably wouldn't have debated Nick Fuentes. Like if I could do it all again, I would probably like save myself like the time and the energy and the effort. Dude, those gripers, they fucking suck. Let me tell you. They're definitely a very hostile fan base.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Wow, cool. Well,
I'm going to go ahead and drop it. Then once again, I mean, the reason why I came up here, and I don't really feel like you're too responsive, and was just.
Well, you called me weird. You publicly called me weird while all of your followers were in the comments.
Yeah, I did think
and then you wouldn't let me address it.
I did think that.
Wait, I'm curious. Wait. I'm curious. Just a quick, random, final question. Do you acknowledge that I've never said that we should call people like racial slurs, but there are other large leftist content creators, I won't say their names, but it rhymes with Asan, that say that it's okay to call people certain racial slurs like Gusano or Cracker?
I mean, maybe we could have a conversation about what a slur is. I don't know if like as it relates like against like white people in general, like cracker is going to be a slur. Isn't like that specifically a slur against like Irish immigrants?
I mean, even if it was a slur against Irish immigrants, is that still not a slur? Are Irish people not human?
Well, I mean, I'm like based upon like the historical connotation of this of the term. Like, I do think it was actually used as like a very derogatory term against Irish immigrants. But I mean, so like maybe like there's an arguable case there. But as it relates to like the usage in like broader society, I don't know if it like meet my criteria for what I consider to be a slur. But
There are no
I mean,
slurs
if it
against
makes any
white
sense,
people
like
at
I
all.
think
That's not possible.
I think that like the broader takeaway from you know, like what your question was as it relates to Hassan. I mean, I don't think that like Hassan's like a good dude either by any means. You know, I think that maybe that's misinterpreted about me a lot. Is because like I'm not a fan of Destiny. This must mean that I'm a fan of Hassan. Now, like I think I've had like some civil discourse with him, but there's definitely also like some facts about him that I disagree with as well. I mean, I made that pretty public, like reacting to his content and whatnot. And as it relates to your question, saying is it like not possible like slur white people? Well, I mean, I'd say that like the term cracker probably doesn't meet my criteria for what a slur is, but I'm gonna go.
What about like pasty white boy or redneck or white trash or?
I mean, definitely
Are there
like
any slurs against white people or?
racial slur. I mean, sure, we could probably consider there to be like some slurs under like a particular usage of the term. But like, I guess the reason why I'd be maybe against that idea is because when I think of like slur, I think it's something that's like and like enormously wrong, like invoking some like greater sense of oppression against an individual or group of individuals. And I mean, like you could probably assume that I would like hold to a different depiction of like what racism is compared to what you do. And maybe like a reason why I'd be like less willing to use like the term slur in relation to like derogatory terms against white individuals is because I don't think that they'd like fit like a particular depiction of like being like incredibly racist or anything and like the harm that it would generate. But I mean, like I could definitely
Would it be okay to use slurs
there's
against like Jewish
derogatory
people in the
language.
United States since they're generally wealthier, more educated, don't experience like massive societal oppression or anything? And in the U.S., there are like no slurs against Jewish people.
Well, I mean, I think that there definitely is slurs that exist against Jewish people. I mean, I could think of a couple off the top of my head.
Why would they be slurs if they have like majority power status in the U.S.? They're not currently being oppressed by any systems or laws or people.
Sure, I'll answer this question. However, after I answer this question, I'll probably go and eat my pizza before it gets cold. But I mean, I'll like give you the credit of answering a question before I head off. Like the reason I'd be like more willing to classify maybe like the K word as a slur against like Jewish individuals, but not like cracker as a slur against white individuals, is because like you know like the origins of the term was definitely like used as like an incredibly oppressive term to like further the dehumanization of like Jewish individuals and like aided and abetted in like their systemic like slaughter. But I mean, as it relates to like the term cracker, you know, like what's like the historical usage of the term as it related to some like greater system of oppression to like systemically slaughter white people?
Is systemic slaughter the baseline for when you consider a thing a slur or not?
I don't know if it's going to be necessary, but in this sense, it would be sufficient. And like, I just don't know.
Should
if,
I
like,
be able to
any other,
call,
like,
what about like
sufficient categories
African
are gonna
immigrants?
that
Should I be able to call
else to,
should I be able to call African
right.
immigrants the N-word as long as I don't use the N-word against like African Americans? Like if somebody goes from Nigeria or Kenya, like these aren't like African American slaves in the United States. Is it okay against them since they have a different background and that word wasn't used to like systematically oppress and slave those specific nationalities? Or
I did tell you that I was going to head off after the last question that you asked me.
All right, that's fair. Okay.
However, I don't mind like answering one more.
Yeah, go for it. You can have the last word on it. Go for it. I want to ask you another one.
If that makes any sense. So I mean, yeah, as it like relates to usage of like the N word. So like, yes, this is going to like be sufficiently defined as a slur because of like the oppression of African Americans inside of America. However, like I'm sure that there's like various other reasons why we'd say that it is still considered a slur to use that against like African individuals that didn't experience the oppression of like an African American in American history. And I wouldn't mind like going through those reasons with you. In fact, you know, like what I will say is it might even be useful to like have more critical dialogue on like why you know like words are slurs or derogatory in general, and like why it's wrong to use these words, and why like large groups of people shouldn't use these words regardless of the context or intent. And the reason why I'd say that would be beneficial is because I do feel like for the most part, a lot of individuals
I don't know what the running norms are on this platform, so I'll delegate that to other people. And I'm just sitting here in the corner.
I don't know what the running norms are on this platform, so I'll delegate that to other people. And I'm just sitting here.
Can kind of be a mutual agreement here is like, I'm fine with saying, okay, look, you finally talked to Destiny, you're no longer running or whatever. As long as you're going to stop this thing about like calling my defensive Z weird and then, you know, not letting me respond to it. And then having your fan base like call me a runner for that. I think that's a little bit hypocritical.
I mean, what's hypocrisy?
Look, when you're saying, you know, when you're holding one standard that you're also not going to apply to yourself.
So what's the standard?
The standard was making a claim about me and not letting me address it, and then calling me a runner when I said, hey, we can't talk right this second, but we could talk in a future time.
Wait, even the two things that you just said contradicted themselves, because you said on one hand that I made a claim against you and I didn't let you address it, but on the second claim as it relates to me, like calling you a fucking runner, that's because you told me that you wanted to talk to me. I was like, okay, I'm going to let you address these things. Let's have a conversation. And then you backed out. So
I gave you, okay, hold on. That's not me backing out. I gave you the exact reason. Do you remember the reason that I told you that I couldn't talk to you right that very second? Just like you say, okay, well, I scroll in live and I see these fucking rando, like F-tier debaters on TikTok, and they always think that I'm running from them because I'm not coming up to debate them. Well, that's exactly what you did to me. Was I said, okay, like, look, we can talk about this now. I talked with the rest of the people on the panel. They said, hey, no, we don't want to talk to Dean right now. And, you know, I had further discussion with them and they said, actually, you know what, it's fine. Maybe have Dean on 10, 15 minutes later. And you said, you know, no, I can't debate now.
Oh, okay. Well, given the additional context, you didn't run.
Okay, look, so that's fine. Look, I won't call you a runner. Don't call me a runner. And don't call me a weirdo publicly without, like, talking.
I definitely don't take back the weird comments, but I will take back the runner comment given the additional context you just provided.
Wait, I gave you I gave you that context initially, but that's neither here nor there.
Hey, Dean, I'm just
initially?
wondering, do you think it's weird that you're not trying to build electoral power when we have Trump in office right now?
I think it's weird that I'm not trying to build electoral power.
Wait, you don't think that that's weird?
No, I just repeated the question that you asked me.
Okay.
God.
I'm glad that you know.
Oh God, I got myself trapped in a conversation. Jesus, my pizza is officially cold, and I didn't even get around to the cinnamon bites. No, I wouldn't say that's weird. No.
You don't think that that's weird, and you don't think that that's like a little bit of a privileged take.
So I wouldn't say that it's weird that I'm not like delegating a lot of my focus to like a very specific task to build electoral power. On one hand, I'd say like doing so and like ground up into investment in like electoral power. Like I'd say just because like I have like particular interests that maybe other people like in like the political ecosystem don't have. That doesn't make me weird. Like I'm pretty sure that like a functioning political ecosystem on the left would like include like a diversity of interests and actions, such as like a group of people over here like focusing on building on electoral power, and then a group of people over here maybe like focusing on trying to convince people on the other side of the aisle that they're wrong, and then maybe like a third group of people focused on like educational content, and maybe like a fifth group of people focused on like building the left up by seeking
I
out
get
what's
what you're
going on.
saying, but I think it's weird to focus on taking down people that are trying to build electoral power when we're meant to all be on the same side. That's what I think is weird. I don't think it's weird that you have different interests. That's fine. But when you're in the comment section of every single live trying to tear us down, that's the part that I think is weird.
Wait, when you say like tear you down, you mean like critique you?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What do you mean by tear you down?
Well, in the way that, I mean, do we have to go over the entire events of the last month, or?
You're like talking about like all my critiques of you. Like no, I don't think that like that's weird. I mean, I think it's like totally fine for me to say that I worked with somebody. I really didn't enjoy working with them. Here's like a handful of things, X, Y, and Z, in which they did when I was working with them, that I didn't enjoy, that I thought were wrong. And like when addressed, like accountability was not seen. So now I'm gonna like, divest my interests. And like I hope that they're able to have success, but at the same time, I really hope that they could like kind of realize like, the wrong decision they've made and maybe like take accountability and just recognize that they can make better decisions in the future. Like I don't think it's like weird for me to like do any of those things.
Yeah, I think it's weird 2 months later that you're still like obsessed with being in the comment section and giving your opinion on something that you claim that you moved on from.
You think it's weird that 2 months later I'm obsessed with being in the comment section? What do you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean, because essentially we're all on the same side and we're all trying to build electoral power in whatever way that we're trying to do that, whether you're doing it through debates or there are people
In like seemingly like the Unfuck America tour has now become like marginally less efficient. These like Ann's takeaways saying, well, let's no longer focus on like Stephen debating Trump supporters or maybe what the Unfuck America tour is about, and let's rather focus on the fact that Dean Withers is in the comment section running from Destiny.
You think you think us hosting like 3 lives a week is me focusing purely on you? Girl, I do not think about you. I want you to know that. I genuinely, unless you comment in a live, I don't think about you.
Anne couldn't have said it better myself. Z, go ahead and take what Anne said, but instead of it being Anne directed towards Dean, make it Dean directed towards Z.
I don't understand what you're saying. All I'm asking, Dean, is honestly
that one was easy.
Honestly, Dean, though, I don't understand this like need to be in such opposition to what we're doing. Like, if you don't like it, that's fine. Just say, wait, who cares, right? Like, just move on.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, such strong opposition? Dude, I voiced my concerns. I made it very clear where I sit. I made it very clear where I think
you did.
Sit.
You made it very, very
and
clear.
Then ever since then, I mean, you haven't seen me like with like fucking like pitchforks and like a 7-hour live every day, like saying, "Oh, the Unfuck America tour needs to go." Like, no, I voiced my concerns. I gave my critiques, and like honestly, at this point, I've kind of disengaged. However, like I haven't like thereby like fallen from the positions that I've held, and I don't know, like you just kind of sound butthurt.
Disengaged?
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I guess it's very clarifying to me that you said that you're not really here to build electoral power. So that's actually answered a lot of what my questions were, because I thought that you were. So the fact that you're not, okay, that's fine.
Okay, now you're just equivocating. So what I specifically said is I'm not relegating like most of my focus into building like a ground up foundation dedicated to like holding electoral power via like hiring like canvassers to get out there and get individuals registered to vote. And then I went on to like give an explanation of like the political ecosphere and how like my interests more so align with like A, educational content, and B, debate content insofar as informing individuals on the left and trying to get individuals to go from the right to the left. And like your takeaway from that is that, oh, I'm just not focused on electoral power at all. Like, what do you ultimately think that what I do amounts to? It amounts to more electoral power by convincing more people of progressivism, right? Now, what I was just simply stating was that the method in which I am using to build more electoral power on the left is not going to be identical to the method in which you're asking me if I think it's weird that I'm not doing, which is building up a ground up foundation to like get people to get out there and vote, maybe like a PAC.
That's not all of what building electoral power means, Dan.
Okay, well, that's not all of what building electoral power means. Like referring to
it also just means building out an infrastructure of people that want to support each other, like what the right. Does so well. We've had this conversation in private before. You did agree with me when we did have this conversation.
I've agreed with you in private that we shouldn't tear down anybody on the left. I don't think so.
No, you agreed with, no, not that. You agreed with me that the right does that very well, that they help each other to build electorally throughout their right media infrastructure.
Oh, that the right does that well? Oh,
yes.
Fuck yeah, the right does that well.
And the left doesn't, right?
I would say that the right does it better than the left. However, I don't think that opens the door into essentially saying that the left just needs to, accept any action from any person at any point in time, regardless of what that action is. And I think that is a massive jump that you make that I don't support. And in fact, I'd even argue they don't truly make that jump. Because if you truly made that jump of saying that the left is so like poor in the sense of building out electoral power and pulling people together, and the right is so good at it, therefore the left just needs to concede any and all forms of like criticism, red lines, etc. Why are you criticizing me right now?
Well, there's a way to do that behind closed doors, which is what I'm sure they do on the right all the time.
Wait, Z, we're not behind closed doors right now. You should stop
No.
criticizing me so we don't hurt the electoral power of the left.
I'm not criticizing you.
Oh, you're not criticizing me?
I mean, we're pointing.
Like me saying my opinion.
Okay, so the more followers you have, the less you should criticize.
Well, also, Dean, I
individuals.
tried to have this conversation with you in private before you went on a live in front of 10,000 people, saying that I should not. On a live in front of 10,000 people, saying that I should.
Conversation with me in private, and then I went on the live. That sounds like a criticism to me.
That's the truth.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's okay to criticize individuals insofar it's the truth. Well, I mean, that's what I'd say to you, Z.
I don't know what you're saying at this point. I think you're lost in the sauce.
That was incredibly easy to track. You just said that it's okay to criticize people.
Dean, I never openly hold on. I never openly criticized you until you openly criticized me.
Hold on. I think it's completely dishonest because we went 5 months, thousands of videos from a bunch of like left-wing creators openly going, bonkers on us. Well, those of us didn't actually do much for criticizing you guys at all, or make counter videos, or do any of that stuff. Didn't leak a bunch of text, did nothing. So to sit here and be like, oh, you can't criticize me on this one live, I think it's dishonest in comparison to the past 5 months. We're not saying necessarily that we can't criticize you on this live. We're I guess highlighting the hypocrisy of, oh, you can't say that we can't criticize you on this live when the whole entire past 5 months has been extreme criticism.
Okay, so yeah, Mercedes, you're saying that it's hypocritical for me to say that you guys can't criticize me on this live when I've been criticizing you guys before this live. Well, like Mercedes, that's kind of my point. Like the point of me saying that like Z can't criticize me, that's not going to be from my perspective. That's going to be from like y'all's perspective.
Yeah, but
I think that you just implicitly agreed to this because you're saying that all the like criticism over the last 5 months has been terrible because we shouldn't be criticizing people on the left because we should be building more electoral power. But then here you are criticizing somebody on the left today, and seemingly you can't even deny my argument here because you called it hypocritical.
Yes, you tried to take down an entire organization, and even after you did that, none of us made any negative videos about you.
Whoa, what, dude? Okay, I'm so sorry. I just saw something crazy in my text messages. I just got a text apparently saying that you, Z, were defending Ray Ray.
I was not defending Ray Ray. We can go over this whole thing.
No, I don't. I mean, listen.
And here and this is what I mean, Dean, is like, you're always looking for something to come at me about. And I'm not sure why, because honestly, even after all of this, I still invite you to the tour. You are still more than welcome to come and debate. You are still more than welcome to join us, because ultimately, what I want to do is work together to build electoral power. But I don't think that is your purpose here.
Oh wait! Apparently, you compared Ray Ray to me debating Nick Fuentes. I don't. That's
what?
First of all, I think it's like text about from
the info room. It's coming.
Yeah, this is the anonymous texter.
The anonymous texter. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's Parker, tell him I say hey. Miss him. Hope he's doing well.
Listen. Anyways, I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna heat up my pizza and eat it. So the pizza's cold. I personally blame every single person on this panel.
What a tragedy. Right, for you consensually coming up here.
Yeah, Trump is still in office, and we're still trying to defeat MAGA locally, but go heat up your pizza.
I'll leave you guys with this. So as it relates to kind of what you just said, I will say this. If you guys go out, continue the tour, I hope it's successful. And when I say successful, what I mean is I hope you're able to go out there and to convince as many individuals as possible that they shouldn't support Donald Trump. I hope that you're able to convince as many individuals as possible to register and vote for Democrats in the midterms in the next general election. The fact of the matter is, this is something that you're doing, and I hope that you are as successful as possible as it relates to it. And I'd hope that anybody and everybody listening can agree. However, right, I feel like you failed to recognize that there's critiques that are true. There's really good reasons why maybe it shouldn't be you that's doing this, and where there's other people that might.
Dean, what are the good reasons? Because still to this day, you still have not explained what the good reasons are. Especially the day after that live, you literally told me that person that started it is just a chronic online agitator that does this to everybody, including yourself. So what exactly is such a big problem with me running the tour? I don't understand.
Okay, what you just said was completely fucking false, by the way.
Dean, I have a text message. Don't make me show it.
No, you've already showed it. You've already posted it everywhere.
Next time,
It's a
do it
public-
over. I mean, you told me most of this over the phone, but
I don't even know why like you're fucking lying right now. So you have a text
Dean,
message.
I have.
Yes, you
I
are.
have the message.
Yeah, and what's the date of the message?
I can show you if you would like. I
It's
can
like
actually
fucking.
just
It's like
text
fucking
it
like
to you if you want
3
to see.
weeks. It's like fucking 3 weeks
told me,
before
Dean,
you went
you
up on
told
Geeks
me.
Live. Don't interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. It's like fucking 3 weeks before you went up on Geeks Live, and did what you did, and then everything else transpired. And
Dean,
then
I never was
fucking-
on
okay,
any
okay,
other live. What are you talking about?
Great.
I was never on any other live, so I don't know.
Okay, just let me know when I can finish. Yes, you specifically were on the live where Tashika had joined, and then she said that she had no issue calling for my death, and then went on a fucking rant about how I'm like the worst person ever. That's the individual that I was calling like this chronically
Yeah,
agitator.
agreed.
Because she literally wants to agitate individuals into thinking that it's okay for me to die.
Yes, agreed.
And you're trying to misrepresent that text that was sent 3 weeks before you went on Geeks Live as me calling like Geek and everybody else involved in like the original critique of the tour.
Dean, we didn't
as
even
chronically online
meet.
agitators.
Dean, we didn't even meet 3 weeks before the tour, so that's
So
not
what
true.
was it, like
I
2
was
weeks?
only on one live. It was that live. Tashika was on that live, and you were referring to Tashika. So if you know that she's an online agitator, and you sent that to me warning me that she's an online agitator, why is that grounds for me not running the tour?
Wait, I'm confused. Wait. I'm confused of what you're saying. Are you saying that like I think that you shouldn't run the tour because of Tashika?
Yeah, you said that I shouldn't run the tour because of microaggressions, because of that live. But you also said in the same breath in that live that she's an online agitator.
Okay, wait. So first and foremost, there's about a billion other reasons why I don't think that you're a good fit leader.
Dean, what are you
That's
talking
just
about?
one.
I talked to you. Hold
Okay.
on. I talked to you on the tour like
I don't
3
like the- I
times,
don't
and
like the
every single time we had a conversation was all good times. We hugged before you left. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
I did not
I'm so
fucking-
confused.
I did not hug you before I left. I don't even know why
Yes,
you
you
lied about
did.
it.
You literally did.
You
I hugged
were
both
lying
you and
about
Parker.
this,
I dropped
just
both
like
of you guys off at the airport.
you were lying about this, just like you lied about the prior thing that you said in relation to
Dean,
the text
what are
message
you
I sent
talk-
you.
what are you
referring to individuals.
talking
Like, I don't
about? I
know
talked
like
to
what
you
is like
3 or 4
driving you to simply
times.
lie about these things.
How we lied about
Dean, I talked to you 3 or 4 times on the tour, and none of those times was ever a bad conversation.
Right. Now, okay. So now we're getting into something that is true. So appreciate you for hopping off the hill that you were trying to die on, lying about me. I don't even know why you lied about
I
that.
literally
Anyways.
hugged you guys before you left, and everything was fine. There was
don't-
no issue at all.
I have
In
no
fact, I was in
clue.
communication with you guys when we came back from the tour, and there was no issue at all.
Literally, like, no clue why you lie about that. But
Yeah,
anyways,
I
as
was
it
talking to
relates
Parker about him going to California to follow Charlie on the next
as it
stop.
relates as it relates to like good conversation on the tour. You know what? Honestly, man, I've already addressed that. I'm gonna go eat my pizza. You guys have a good rest of your night. I'll say this like one last time. I'll repeat it.
It's just so funny, Dean, because you have nothing to say. I was great working with you. I have no problem with you. I think you're
Okay.
good. I think
All right,
you're
yeah.
good at
Oh,
what you
yeah.
do.
30 minutes ago to eat dinner, and now his fucking girlfriend
Dean, nobody's
voluntarily
crazy.
took the pizza, heated it up, and put it on a plate in front of him just because I want to eat dinner with my girlfriend.
Well,
okay.
you have free will.
All right,
Come
fine.
on.
All right, fine. All right, fine. Okay, I have nothing to say. Okay, here's what I have to say. I'll go ahead and open my mouth and respond, so then it's not like, oh, Dean's a runner and whatnot.
Oh
So
my
you said
God.
that, on the tour, I was able to like speak to you professionally and have good conversation. Of course, I'm going to uphold some standard of professionalism in these events. This is already something that I've talked about online. This is already something that I've addressed on my live. And you're now acting as if I've no valid critiques of you or why you should be a leader of an organization like this. There's plenty valid critiques of you, apart from the ones of which are popular. The ones in which are less popular is a fact. But you try to fucking send an NDA out to everybody on the tour, preventing them with
Dean,
working
you
with
and
other people on the tour
Parker-
3 years later. And then when I told everybody to not sign that NDA, you then called me and you blew up on me, screaming at me just because
I did not
told
scream
people
at
not
you,
to-
Dean. That is
Yes, you
horrible.
absolutely did. No,
In your
just because I
mind.
told people to not sign an NDA that would sign away their rights to work with other creators for 3 years. Like
That's
that's
actually
like a
not-
perfect other
First of
reason
all,
why this
Dean,
is.
you signed an NDA. You
Yeah.
signed the same NDA that we sent to everybody else.
Oh, that's not true. No.
Yeah, no, it's literally it's the exact.
Wait a second. Wait. That was wait. Just real quick. That was a big claim. There's an NDA that was being signed that would restrict people from working with other people for 3 years.
Yeah, no, that's not true. Why would we do that?
That was
Like
the-
these
that
are
was the
all people
fourth
that are
section of the
independent
NDA.
contractors. They're creators. Like
Wait,
why?
make the NDA
like-
public then. Make it public.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
It was Section 4 of the NDA. I mean, like that's like, come on, like anybody on the trip could make it public as well.
No, what it did say was that other creators couldn't talk badly about other creators on the tour. That's true.
There's particularly a section that prevented creators from working until one another, and it wasn't even 3 years; it was 7.
No, that's just
what you're talking about would be unenforceable, probably in every state in the U.S., but definitely at least in California, where a lot of people are, that would be first of all, that's not even an NDA at that point. That's like an employment contract. Non-disparagement clauses, I think, are fairly common when it comes to signing things with companies. They usually don't want you disparaging them afterwards. But something that would restrict employment for 3 or 7 years after, that would be insane.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah, and also it's
that's why I told people not to sign it, because
well,
it is
Dean,
insane.
also,
well, it's insane such that like I can, without having seen any of this, and no offense to anybody else, I'm not saying my reputation and these people here, like knowing these people well, I just don't think anybody would send an NDA like that out. That's not even an NDA. That's like an employment clause. Even without knowing anybody here or vouching for them, there's no shot that there was an NDA sent out that would have restricted employment for 7 years. I don't believe that. There's no way.
Yeah, and also like there were people that messaged us saying, "Hey, can you change this clause or that clause?" And we just changed it, and they signed it, and it was fine. Like
I don't even like know. I don't even know how this started. So all this started from Anne saying, "Oh, Dean is running from Destiny." So then I come up here, I turn on my camera, I show you my pizza, and I was like, "No, I'm not running. I'm just eating my pizza." Then I was gonna drop after that. Next thing I know, the pizza's gone. All the bags are packed. Even though I just spent a decent.
I think you should just
amount of
kill us
money
on the spot for that. I think we should just
and
all
then-
unalive on the spot for that.
And the next thing I know, I'm already on this live for like another fucking like 30, 40 minutes. Even though like I tried to set like 3 red lines saying I'll answer this one last question, then I'm gonna go.
So Dean, let's just make a truce, and you can move on. You can enjoy your pizza. We all shake hands, and we agree that we're here to stop Trump, and we're good.
Wait, my position's not going to shift. Like I already said, like I hope you guys are successful because you're already doing it. You know, go out there, get people registered. But like I mean, I don't think that like you're like qualified to
I'm not qualified. Dean, I've been working in electoral politics since 2010. What makes me not qualified?
Yeah,
for my
and
position?
Donald Trump's been working in real estate since the 70s. What the fuck?
But what makes me not qualified for the job?
Sure. I mean, all the critiques, the long list of critiques that I have to you. If you'd like, I could send them in an email, but I'm going to go eat my pizza now.
Oh, okay. Enjoy. Wild.
You guys have a lot of meta conversations on here. Is that normal?
Not really.
I feel like when I listen to all you guys, not just maybe different platforms, but I feel like on TikTok, I feel like 80% of the talking I hear is like talking about the talking. I feel like there's a lot of meta conversations. Holy.
It's got a great.
The funniest thing is him calling you unqualified, but then like when the tour originally blew up, they also said they were going to continue the tour and find another organizer, and it's like 5 months later, and that just hasn't happened.
Yeah, I don't know. That was wild. Well, at least we've made a truce.
Good stuff. He wants us to be successful. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's the best we're gonna get out of Dean.
All right. Well, hey, listen, I have to sleep. Okay, not sleep, but I have work I have to do. It's late, and I'm already past my time. So I love you guys. I'll do the debate with that one person at a future time. Okay.
Yeah, you're
Thank you for having me.
Steven. Thank you.
Yeah. Have fun. Be careful. Bye.
Bye.
I feel so crazy. I feel like Dean said he had to leave like 7 times, and he's like, "I have one more thing I have to say, and then I'll be right back." Or I have one more thing I have to say, and then I gotta go, and then one more thing I have to say, and then one more thing I have to say. Like, holy shit. Jesus. Okay. I love you guys. Have fun. Be careful. Don't die. Stay safe.